under the maximum pressure. I never crumbled, I put in maximum effort. They wrote me off, I wrote a new book when hope was lost. I know what it took, I overcame all the odds. You could never put me in a box. I am relentless, I will not stop. Follow the scent, I am a fox. Came from the bottom and now I'm on top. And nobody's taking my spot.
Okay, let's have some fun.
Oh my God! It is always coming seventh!
A small country, big players.
Wow, you're that good, huh?
One of the biggest coin flips in EPT history. With the championship on the line, it's a brick! Trelawney is the champion!
Mate, what a life.
Oh!
Ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes, and nobody's taking my spot.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Our live coverage of Day 4 starts right now from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. I am James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me once again.
The penultimate day of our coverage, guys. We are playing down to the final table today on Day 4. Tomorrow, we stream that FT, cards up all the way, starting at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Make sure you're here for it. And over the course of today and tomorrow, we want to hear from you. It's very easy if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. You can use the live chat at twitch.tv/PokerStars or youtube.com/PokerStars. You can get in touch on Twitter, by the way. The hashtag is PokerStarsTV. Give us a follow at PokerStars. So let's talk about what happened last time. We had 85 players returning for Day 3. Olashemian started as a big stack, but the feature table wasn't kind to him. PSPC adversaries Ramon Kalilas and Julian Martini found themselves back together again, and history repeated itself. Gail Bauman, Sophia Lovgren, and Olashemian are amongst the stars to join Martini on the rail. Ramon built a monster stack at the feature table. He knocked out 2 players in a monster pot. But it's Mort Vam, the Day 1 chip leader, who heads into Day 4 at the top of the leaderboard. And let's look at that leaderboard right now. The stacks of all 16 players remaining. Vam, Kalilas, Pingree. Those are the 3 biggest stacks, and they are all going to be on the main stage today. Should point out, this is a deep stacked event. The average stack is 80 big blinds. So there aren't no short stacks. In fact, the shortest stack is 26 bigs. Great to see Jussi Nevenlina still going strong. Calvin 7V online, a multiple scoop and WQ winner. And Neil Farrell from the UK is the last remaining former EPT champion. With 16 remaining, they have all locked up 41.5 grand. Make it to the final table, you're looking at the better part of 100K, and we are talking about 6-figure scores for the top 7, with nearly €1 million for the winner. First place payout, €939,840, plus of course, the main event title and trophy. Players in their seats a few moments ago, they were arriving at the venue. There is Ramon Kalilas, the PSPC winner, looking to add an EPT title to his resume. There is Yannick Cardo. Jaime Cervantes.
It's nice to see everyone's mouths.
That is true. Alejandro Romero was at the feature table for a decent spell yesterday. One of the chip leaders, Hugo Pingree, Naudeman Yagmai. And there is Ferenc Deak. Thank you to Gabe for the pronunciation guide.
Big Deak energy.
And let's look at the lineup on the feature table. We've got 1, 2, and 3 in chips. The overall chip leader being Morten Vam. Ramon Kalilas is on the main stage, as is Neil Farrell. Looking forward to the action here. We're picking up with the blinds at 10,000, 25,000, the 25k big blind ante. We've still got around 25 minutes to play at this level before we roll into level 24. Nick, are you fired up?
I'm so fired up. What a final table, sorry, excuse me, feature table we have lined up here. I'm really excited to see more action from some of the best in the world. I'm particularly excited to see how Ramon plays this one. He was beasting yesterday. Let's get into the action.
Some of the best in the world and Neil Farrell.
And of course, with just 16 players left, we are down to 2 tables. We've got our feature table on the main stage. We've got one last disco table down on the dance floor, and we'll try and stay across the action across both tables as much as we possibly can.
My dad is going to punish me because I used one.
I saw my reflection in the floor on the stage earlier today, which means 6 more weeks of poker.
6 more weeks of this feature table.
So here we go, cards in the air on the penultimate day of the EPT Monte Carlo 2022 main event. Playing down to the FT today. And a reminder once again that we want you to join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. local time for cards up streaming of the final table as we play down to a champion, nearly $1 million up top.
Cajun 21 asks, probably a dumb question, but why does a casino have a dance floor? I would agree. Slightly dumb question, however, I will answer. This particular room isn't a casino.
Salle des Etoiles is a multi-purpose venue. It has hosted weddings, parties. It's hosted rock concerts. That's why it has a stage.
Some figurative stars have been here other than poker stars.
Well, we have got a blind v blind battle here. Trophimov limping, Kalilas raising and taking it down. Ramon up to nearly 140 bigs now.
Casinos have dance floors occasionally.
I mean, it's a place for entertainment, right?
Well, Nick makes a valid point. I have been to the G Casino in Luton, and I have danced there.
Yeah, I mean, the G Casino in Brighton.
To be fair, James has danced just about any place the Black Eyed Peas have come on.
Or Rihanna. I'm not that fussy.
All the single ladies.
Yes, LaProbs, the tables are decided at random. Random seat draw. We choose a table not at random.
Yeah, so basically, the seat draw was conducted overnight. 8 players at one table, 8 at the other.
Pretty excited to have Neil Farrell at the table. Fan favorite. Haven't got to see much of him other than the disco action.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Feraldo. He is a hilarious individual and an outstanding poker player. So hopefully we can see some action from him today. Hopefully he'll stick around. Board comes 8 of hearts, Queen of spades, Queen of clubs.
Yeah, so ace high still the best hand.
So 145K in the middle seems like a good board to continue on when you got the old ace deuce. You don't have to go big here though. You'll get a lot of folds with a small size. Yep, that's about 50K. So somewhere in the region of 1/3. And sure enough, going to take it down. Easy game.
Folds the flush draw.
I think it's fair to say that the final 16, we've seen most of these players at some point. I think pretty much everyone has been on the feature table at some stage.
Sorry? Superstitious about this?
Did you guys have Neil Farrell on a feature table?
Really?
I think he was there for a minute.
Yeah.
No, I actually think that's one exception.
Yeah.
But fortunately, that is someone who we know incredibly well.
Yes.
An EPT regular, a former champion. It was Malta in the autumn of 2015 when he won his EPT title, which was worth more than €500,000. And Neil has opened here under the gun to 55,000. He's got ace-9 suited.
It's a very pretty hand. Seems like a pretty standard open here from UTG. Still has about 43 big blinds. So opening a 43 big blind effective, or in this case, probably 45 big blinds effective.
And Tom asking if there's any chance Bernie will pop out today. Bernie's going to have another long day operating that shot clock on the feature table. A reminder that that came into play at the start of day 3, and the shot clock will be in effect for the rest of the main event. 30 seconds per decision. Everyone got 5 new time bank cards this morning, and if they had any left over from yesterday, they'll have carried them into today.
It's so weird. It's like a combination of like feature table and everyone's just woke up.
I wonder what a PSA rated 10 time bank card will go for.
How much would a misprint go for?
Ooh.
Just sitting up, chatting it up.
Yeah.
Time bunk card.
How quiet it is, I think we all need one.
So king 4 off, probably going to go in the bin here. Seems good. 9-6 off from the hijack as well. Ramon doesn't want to play 7-deuce off. They're not playing the 7-deuce game, confirmed. And a little bit of small blind versus big blind action. Let's take a look at the actual setup here. Jaime in the small blind starting the hand with something in the region of 57 bigs. And Farrell in the big blind here. Feraldo with about 46 after he's put in his blinds. I think this is a spot where you're probably going to have some limping, and you're probably also going to have some raising as well. He decides to make it 85K.
And gets a quick fold from Feraldo. So Neil's got $6.4 million in live earnings, 1.4 million of that coming on the EPT. And just to highlight once again, he is the last remaining champion. We had 3 coming into day 3. Arno Matern, Neil Farrell, and Lucien Cohen. Matern and Cohen gone. Farrell remains.
Starting his day with a Red Bull. That's what we like to see.
Confused by lights.
Pingree has folded under the gun. Chen is out. Dragos Trophimov not going to play. And a good decision by Dragos, because Ramon Kalilas has picked up queens. And again, we find ourselves in a queens versus ace-king situation. How many hands have we seen at this event? Queens versus ace-king.
Yeah, it's been pretty nuts. We've had a lot of big encounters. And it seems like Kalilas he's been involved with a lot of them. Right, James?
Absolutely. Now, these
this
are
is insane.
The 2 biggest stacks in the main event. So, again, would not expect them to pile it in pre. Morten Vam 3-betting to 165K with ace-king.
Oh, no.
And now, Ferenc Deak with ace-queen suited.
This proves one thing. The poker gods are jerks.
I mean, if he's thinking about it along these lines, he might be thinking, well, the cutoff 3-bet could be sort of lightish, so a cold 4-bet here might award me this pot. There's a lot of dead money in there.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Yep.
We're getting that re-raise, Nick. Those yellow chips are worth 25,000 each, so this is a cold 4-bet out of the big blind to 420,000.
Ramon now, like, I wish this was Kings plus. That would make it a lot easier. Queens starts to get really interesting, especially, as you mentioned, with Morten Vam in the cutoff here, who slightly covers him at this stage.
Understandably, something for Ramon to think about.
You know what might be interesting here, James? What if he just 5-bets really small? Vam kind of gets the picture.
He's folded.
Oh,
wow.
My goodness.
Wow, yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic here. Very, very weird setup, this pot.
So now action back on Morten Vam.
I mean, it's great in poker when you make the right move at the right time, but sometimes making the wrong move at the right time can pay off. Unfortunately, Ace-King is going to have a harder time letting this go than Queens did.
Yeah, I mean, I know the chat pros are going to be out in force.
Well, it is a call from Vam, and we are going heads up to the flop. And we already have a pot of close to $1 million. 930,000 in the middle. And the flop is King 7 deuce. And now Ramon's fold looks inspired. Great believer in playing results.
It was inspired, and now it's extra inspired.
Top for Vam. And a reminder that Morten is in position. So Ferenc is first to act here. Has the pre-flop betting lead, having 4-bet pre.
It's just not a good feeling having to continue here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And goes relatively small, Nick, 185,000.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that a small c-bet here will accomplish, you know, what you're looking for here. You're trying to get no hands to fold. Obviously, the pot is already very inflated. I don't think you have to go particularly big here because usually we size in accordance with the pot. Of course, you are doing that here as well, but it's still a significant amount of chips regardless of how it relates to the actual size of the pot, right? So you will get some hands to fold here. It will be a good spot to continue, and then you can... Oh, no. Oh, no, not like this.
Jerks, I tell you.
Oh, Ramon, that was a terrible fold pre-flop.
Absolute jerks.
Case Queen on the turn. A reminder that Ramon Kalilis folded Queen's pre. We can see that Vam has 100% equity, has a lock on this, and Diak is betting again.
Well, yeah, you just improved.
1.3 million in the middle.
Wow.
And this is a barrel of 500,000, $500,000.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
There are cards in this deck that weren't kings and queens, yet here we are with one of each of them on this board. How?
I'm starting to think that Joe's thing about blockers, you're onto something here.
They are not real.
You might have a point, you know. Beck started this hand with 2.2 million. More than half of his chips are in the pot already. And that is a call from Vam. And we go to the river. 2.3 million in the pot.
Jeez. And just for perspective, that would be the fourth biggest stack at the table.
Absolutely.
In the middle.
Look at the brick. Look at the 4 of diamonds brick, you guys.
And here is our effective stack with 1 million behind.
Oh, no. He's only got he's got less than half pot behind.
I mean, what's the best case scenario? What he just got called by on the turn? Clubs?
Yeah, he's got so much showdown, though, Joe, right?
Right.
It's just it's such a weird spot.
He checks.
Okay.
What does Morten Vam do?
I mean, if Vam can find a value bet here, I'll be crazy impressed.
It's a tough spot. I mean, you obviously have a strong hand in most cases, but in a cold 4-bet pot, yeah, sure enough, just checking it down. I mean, the fact that the clubs don't run is
Look
also...
at Ramon. Look at Ramon. Ramon? Such a pro. Doesn't react. Turn the table over.
The net result of that is that Morten Vam has now extended his chip lead. He is playing 5,200,000 big blinds, while Ferenc Diak has dropped down to 1 million. He's playing 42 big blinds. Big action on only the 5th hand of the day.
Tiny little edge I can get. Oh my god, those fucking time bags.
And don't you dare try to...
Yesterday, a guy was put in tough decisions because he didn't have time banks.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Elkana is watching the stream. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Missed the action yesterday. Good to see I didn't miss all the action. Also, I am calling it Neil Farrell for the 3rd 2-timer. Ooh. So here's the thing. Vicky Koren was the first. Nikolai Pobal was the second. But in 2020, we introduced EPT Online. And we did say that that counted as a legitimate EPT main event, sitting alongside all of the live stops.
Right.
And it was won by a player called What If God.
What If God.
The second edition of EPT Online ran in 2021 and was won by What If God.
What If God.
Arguably, we have had 3 2-time winners. So actually, Neil Farrell, were he to win this, would be the 4th. And it was, I believe, Ramon Kalilas, Nick, who was second in that EPT Online main event.
Was I there for that?
No, that was the second one that Nick covered.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty unbelievable how well these guys are playing both online and live. They are, in my opinion, quite different disciplines. You know, there are some differences in the way that you're going to approach online tournament poker and live tournament poker, and they just are beasting both.
Nick, let's chat for a second about the hand we just witnessed.
Yeah.
Before Ramon Kalilas folds queens there, I'm about half a second away from saying, long gone are the days where anyone would ever fold queens pre-flop. And then he folds queens pre-flop. And I can only assume, by the way, I assume that there's a strong argument for it, if not it being the correct thing to do if he did it, right?
Sure.
My guess is, and tell me here what you think, that protecting the size of that stack and not flipping is really what that is all about there.
That was kind of what I was getting at, talking position. Let's follow this one really quick. We can jump back in. We got pocket nines with the up and down straight draw and still the best hand. 83% on the flop.
5, 6, 7, 8.
No, wait, no, but
they got a straight between them.
You can't just keep counting, right? Okay.
All right, so Kalilas here.
Worth highlighting that Ramon was the pre-flop aggressor. Chen defended his big blind. Check on the flop. Delayed c-bet from Ramon of 40K on the turn, called by Chen, and Barry Greenstein makes his first appearance. Ace on the river.
And with showdown, he checks. Yeah, Joe, I was kind of alluding to it. We're still talking about the hand where Kalilas folded queens pre. I think that was exactly what was going on there, Joe. It was the dynamic with a shorter stack putting the squeeze on. You've got a guy in position against you who is more encouraged to call in position having 3-bet if you flat queens. So in my opinion, it's kind of a small 5-bet or a fold, basically. Otherwise, you're going to end up in some really, really ugly spots. And it is about stack maintenance, right? 136 big blinds is such a significant stack in this situation. Why tangle with the biggest stack in such a unusual situation where you can't necessarily predict that might cost you your tournament life, when you can just allow some of the shorter stacks to bust and you're going to be laddering all the way to the bank?
Thank you for that, Nick.
That's right, Joe. Sounds like you had it right.
So as we were saying yesterday, we put Ramon on a podium as the winner of the PSPC in January of 2019. He is a member of Team Pro as well, and we just referenced his near miss in the EPT Online main event last year. Of course, he also had an incredibly deep run in the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas last year as well.
You mean he hasn't done FA since he luckboxed that huge 25K tourney?
I know you're going to find this hugely controversial. Somebody on the internet said something really stupid. Jaime Cervantes winning that one. Has nearly $400,000 in live earnings. All of his cashes have been in the USA, apart from a couple here in Monte Carlo last week. He came 41st in that record-breaking FPS main event. Folded around to Chen on the button, ace-5 offsuit. So raise to 50,000. Trophimov has folded the small blind. Ramon is not folding the big blind. Defends with ace-10 of clubs.
Interesting decision just to flat here instead of the 3-bet. I think both is fine. When you've got the suited variety of this hand, it plays really nice out of position regardless.
And that ace-high flop.
2 quick checks.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, wheel draw for Chen.
I think I like a nice chunky lead here from ace-10 of clubs, but it's so dry. I mean, that's not to say you can't get some value from some king highs here. Maybe a hand like king 10 of hearts or something like that. Maybe king jack of hearts might check this flop and then pick up some equity on the turn. In this case, Chen actually already has a made hand, but he's very much so under-repped it. Chen again playing his more passive game that we've seen throughout this tournament so far, and no help on the river. Ace-10 still the best hand. I imagine that Kalilas would like to get more value in this situation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he should be betting, right? There's a lot of missed flush draws on the turn that might go ahead and try and bluff. I think probably for the most part, you're just going to go ahead and lead here, though, again, and just try and get called by some 7s, maybe 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, under pairs to the ace that might have checked flop. Maybe a flush draw on the turn that spiked the 9 that still wants to call.
Well, Ramon made it 75,000 on the turn. It's 185,000 on the river. Chen looking back at his hand.
I mean, we've seen him be pretty snug, but he's got a hand that you really don't want to be folding that often. He does make the call this time, unlucky, not the best hand, but you can see where his head was at.
Yeah. So that pot being pushed in the direction of Ramon Kalilas, who moves back into second place on the leaderboard. 3.7 million. Morten Vam, though, chip leader right now. 200 big blinds after that huge ace-king versus ace-queen hand.
If you're a mere mortal like us, right, you look at a hand like queens and you go, oh, man, I might not get another hand this good. This might be my only shot. This might be my only opportunity to accumulate chips. If you're a player like Ramon, you can fold the queens and just know you're going to create tons of opportunities to make more chips.
Yeah, I mean, it's just putting on an absolute masterclass throughout this week, and we've had him on the feature, quite a lot.
I'm pretty mad how good at poker he is, honestly.
At this stage, I mean, I know we're on the same team. We're both Team Pro, but you know, I'm starting to resent him, Joe.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's just not fair. It's just not cool. No, he's putting on an absolute masterclass here, and I mean, talking about creating opportunities, we saw him play all of his big hands perfectly, getting max value, but also playing a lot of his medium and weak hands to perfection, and just applying so much pressure to some of the shorties. And also not afraid to tangle with some of the bigger stacks as well. That huge pot that he won against Conan yesterday with the jacks, rivered heart flush versus the presumed bluff pre-flop, Jack-8 of diamonds, 3-bet out of position. It was just an incredible call on that river, and you know, he's just doing everything right.
We're seeing Hugo Pingree in action here, opening to 60,000 with Jack-10, and the chip leader, Morten Vam, defends with King-6 of hearts. We have an Ace-10-3 flop. Pingree flops best.
Queen of clubs on the turn, excuse me.
Action goes check, check, and that'll take us to the river, which is the 6 of spades. So a small piece on the river for Vam, but not enough. And again, checked by both players. And Hugo Pingree wins a small pot at Showdown. So we played the better part of 30 minutes of poker, Nick. We're rolling into level 24 now, and I'm not surprised that we haven't seen any eliminations. I'm not surprised that we're still at 16, because it did go very quickly last night. Inevitably, it has to slow down at some point, and an 80 big blind average is, quite frankly, ridiculous.
Yeah, it is crazy at this stage, and it just goes to show you how good this structure is, right? I mean, the structure already inherently means that there's going to be a lot more deeper play, which is what you want from a tournament like this, a main event like this. But then also, I think it's just been uncharacteristically deep throughout, regardless. Just in terms of a variance, you know, just like a random variable that has brought us to this point.
Yeah, and there's an interesting expression, uncharacteristically deep, because, and we saw this in Prague back in March. We normally track around a 50 big blind average, and you kind of hover around that number for the duration. This has very rarely been at 50 bigs average. It's been between 60 and 70 the whole way, and now suddenly it's gone up to 80.
And now we're at 80.
Okay, a little bit shallower once the blinds go to 1530, which they now have. We have rolled into level 24. And we have got Neil Farrell opening here with queens under the gun. Pingree with 9-6 of clubs. That's a fold. Ace-Jack for Chen.
Lots of queens today, James.
With a 36 big blind stack, I do not see Neil Farrell folding queens pre-flop.
No. No, there are situations where folding queens pre-flop can be advisable. We've already seen one of those. When you're under 40 big blinds, you are extremely rarely likely to fold queens.
So Chen flatted in the hijack with Ace-Jack. Vam has flatted from the small blind with Jack-8 of diamonds. Action now on Jaime Cervantes in the big blind. He folds, so we are going three-way to the flop. That flop is 9-5-3 with 2 diamonds.
Oh, wow. What a flop. I mean, Neil in this situation also having queen of diamonds. That's one less diamond for the Jack-8 to improve into. If, for example, he had 2 black queens instead. This is a spot where he's going to get a ton of action, James, which is what you want. I mean, when you got queens, when you have the best hand, you want action, right? Unless they improve, and then it's the worst situation of your life.
Yeah. Interestingly, he's checked. And so Chen, who's only got 8% here, is the one doing the betting. 85,000 into 255,000.
You know, this actually reminds me of the situation yesterday where Conan flopped a straight against a flop set and decided to play it as a check raise. And again, in some situations, especially around this really awkward stack depth, it can be better to check raise flop because it allows you to get more chips in faster. And it certainly is a confusing tactic that will put people off the scent of the strength of your hand, too. So in this spot, I think that might be what he's going for, but Vam is coming along here.
What do you do with queens? You've got an overpair to the board. but one of your opponents has bet.
Oh,
and
man.
now the chip leader has just check raised to 285,000. Is this a get it in spot?
You know what? This is another really, really tough one for Neil. Both people can have sets here, right? You know, both players are at a stack depth where they will be flatting with pairs, 3s, 5s, 8s, 9s, you know, 7s, all that kind of stuff. And with this kind of aggressive action, I mean, he might be tempted to fold. We were talking about you're rarely going to get away from queens at this stack depth, but there's been so much strength shown here. He is still getting it in, though.
Yeah.
And it is still the best hand, so he's making the right play here.
It's triangle time for the last remaining EPT champion as we see Chen fold. And Vam with the decision. He's actually got solid equity here. It's almost 60-40.
Yeah, this is a great spot, and he's definitely found a cool one. It might be too much for the Jack-8 suited to call. In fact, it's only one overcard to the board. If it was King-Queen of diamonds, perhaps he'd probably just still get it in. Maybe Ace-10 of diamonds.
Well, he's called.
He has called.
And that means Neil Farrell is at risk, but has got it in good.
Is there a way that this job?
There are 8 cards that Neil Farrell has to fade. Does not want to see a diamond. The turn card is the 3 of clubs pairing the board.
That's fewer outs now. For Vam, 9 of diamonds is no good, sir.
It's the 6 of diamonds. It is the flush for Vam, and that will see Neil Farrell KO'd. The first elimination of the day, a 16th place finisher for the EPT Malta champion from 2015. He cashes out for just over 41,500 euros.
But it will take another hour and a half for you to see it.
Hour and a half or half an hour?
Hour and a half.
That's you to learn.
No, the break. You don't have a phone for that.
Good game for Aldo.
Good game, well played, sir.
Just had to fade a diamond, but it hit the river, and he knew it was game over.
No, it's you. I think, or if they're filling the seat. I wish it's big blind.
Morten Van, by the way, now has more than 6 million. It's getting a bit silly now. How many chips does this guy need?
I don't think he defended queens.
Yep, sitting there with now around 209 big blinds. Absolutely massive.
So we're currently 7-handed on the main stage and 8-handed at the disco table. As we see Dragos Trophimov open with ace-queen in the hijack. Ferenc Deak is going to defend his big blind with Jack-8. Lost more than half of his chips in that huge pot against Morten Vam. And has paired his 8 here. Does have the best hand, checks to the aggressor. Yes, Stefan, you are correct. If it were to become 6 and 8, we would swap a player to the main table. We'd have 2 tables of 7. Going to see a fair amount of movement over the course of the day as we eliminate players. Having c-bet the flop, Trophimov slows down on the turn, checks it back. And Deck still has the best hand, kings and eights. Well, he lost a big pot, now he wins a small one. Some marginal consolation in that for Ferenc. A reminder that we're playing level 24 right now with 15 players remaining. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000 with a 30k big blind ante. 80 minutes on this level, and that means 1 hour, 20 minutes until the first break of the day.
All right, we're swooping into the table once more. Hand number 13 about to commence.
So we have hit a money jump, by the way. The next two players out will get paid the same, 46,890 euros. And Morten Vam has opened to 60,000 with ace-jack, and Ferenc Deac going to play another pot against the chip leader in a situation where once again he's dominated. We've also got Hugo Pingree in the big blind, ace-5 offsuit. Hugo feels like a little bit of it. He's dominated as well, but he calls, and 3 players will go to the flop. King, 6, 5. Of course, it's the ace-5 that flops best.
Check.
Yeah, multi-way, this is still going to be really tricky to play, though.
Average CS player asks, is that the Italian flag? Nope, it is the Hungarian flag. Which is no longer on screen, because he's folded. Question is whether Pingree folds his pair of 5s.
Yeah, again, not multi-way anymore. So a little bit easier to make decisions at this stage. I think technically, because Vam was the pre-flop aggressor, you probably should be continuing in some way, shape, or form here on the flop. Does decide to call. I dig it.
That 10 on the turn does give Vam a straight draw. Pingree, though, 87% favorite.
Yeah, so hard to consider yourself 87% favorite on the 10 of spades turn, though, right, James?
Indeed.
Yeah, I think ace-jack always continues here. You pick up the gut shot. In so many situations, when you bet flop as a bluff and then pick up a draw, you usually want to continue a bunch. There are some textures where it's not advisable, but I think this is almost certainly a good one because the 10 is not only the card that gives you a significant draw, but also is an overcard to any 5 or 6 that might have paired on the flop.
Pingree does indeed
Very
fold
nice.
the turn, and that means even more chips for Morten Vam. Moves up over the 6.5 million mark, playing roughly 220 big blinds with 15 players remaining on the penultimate day of the Monte Carlo main event. Christopher Dinner says, thought we'd lost a player there. Didn't see Pingree in that camouflage. Stealthy.
Stealthy. I love that.
On to the next hand. It'll be Dragos Trophimov who's first to act. Dragos has just over $500,000 in live earnings. Won a platinum pass to the first PSPC that was won by this guy, Ramon Kalilas.
Ramon. He's got ace-10 off here, James. UTG +1. So directly to the left of the first player to act. He's going to go ahead and open it up.
And looks like Jaime Cervantes is interested in this pot. King, Queen of Diamonds. And he's going to call from the cutoff. Dayak folds the button. Pingree in the small blind, 9 deuce of hearts. Ugh. And then we've got Chen in the big blind. 9-3 offsuit. Do me a favor. We are going heads up to the flop.
Ooh.
King, Queen, 10. So top 2 for Cervantes. Bottom pair and the straight draw for Ramon. And 6-4 in Jaime's favor right now.
Yep, checking the pair of 10s here. And of course, King, Queen in position, acting next. It's such a wet board, James, especially if you imagine what Ramon's pre-flop range is going to look like from that position. Don't forget that Ramon has to play through Morten Vam, who is our current chip leader with 218 big blinds. So it's not like it's a spot where he's going to have a significantly super wide range like he's exploding some of the shorties. So it's going to be pretty linear, right? It's going to be lots of strong hands that will connect with this board. I mean, including Ace-Jack as well. I'm not sure if he'd miss a bet with Ace-Jack, though. That's an interesting thought. Cervantes obviously wants to bet this board. It's very wet. There's plenty of hands that can still check and call that you're getting value from. With so many opportunities for straights and flush, now there are 2 flush opportunities on the turn. Maybe a hand like Ace-10 of spades might still be in there, for example. So I think you're going to go ahead and bet again on the turn a lot of the time. Looks like he's reaching for chips. The pot was 315,000. And he's going to bet.
And a quick fold from Ramon before the dealer can even verify the size of the bet. It was 310,000 for reference, so almost full pot. Bit of conversation started by Filthy Silver about the lack of table chat, and John Delano correctly noting that with 15 left, things are getting serious.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Concentration has to be key, but also bear in mind, on the European Poker Tour, we do have players from all over the world, many of them non-native English speakers.
Yeah, I mean, the mood has been so nice here in Monte Carlo for the most part. Everyone's very happy to be back playing live poker. Happy to return to Monte Carlo, but we're getting down to it now, guys. It's getting serious.
Absolutely. Just 15 players remaining. for everyone. They're thinking 14 eliminations and I'm the winner. 14 eliminations, I get to lift that trophy and win the better part of €1 million. As we see Ramon raising with kings under the gun. Just the blinds to get through. Chen in the small.
Oof. This guy has all the hands.
And Trophimov has folded the big blind. So kings. Take it down uncontested pre-flop. And tell you what, Nick, let's go across to the disco table, the other table of 8, because we have Justin Saliba virtually all in. He's bet 400,000. He's only got a few chips behind. Action is on online qualifier Erkan Sernmetz. Sernmetz putting him all in. Saliba calls. Pocket sevens for Sernmetz. Ace queen for Saliba, who is the at-risk player. We are flipping.
Oh.
And it is always coming 7, and that might just seal Saliba's fate. Sure enough, he will exit in 15th place, KO'd by Sernmetz, the qualifier. Justin Saliba cashing for €46,890.
GG's, my friend. Down to 14. We are getting into it now.
I'm sorry. Okay.
So 2 eliminations so far, 1 from the main stage, 1 from the disco table. That means 2 tables of 7 as we return up the steps to check on the lineup at the feature table. There has been an early position raise from Jaime Cervantes, and we've just seen a 3-bet from Hugo Pingree. He's re-raised to 190,000. Queen Jack the hand for Cervantes, King Jack the hand for Pingree.
And a fold. 3-bet, successfully getting the dominating hand to fold their pre-flop.
And just to quickly address a couple of FAQs. This is not the final day of the EPT Monte Carlo main event. That's tomorrow. We're streaming the final table on Saturday, May 7th from 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Will that final table be 8-handed or 6-handed? That is the question. And like so many answers in poker, it's situational. If we were to hit the final 8, Nick, at like 5 o'clock this evening, I think we need to play on. We need to play down to 6.
Okay.
But equally, if we get to 8 at around 9 or 10 o'clock this evening, we'll take it. We'll come back with 8 tomorrow.
Sure.
First time in Europe.
Your first time?
First time.
We want to play a decent number of levels, but just not
First time
too
out
many
of North
levels.
America.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the team here has done a great job of managing that so that we get all the coverage as expected within the amount of time allotted without being like, you know what, maybe we'll play on Sunday too.
Obviously, Monte Carlo.
Final heads up on Sunday. No, obviously, very much looking forward to that final table. And that's where we're aiming to get to today, whether it be 8 or 6 or whatever. Let's see how we get on.
Pocket jacks for Dragos Trophimov has raised the button, and Ramon Kalilas has got 10s in the small blind.
And he's got the chips to wield them too.
I'm not 30 yet.
Ramon has announced re-raise. Now, the key stack here is Trophimov, who's got fewer than 40 big blinds. So how is he going to respond to this 3-bet of 250,000?
I mean, this is one of the spots we've spoken about a lot, James. dealer versus small blind, right? The three bets here are going to be a lot wider than if perhaps this was UTG plus versus UTG plus 1. I don't think Dragos can fold this hand. It represents something, it's like 1/5 of his stack at this stage, something like that, once he's raised. And against such an aggressive opponent, you've got to be tempted just to get in. He is all in.
And I believe Ramon has asked for a count.
You can use your time banks.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a virtual all-in. Well, Ramon has now said, all right, let's play for it all. And I don't think Trophimov is folding.
Not really, no. Other than going from the west coast to the east coast, if that's even so far. 3-hour difference.
Now, there is a money jump when we get to 13, so he might take a bit of time before calling it off.
Yep. That's one of the benefits of the virtual in here. You're just sitting here. You can use all of your time banks if you want. Look at the deck he's got in front of him, James. Can you imagine you just burn those time banks and on the other table you hear somebody bust? You're like, yep, I'll take it.
Well, he will get the good news very soon that it is a domination situation and his jacks are going to be a significant favorite against Ramon's 10s. I'm going to highlight the fact that Ramon's been running pretty good during this main event.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's definitely had his fair share.
Two time bank cards played so far.
Ramon, I'm trying to get a read here.
That's a great moment.
I'm crashed. Fucking hell. Oh, well. Button versus small blind. What can you do?
You're ahead, dude.
Didn't even look at my stacking or anything. Fucking monster. Two outerino. Need the two outerino.
Just to be fair, I wasn't like completely like serious about like using your time banks.
Yeah, man.
I'm like, you might want to save some like in case
I did save 3, more than enough. Don't really use them usually. Aside from this, but I'm able to make my decisions. Thank you, though.
So a reminder, he's left himself 220,000 behind. Ramon's put him all in. Likely to call it off, but just waiting and hoping that someone else goes out in 14th place from the other table.
Like this or like this? Or like this? This? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, ay, ay, ay. Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, yes, we have fair.
You might be flipping.
I call.
There is the call. And now Trophimov gets the good news.
Oh, not to outerino. Not to outerino. Not to outerino.
4-1 favorite with 5 cards to come. So 4 times out of 5, we see Dragos Trophimov get the double up here. The flop is 8-7 deuce. So far, so good.
King. King.
Dragos, do not call for outs when you are ahead.
It's similar. King.
Okay, now he's calling for him again.
Only 2 cards to fade. The river is a deuce, and Dragos Trophimov will double up through Ramon Kalilas.
Yep, full double there. I think that'll put him up to something in the region of 83 big blinds.
Yeah, he's going to be playing around 2.5 million, and actually will now have more chips than Ramon, who's dropped down to 2.4 million, but that still equates to 80 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of debate about whether it was right or fair for Trophimov to tank on a potential ladder spot. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as though he's not being punished for it, right? Because he's using time banks, which is his allotted time,
correct,
which he's previously accumulated, having made many faster decisions than others.
If you're going to have time bank chips, you should be allowed to use them, or cards, however you want.
Yeah, exactly.
When they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah.
Correct, and he has left himself 3, and as he said, he doesn't need them.
Yeah, if he gets to a final table and he's got a huge decision and he needs, 2 minutes or something to figure out if he's about to become the main event champion, then he's used them right there. But he has left himself a few behind. 3 is all he needs, is what he said.
He's confident in his decisions. And yes, we have welcomed Joe Stapleton back to the booth with an hour to play on level 24. 14 players remaining in the EPT Monte Carlo main event.
So if you're here in Monte Carlo, by the way, as part of like the fanfare, the extra stuff, the Stars Fun, there's Porsche rides today, and the schedule's wide open. So if you want to take a cruise around in a Porsche, come on down, talk to the people in live events right in the lobby, and they'll book you. I don't know how long a ride it is, maybe around the block or something, but could be fun. My mom just got here. I think I'm going to take her for a Porsche ride, pretend like it's a company car I get to drive when I'm out of town.
Okay, I got
awesome.
So we're down to 14, huh? On a pay jump. Not just playing for nearly €1 million, but that delicious, gorgeous trophy. I don't care about winning poker tournament. Well, I do, actually. I would just want that trophy. I would even if someone just gave it to me, I would take it. I'd be like, yeah, sure, that's cool. I'd pretend. I have no problem with stolen valor as far as poker is concerned. I still have Vanessa Selp's Omaha trophy in my office at home. Pretend like it's mine. And then I hang other things on it that I also haven't won, medals and stuff. It's pretty great. All right, Ramon, here we go. Let's follow him. Yeah, Filthy Silver says you can buy trophies. They make and sell them. I used to be really into karate till I realized I could buy whatever color belt I want. Deak defending 65. Top pair for Ramon and this Queen Jack Jack flop, and it looks like it went check check. Still no help for Deak, who is now drawing Day-Ad. Three pair for Ramon.
3 pair.
This guy over here. Balfi says, I would be calling the clock if someone was using time banks to stall. They aren't intended for that. You know what else they aren't intended for? Someone calling the clock. You can't call the clock in a shot clock tournament.
That's the whole point of the cards, buddy. That's what they're there for. You're entitled to use that time however you see fit.
Thank God for people saying stuff. What would we talk about if people didn't be like, what's the dumbest thing? Sorry, I'm going to rein it in here. Ramon betting his 3-pair gets the fold from Ferenc Dayak, who I don't feel as comfortable goofing around about his big Dayak energy after losing that huge pot on the 5th hand of the day.
You know what? I can't be too harsh, though, on Balf today. I actually misspoke earlier on today's stream as well. Just had a little bit of a moment, guys. Do apologize once again for that.
What happened?
I was, Feraldo was all in, and I was like, oh, 9 of diamonds no good, because in the back of my mind, I really wanted my friend to win the all in. and I was trying to find a full house where there wasn't one. And I went, 9 of diamonds no good. Of course, the chat pros got me. So in this case, we'll let you off.
Oh, okay.
We're all allowed one. Anyway, we're back now. Back to absolutely no mistake commentary ever in the history.
Yeah, your first mistake is caring about making mistakes.
I care too much, Joe.
Yeah.
That's my problem. When I go in for job interviews and they say, you know, what would you say is your biggest weakness? It's because I care too much.
Too much. I'm a workaholic. I remember genuinely, I'm going to walk here for Hugo Pingree. Genuinely in a job interview one time, when they asked that question, I was like, you know how people say that work is like their second home? Work is like my first home. I'm cringing right now just remembering saying that. I did get the job, though. That was at Mad TV.
Okay, thank you.
Already got
Absolutely.
And it did end up being my first home. I slept in a closet there. Yeah, that's true. I do live at work also now.
Yeah.
The PokerStars Arena, quote unquote, is it's kind of like Monaco is in the south of France. The PokerStars Arena is in my house. So
that's brilliant. I actually have video footage of Joe Stapleton coming out of the closet after one of his incredible naps. I get it, Joe. I get it, buddy. It's a lot.
You when you live, eat, breathe poker, sometimes you also have to sleep it. Dayak makes it 65 Kayak from the button with ace-4. Pocket queens for Zhang Chen. This old Zhang and dance.
Nice. That's better. That's much better.
19 big blinds to start the hand. I think it kind of just there's just one way to play this, right?
Yeah.
And that is fold if you're Ramon Kaludis, am I right? Just kidding.
Unbelievable.
It's a near all-in.
Chat was right. What a fish.
Oh, it was all-in.
He is all in with the queens here. Yeah. There's a lot of extra dead money with the big blind antes here, too. And generally speaking, you know, from what we've seen, it's working for him as well. I hope nobody thinks I'm criticizing Chen. He has been on the snug side. He has made some relatively tight folds. He has been quite passive. And I think it's serving him well. It's keeping him in this tournament, shoving queens there, not trying to get fancy, not allowing his opponent to see that ace on the desk in this situation. Just going to be all in. Protecting my opportunity to continue seems good.
Are you going to go to WSOP?
Yeah, I'll be there for the whole thing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do you have like everything booked and everything?
My friends, organized everything, yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay, we're rounding now into hand number 22, guys. We've already lost two players today. Started today with 16 individuals, 2 tables remaining.
Yeah, and we're on a bit of a spicy pay jump, too. 6K pay jump between 14th and 13th place.
How many time bank cards you got left? Clock. Oh, that is good, though. I like that.
If you call the clock in a time bank tournament, you should lose one of your time bank cards.
Legit time wasting as opposed to the cards you're allowed to use.
No, you're the problem, sir.
Trophimov in the big blind with ace-8 off. Probably will make a call here a lot of the time. Sure enough. Yep, seems good.
Okay, so someone on... We'll get to that in a second. Check out this flop here. 9, 7, 8. Excuse me, 9, 7, 4. All hearts. Ace high, good. Nobody's got a heart. With a total air ball here, Queen 6, you just take a stab here ever? In position, why not, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, you know, these monotone boards, we call them when there's 3 of the same suit, are definitely great candidates to put in C-bets, right? Because if your opponent doesn't really have a pair or a flush draw, they're just going to give this up a bunch. And in many cases, I mean, if you have a hand like 4-3 of spades here, and you really respect your opponent's game, you're going to get barreled off a bunch, too. It's not enough just to have the best hand. You have to make it to the river and actually get it to showdown. So a lot of weaker opponents might just go ahead and give that kind of hand up as well. Even some stronger opponents, depending on the dynamic with the stack depth and the ICM pressure, too.
And I'm also considering going to Cyprus before that, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Very nice.
A little bit of table talk now. That's nice to see. It has been kind of quiet, as chat's already pointed out so far.
There's only 4 conversations in poker, and one of them, you going to Vegas?
Yeah. It's kind of a go-to, you know, catch-all small talker.
It's nice, yeah. It's a nice small talk. There's no weather in a poker room.
Yeah.
So we got to talk about if you're going to Vegas.
It's a better it's a better opener than, you know, how's it going? You know, at least there's intention. It's only when you ask, are you going to Vegas this year? Because I'm going, and then they go, no. And then you go, oh.
That's it.
Cyprus? Nope. Okay. Right. Any UCAP? No. Okay. Sure. That's when it all falls down.
You got chips? Well, yeah. You can see.
I live in Northern Ireland, though.
The games we play, Joe.
Hugo Pingree. That's a cool name.
Yeah.
You know, I have doubles of the Pingree. I have doubles of the Pingree and doubles of the Barracuda.
And you wonder why I love the
In fact, it's even cooler when you pronounce it French, right? Hugo Pingree.
Ooh, wow.
Hugo.
Like, how long did it take you to get here?
Uh-oh, poor Hugo has got Ramon in the big blind. Queen 6.
This guy's like, I know how to play these hands. I know how to play these hands. I know Queen 6 isn't great. I don't care. I'm so good at poker.
Yeah, we went to Houston, then Houston to
10-5 deuce rainbow.
Yeah, Pingree's got position here, Joe, and obviously some backdoor clubs. This is like the easiest bet spot I've ever seen in my life.
Position, the best hand, and the backdoor clubs, and the wheel draw.
I think probably he can go like 1/3 here, something like that. That seems like a pretty standard line.
What a shame.
Now he has the opportunity to put in a bluff. So the pot was 175. He bets 55. So slightly under, but that's pretty standard here in these spots for sure. That 10 of clubs gives him a lot of really nice turns where he can continue barreling on. But I think generally speaking, Queen 6 off is just going to be a fold in most people's book. But Kolilos is like,
oh, Ramon.
Sorry, Nick. Let me show you how to play this hand the right way.
I mean, look, Ramon, that's why he's a tough opponent. He does not give up in a lot of spots when people are just going to give up. And he's not calling, by the way, like just hoping. He's like, oh, I'm going to hit a queen here.
Yeah.
He's not like wishboning his way to top pair.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Jack of Hearts, though, for Pingree, again, is actually not a horrible card to continue barreling. It represents not only an overcard to the 10, but also an overcard to the deuce and the 5 that will basically have to mandatory call on the flop here every time. Maybe hands like 3-4, maybe hands like 4-6 suited, something like that might fold. And sure enough, he is going to put in another barrel. I will say, though, Joe, this sort of like float flop tactic we've seen a lot from Kolilos. And it's just so effective when you've got so many chips. It's really difficult to continue barreling into a big stack if you just completely miss. It's easy to bet the flop. C-bets are easy, right? But
well,
finding,
especially in the big blind, right? Because Ramon, he is, what do they call it, uncapped?
he is uncapped.
He can have any combination of those cards on board.
I mean, he is capped in the sense that he probably won't have like aces and kings and that kind of
right,
thing.
But on a board like
yeah,
that.
Exactly. Yeah. He's going to have an extremely wide range that he's got lots of good board coverage. Absolutely, Joe. Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff I like too, which I hear like in like Barcelona and stuff like that is really nice to go to.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's eavesdrop for a little bit.
Ooh.
Don't stop talking.
Soon.
Okay, of course they stopped talking now. Great. Great. Anyway, I thought this was kind of funny. Someone in YouTube chat asked if I was rich. And there's some website out there that will tell you people's net worths, but I can tell you it's not accurate. Someone just wrote that I was worth $426 million.
That's kind of steep, Joe. I mean, you guys aren't far off, but, you know, that's definitely incorrect.
Paint, paint, paint on the board. Numbers only for the players involved in this hand. The 4 misses both of them as well. I really want this to go to showdown, and Ramon wins with 8 high, and Vam's just like, oh, you're so good.
Yeah,
all right, nice one.
Yeah, nice work.
Nice bluff there with the hammer from Morton. So I'm told his name is pronounced, the H is silent, Vam.
Correct. Or at least that's what I was told.
So Morton, the H is silent, Vam. That's such a long name.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Do you have to say the whole thing every time? Does watching this make you guys want to play poker at home? It always does for me.
Yeah.
It always makes me like, oh, really? Like, I just miss playing cards. Well, your chance is coming up, and not just any old regular chance. Scoop, the Spring Championship of Online Poker, coming up May 8th through June 1st. It's just 2 days from now. We're going to be covering it. 25K Super High Roller, the main event. But we're going to do 1 day of coverage the Wednesday we get back, May 11th, and then 3 days a week for the rest of the series. Now, we mentioned we're going to be covering the 25K High Roller and the 10K main event. But I got to tell you, that what I've always liked about Scoop, WCoop has it now too, but there's buy-in levels for anybody's bankroll.
Yeah, we have lows, mediums, and highs.
Yeah. So you can win a Scoop, I think, this year for $2.20. Because there's a lot of great poker talent out there that just doesn't have the bankroll yet, or just maybe hasn't had the luck yet. And this is the championship poker series that really is accessible to everybody. And let's say $2.20, by the way. Let's say even that's like, you know, not within your bankroll, which is perfectly respectable and reasonable.
Sure.
There's satellites to everything.
Yeah, in some cases for pennies. And a whole bunch of ways to ladder your way up, you know. Super satellites as well.
Count Bluffula says, man, I miss Inside Scoop so much. Remember those? I do remember those. Really fun show. Used to spend a month in Scotland every year. That was very, very fun. Going back to Scotland this August. Hopefully see some of you guys there. This is cool. Flush draw for Cervantes. Second pair for Pingree. Talise wants to know, is it Pingree or is it Pingree? Great question.
It is Hugo Pingree.
You got to French it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Jack's still good despite dropping way in value after this queen on the turn. Cervantes. Sporting the American flag. Not too many What's the slang word for Americans? Yahoos?
Yankees.
Yanks. That's it. Not too many Yanks in this event.
Not too many Yanks. Oh, wait a second now. Wait a second from the big blinds.
You're playing the board.
Yeah, this is an interesting bet here. I think that Pingree is just going to have way too many made hands that will probably bluff catch the river here when he's not showing aggression from position. You know, like he's probably going to turn the flop or the turn into a bluff quite often if he actually has nothing. So the fact that he's checking so much kind of, to me, usually says that he has showdown that he wants to get there. So it looks like he does make the call. And yeah, that's kind of to be expected given the action on the previous streets.
I mean, sure. Pizza Boudette says, yeah, such a bad line. I don't get it. You can't bet the river there at all?
Well,
You have to start telling the story earlier?
I mean,
you have to bet bigger? What?
He
You got 5 high. What are you going to do?
He didn't. It wasn't a huge bet. It's not like he dumped off a bunch of chips. I think you might get some folds once in a while. For the amount he invested, I think it's probably okay. Just kind of an unusual line because, you know, he might get some smaller pocket pairs to fold or something like that, I guess. So, yeah, I think it's okay. It's just that I think when your opponent isn't showing a lot of aggression in position, that's when you have to be concerned about them having some showdown that might want to call.
Olivier Bourguignon says, guys, your pronunciation of Pingree is so wrong. How about my pronunciation of ya band?
Ya band.
How's that? Did I get that one right? Pocket kings for Hugo Pingree.
Oh, man. Golilas with the trays in the cutoff here. He wants to see a flop. I'm sure he'd love to see a 3, too, you guys. What do you think? I am absolutely convinced he would love to see flop a set here.
Just the two of them. Headed to the flop. Queen 8-7.
What do you mean there's no 3? Very, very dry flop here. I imagine that's Monsieur Pingree is going to want to put some more chips in. That's not to say that Golila cannot have some pocket 7s, pocket 8s. Probably never pocket queens, though, given the setup here, UTG versus cutoff. We're going to see a lot more 3-betting with queens, of course, pretty much every single time. So that's not that many combos that he's going to be concerned about. Pingree actually checks the flop here, first act. And Golila is just going to put in a nice small bet here. Just try and take it down right here and now.
Yeah, you kind of hope for a little bit more on a queen high flop, right? You're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get a lot here. We're going to go 3 streets, baby.
Yeah, in the cutoff, he can definitely have hands like king, queen, queen, jack, that kind of thing, too. So this is a pretty good one. There's not that many combos of sets that you're concerned about. And there is a whole bunch of other stuff that they can be flatting with here that you're going to get tons of value from. And you know what kind of turns and rivers might give them a hand that you don't want to see. You know, a jack, a king, that kind of thing might give them 2 pairs. And you can adjust your play accordingly. Although you don't want to start seeing ghosts everywhere, right? You don't want to become that player who's always like, oh, the queen, oh, he's always got trips, oh, the jack came, therefore I'm always beat by queen jack. He must have queen jack if he flatted here. Still got to be really sticky with these combos like kings and aces because, of course, you're just going to have the best hand tons.
Okay, now you no longer wish to be up against the queen.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, okay, just have pocket 9s here, maybe some 10s, maybe some ace-8 suited, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, when it comes this way, you should be, less afraid of the queen, just because, there's There's going to be fewer combos of Queen X when there's 2 there on the board. Okay. Check call, and the 6 of clubs in the river. That does complete the 9-10 straight, Joe.
Yeah. All right, but is Ramon going to have a lot of 9-10s in the cutoff? Is he going to, I mean...
I think 9-10 suited's for sure, but that's only 4 combinations. So it's actually not that much.
1, 2, 3, yep, 4 combinations of suited 9-10. Check, check on the river. Ramon in the basement, only 72 big blinds. Pingree up to 133.
Yeah, just the check there on the river, guys. Man, these guys are so deep, Joe. This is crazy. This structure is nuts, man. Do you enjoy playing deep stack poker? Yes. Come to Monte Carlo.
I mean, this is the deepest I remember any EPT tournament ever being.
Yeah, at this stage, for them to be, what are we looking at, Joe? What's the average?
It's all of the chips divided by the number of players. Thank you for your question.
Something like 70 big blinds still? Something in that region?
I mean, that's I just almost said that for it. That's whack. Trophimov raising pocket 9s. It is a great structure, Cosmo. I agree with you.
Sebastian is asking, did they change the structure compared to previous ETPs? EPTs, I assume you mean? No. No, I don't believe so.
I can understand why you would ask, though. I really...
Yeah.
It's kind of baffling. Michael H. says, Joe, tell me how expensive Monte Carlo is. Here's how expensive Monte Carlo is. The Filet-O-Fish at McDonald's, market price. They don't even have the number on the menu. It's MP. Yesterday I saw a baby stroller with suicide doors.
Oh, man.
Blind on blind. Pingree. Ace deuce. Queen 7 for Chen. The computer hand. I'm going to talk like a computer. I'm a computer. It's the computer hand.
Binary solo 0000001.
Chen does make the call. And Pingree smashes this flop, connecting with exactly 1/3 of it.
Smashes that deuce. Still gives him 75%, so in some ways he has smashed it.
Yeah.
Just difficult to glean that information when you're looking at bottom pair. Chen, once more. Again, I love to keep my eye on this player, especially. Really interested to see his style. Obviously working for him. Nothing too fancy so far. Haven't seen too many fancy plays. We're not concerned about fancy play syndrome here. Right here, obviously, just going, hit the board. Probably have the best hand. I'm going to bet now, take it down. And also, obviously, this acts as a form of protection as well. There's loads and loads of overcards to the deuce, so you're not really going to you're not going to be sure, excuse me, which card's going to be good and or bad, because both hands are kind of not represented yet.
234 GTA asks, understand the UTG +1. I understand it. Dad Patty helping out, saying it's the second person to act. So UTG, a little bit of a violent terminology. Poker's rooted in some Old West terminology.
Yeah.
It means under the gun, meaning like you're forced to act first.
That's right.
So under the gun +1 is just the player that's forced to act first +1, the next seat over.
Yeah,
so
directly to the left.
second to it's easier to understand than 2TA. Second to act.
Yeah. TA2, TA3.
TNG. TNP. The next person.
TOS. The original series. Okay, guys, hand number 29 now. Let's get back to the poker here. We have Ramon Golila with the King of Diamonds. We haven't seen his other card yet. He's opening from UTG. What do you guys think? I think looks like he's going to take this one down. Just a raise and a take it. Trade deuce off shown in the big blinds.
Follow Ramon.
Oh, opportunity there.
I feel like I'm not comfortable enough to do it without James.
Okay, I understand. I mean,
can you lead it?
I think so, but you know, maybe we should save it for some of the really juicy pots. You know, we don't want to oversaturate the market right now. I mean, hopefully we'll be in a position to sit on that rail and chant it when he's on the FT, repping Team Pro PokerStars. That would be cool. I'm definitely rooting for my man Ramon. We lost Feraldo. He was another favorite of mine, another friend of mine.
Oh no, Feraldo's gone.
Yeah, he was bust up.
Oh no.
That was the hand I misspoke on as well. I couldn't even do him the service of commentating the hand the right way, but that's where we're at. Feraldo, obviously, absolute champion.
Oh no.
On and off the tables.
Check this out. Big Slick Energy for Ferenc Deak. All in over the raise from Cervantes. Probably going to get through. Yup. Deak.
Deak gonna take that.
Two tables still in action. Ooh, a showdown.
Oh yeah, we got some disco happening down there.
I think it would be cool if it was a musical dance floor, like every time you stepped on a different tile, it was like bong, 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 bing, bong, bing.
Like the old keyboard.
Like the piano from Big, yeah.
Yeah. Chip counts there, guys, really quick. Vam currently still the chip leader, 6.5 mil, and Chen down in 7th currently on our feature table.
Loving the comment from Blairim. I still think too low bet for a king-king pre-fulp. Thank you for your comment.
He thinks perhaps it was a bet that was too small pre-flop. Mr. Victor Vlad says chip counts should be in big blinds for online players that can't do math. Bro, I feel you. I feel you. I fall into that category myself, so who knows?
One of my least favorite requests is when people are like, can you put it in big blinds, please? No.
You know, Victor, as well, and this is for me and for you, it is kind of cool to practice how you play. You know that phrase, Joe? You know, like, you know, you prepare in the fashion that you're trying to perform, you know, in the future. I think it is kind of nice to see it done this way, guys, because when you're there doing it, you got no BBs. You know what I'm saying? You gotta manage it yourself. You gotta look at the chips. In this case, you already have some helpers, right? We're already doing some of the math for you, so you don't have to do the actually look at stacks and try and glean how much they have.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
In other words, read a book. 976, bottom pair for the H is silent, Vam. I can't believe that's how it's pronounced.
What, Vam?
No, it's the H is silent, Vam.
Oh, H is silent, Vam. Sorry, this whole time. Sorry, guys. Sorry to our listeners out there. H is silent, Vam. In the big blind here with Queen 6 of clubs. Does actually connect. Currently the best hand. King 10 of hearts, though, has tons of equity. 41%. He's got 2 overcards, backdoor hearts, and a gut shot. The 8 will give him a very nice straight. And there it is, 2 of hearts. Going to keep him around the 40 to 50% equity range. And I don't see him. I don't see Cervantes giving this up too easy. This is a really nice turn for this hand.
Oh, the H is silent is silent. Thank you, R.E. Horizon. Here comes Vam. I sometimes feel like the French commentators are watching a different tournament. It's like they're watching a baguette making competition.
I mean, I was giving those guys props yesterday. They're in the room next to us, guys. We can overhear the French commentators putting a lot of energy into this stream, and I love it. Those guys are heroes, though. To keep that energy all day long.
Oh, yeah. No, it's cool.
With no swapsies, that's pro. That's pro level. I'm proud of those guys. So a bet of 250,000 here on the turn. I mean, let's take a look here. Cervantes got about 1.1 million behind still. So it is a sizable portion of their stack. I wonder if he's considering sort of a semi-bluff all-in here. You know, there's a lot dead. It might be a little bit pricey. I think maybe the call is fine as well. We've got the ICM pressure, too. So, you know, seeing a nice river and then playing it out there might be better than just shipping it into a set or something like that. That wouldn't feel good at all. So we're going to the river.
Oh!
Oh, man, what a nice little heart there, too. Not even paired.
Everything's funner when you go runner, runner. Now, granted, it wasn't going to be hard to beat a pair of sixes anyway. But yeah, making the second nut flush, or I guess, you know, third if you want to count the street flash potential here, it just feels so much better.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, imagine running into 5-3 of hearts here.
Pretty bad.
I mean, in the big blind here, that's actually not completely unreasonable.
It's pretty unlucky, but not totally out of the realm.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate that Vem here only has a 6. You know, I think probably given the way he's played the hand thus far, Cervantes is going to try and target, like, you know, 2-pair plus, you know, maybe even some sets, maybe even some straights, given the fact he's in the big blind. Maybe even some straight draws on the flop that improved into a worse flush on the back door as well. It's not going to happen that often, but I think he's probably going to go really big here.
I think he said all in.
Yep.
Should we build some drama here, like Bob might call with bottom pair on the flop?
Hero call.
He could do it. Okay. Go Battle Arena says his name is actually HVAC because he cools out everyone. That joke was hilarious when I made it yesterday. Thank you for your comment. And Bubbles says, Stapes really beats a joke to death. You know what's one of my favorite jokes to beat to death, Nick?
Please tell me.
You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, just creating new stuff all the time, creating new memes.
Oh, VJ.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Do you think Cervantes' play was a bit quixotic? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
for sure.
You win the internet today,
That's
buddy. Well
rare.
done.
That is rare.
Yeah.
That is rare.
You went deep and you found gold, buddy. Well done. Well done. All right, he's on the button. He's got a lot of chips. He's Ramon Calilas. He doesn't miss. He's going to make it 65K from the button here. Just a little bit over, just a smidge over a min raise. Vam is like, I don't really want to mess around with the other big stacks. Cervantes has a hand that he probably should be playing, though. 10-8, 10-8 off. Going to have enough equity to continue here a bunch. Obviously, considerations for your tournament life, but still got 56 big blinds, right? That's still a big chunk. He's not in the danger zone just yet.
10 right in the window. Ace and a deuce behind it, all diamonds. Cervantes, all right, on a little bit of a heater here. A pair, a flush draw.
Yeah.
How are you going to handle the heat from Ramon, though?
Yeah, I think this is a spot where, because if we're considering the positions and the sort of how wide the ranges are going to be, dealer versus big blind, this is a board where you want to be really confident about your 10 and really confident about your 8 of diamonds, right? When your head's up in a spot where the dealer is going to be playing a super wide range, and you're going to be calling with pretty much, you know, I don't know the exact percentage, but a huge percentage of your range versus the straight min from the button. You don't want to be given up here easily. And the 4 of diamonds is going to give Calilas an opportunity to represent a big diamond being the pre-flop raiser, but you need to be brave. 8 of diamonds is going to be the best hand here a lot of the time. If you're facing an open from under the gun, then you got to be more concerned because their ranges are going to be a lot more linear and they're going to have a lot more high diamonds in their range as opposed to from the wider range from the dealer button here.
Ramon does not go for the flush representation.
Yep, seems good too. He doesn't have to do it. That's obviously an opportunity for him to follow through if he wants. Is there any value from the 8 of diamonds here? I don't know. 9, Jack, Queen, King is what he's concerned about.
I don't know. I think I would use it as a bluff catcher more often in this spot.
I think so too. That's how I would go for it. And Ramon.
But guess what? Ramon's so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ramon. He has another opportunity here to turn his hand into a bluff. I mean, the size has to be so perfect here, there, Joe. He has to like overbet river or something, right? So there's 275K in the middle, and he's going to make it. All right, yep. So just a little shy of.
Just close your eyes and flick it in, buddy.
Yeah,
That's all you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you always check call this river. I think it's not easy, but it's what you got to do. So Calilas still puts in a chunky size bet. Not quite. Not in the region of an overbet. But I think this will work often enough. Makes the call.
Exactly as I directed.
Yeah.
All right, Cervantes. 2 pots in a row. So producer Pete's just gotten in touch with me, and he said he saw Feraldo at the cash-out desk, and they said they could either wire him the money or give him 1 panini.
I mean, it's a panini all day, right?
Yeah. 46,000 euros.
It's an expensive panini.
1 panini.
I mean, it's Monaco.
Outer table, let's go. Let's see how the other half lives, quite literally. We've got Marcelo Samoas and Yannick Cardo. Jack 9 versus King 6. This must have been a short stack. Not too typical all-in hands. Ace, ace, 6. That's a pair of 6s for Cardo. He is the shorter stack. 4 on the turn. Fades everything and doubles up. Cardo, more like escargot because he has got a thick shell. And a slow-moving trail. All right, I didn't think that one through.
Yeah, second one, not so good.
Anyway, we play on 14. 14 players. Zhang Chen will be first to speak. And his spoke is fold.
You seem to be the most excited here.
Action folds around to Vam.
Really does.
Ace-9 suited.
That's a real pretty hand.
Ace-5 for Dayak. You can get a little freaky with this sometimes in the small blind against a late position open.
Yeah, Ace-5 off is very frequently going to be your 3-bet bluff. You know, you want to be 3-betting with strong stuff here, but also with some weaker hands too. Ace-5 is cool because you can make the wheel much easier, right? Ace-5, Ace-5, Ace-2, 3, 4, 5 is the wheel, or the lowest
Ace-9 and
possible straight.
Ace-6.
Ace-9 and Ace-6.
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great for making straights.
Yeah, not so good. And sure enough, good call, Joe. Yeah, the 3-bet is here. 3-bet ist da. I'm not sure if Van wants to fold a hand as strong as Ace-9 suited here, though. It is a real. It is a real powerhouse. It's you're definitely starting to get up into your range here when you've got hands like this that play very nicely post flop. Not even necessarily because you're concerned about having the best hand now, but just because you can flop some very nice draws here. In many cases, flush draw and then one overcard is going to be clean a lot of the time. That gives you a ton of equity.
And not only is Vam ahead of Ace-5, like way ahead, but he'd be ahead of a lot of the Broadway, sort of suited Broadway hands that might also 3-bet in the spot.
Yep. Ooh.
Now, oh my
danger
goodness.
zone.
Jeez.
Oh no. Not that flop. This is savage.
Dayak is about to Vam it. When this hand shows down, unless some miracle happens, I don't know that Dayak survives this.
When you 3-bet Ace-5, you're like, okay, I'd like a bunch of folds. And then you see this flop, and you're like, oh, no, I'd like a lot of action now, please. Please have Ace-Jack. Please have Ace-Queen. Please have King-Queen of Spades. This is going to be really brutal.
Dayak continues for 100K. Vam playing it cool. Another spade on the turn. Maybe Dayak gets saved by like a 4th spade potentially.
Potentially, that might be a slowdown card for sure.
You don't even know that you have a spade as an out here.
Yeah, you don't want him to have King Queen of Spades anymore. But on the flop, you definitely want action in this particular setup.
But Dayak is not slowing down. I mean, and really shouldn't be, other than being up against this exact hand. In his mind, he wants to prevent another spade.
I mean, the tricky spot here for Dayak is because you actually have the ace in your hand, there's an ace on the board, it kind of reduces the likelihood that he's actually going to have an ace himself. Therefore, you're kind of like the spade is maybe one of the worst cards I could have seen right now because he's going to have a bunch more flush draws. You're not blocking any of the flush draws either. Ace-5.
Dayak's all in.
Oh, my God.
And this is more than likely going to be the end for Dayak. Vam.
You can't fold.
Putting a little bit of thought into it, makes the call.
Oh, what a setup. Look at his face. Oh, it's sickening, isn't it, mate? Yep, I know.
Disgusting cooler for HVAC. Who is about to evac this tournament. Very few cards will save Ferenc Dayak. Wow, and someone's gone broke out in the field. Now, it's not going to mean a pay jump for Dayak, but we are down to 12. Ferenc Dayak was a lot of fun to watch. Ran super hot on day 2, day 1 of our coverage. Had a huge stack and just really ran into the buzzsaw multiple times today. First with the ace-queen of spades. Into the kings of Vom. Vom got him both times. Dayak out in 13th. 52,000 euros, though, as a consolation prize.
Yeah, that's quite the payday. But, I mean, what a cooler. When you threw it with those hands, you're looking for folds. But when you connect like that and you're stacked that way, I think it's just always going to go in. And, yeah, what a savage way to exit. But very good run. GG, sir.
And Morten Vom has just about doubled up from the start of day today. He has 235 big blinds with 13 players remaining.
Somebody busted there.
In the most prestigious event in European poker.
Oh,
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's 12 because they have to register him. Yeah, you see.
Oh, wow.
I'm just taking a second to recover from that. Cervantes opening things up. Ace-8 off. And it's going to be a raise and take it. So we mentioned that we lost a player just before Vom.
Oh,
I believe we've got some footage of another sad, sad song. Nariman Yagmai out in 14th place. For 46,000. Oh, so Dayak did ladder. So we're down to 6 and 6 players. Final 12.
I think we're all chanting to not see a 10 or a 9. Or a 10 or a 5.
Yagmai had aces. Money went in on the turn. But ran into the 2 pair of Marcelo Samoas. Ramon Calilias. It doesn't look impressive. That's 62 big blinds. Things have gotten real serious all of a sudden. And, of course, now that we're down to 12, we're on another pay jump. So 13th and 12th both get 52,000. And you win another 6K if you can somehow not be the next player out.
Cervantes once again, UTG +1. And he has ace-king off this time.
Gotten through the table thus far. Trophimov folds the small blind, and Ramon, he's calling pretty wide.
Yep, no folds for Ramon. My man does not mind playing some pots. So for those of you watching out there, the effective stack here going into the hand was about 69-ish big blinds. Obviously Cervantes with the smallest stack. Effective stack, therefore, being whatever Jaime started the hand with here. Something around 71 bigs, I suppose. And both players pick up a piece of this board. Jaime Cervantes with top pair, the toppiest of top pairs, Joe. And of course, Kalilas with the bottom pair of fives. I imagine we're probably going to see a bet call here, at least on the flop. Should not be giving up pairs in these situations too lightly. But perhaps Ramon has a different read on the situation. Does he ever have a check raise here? That would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, of course he does.
It's just a call.
We've seen this multiple times from Ramon. My favorite move is to float flop, float turn, and then fold river. Like I'm setting him up for the river bluff and then just don't follow through. Yeah, that's my move.
You set him up for the river and they just lead into you, or you just miss it completely.
I think it'd be interesting to keep track, too, of which players Ramon is doing this against.
Yeah.
And my guess is, no offense to Cervantes, is that Cervantes is higher on the float list than maybe like a Vom.
Yeah, perhaps. We can make that a thing, Joe. Hey, buddy. Hey, I played with you. You're on my float list.
Yeah. I mean, like, I have a feeling I am one of the people that are like, look, you just float staves twice. Fire river.
Just bet river. He always puts you on the nuts.
I do think I would have called with the 8 of diamonds in that spot like Cervantes did last time, but that's about it. And here he comes. This is the move. Now, it didn't have to float turn. It went check, check. But if you're Cervantes, this is exactly what you wanted. Now, make no mistake. This is an overbet. This is 450 and a 365.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting when he was trying to rep the flush. So you can kind of see.
Got him
another
again.
Call. Yep. It's not the worst run out for Ace King, and sure enough, Cervantes just cleaning up on the bluff catching.
Ramon's like, next time though.
Yeah. So he started off with like a 75% bluff. Then he went up to the overbet bluff.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, next time I'll just make it 2x pot on the river.
And Cervantes having a very good level, up to 93 bigs. Ramon down to 42, starting to approach that awkward stack size. Clip says weird board to bluff. Kind of, but also, you know, you do have to think about it because in the big blind, Ramon could have like all kinds of different 2 pairs there.
Yeah, turn straights as well. Plenty of turn straights, especially if they have backdoors.
75.
Pingree, ace 10, offsuit. It's 75,000. Chen is in the tank with 9-3 off. Hopefully knows it's on him. Let's see. Where is Chen? He's going to be in the big blind in 2 hands. There's 2 minutes left on the level. Maybe trying to avoid getting the new big blind with 16 big blinds. This level's over in 2 minutes. This is really going to make some people in the audience mad.
Somebody should call clock.
This could really backfire, though, because if this hand doesn't end quickly, could end up with it anyway. I mean, we gotta squeeze 2 more hands in somehow.
Got to give my mom a shout out. She's just joined the chat. Hello, Mom. Welcome. She's in Tenerife right now, having a great time.
I love your mom.
Thanks, Drew.
Jack 7 deuce, 2 spades.
Check.
Ace high good. Check, check. 6 of spades on the turn. So 4, 5, 6, 7. That's an open ender for Vam. Ace high still ahead. Yes, Tom, I will remind everyone that Chat Pro Saturday is tomorrow.
He does have a straight draw. He does want to bet, and he will take it down. I love this line. Well played, sir.
Clap.
A single clap for the turn C-bet. Or the turn bet.
No,
next level.
Nah, it's wealthy enough that he doesn't really care about the
No, this
10x.
is better for me.
I know it's better. It's still better.
Hello, Christian. We love you, too.
A blind, 2 blinds. Makes it a little different.
All right, so this is going to be the last hand of the level. There'll be a break after this.
I get bored on breaks, too, so it doesn't matter. Breaks are really long here.
And this is going to be a blind on blind.
Little BVB action there.
And Cervantes with a perfectly reasonable big blind to come along hand, except didn't have to do anything except check. Ace 8-7, 1 diamond out there for Cervantes. Gut shot and 2 live cards for Vam, and is going to bet.
Yeah, I like the lead here. I mean, you've got the gutter. Your opponent hasn't raised after you've limped here, so he's not going to have a ton of ace-x. Queen 6 of diamonds, though, I mean, if you think your opponent's going to bet this flop as a bluff a lot of the time, you could afford to float here. You got backdoor straight draws and backdoor flush draws. It's just whether or not you're telling a reasonable story. Yeah, I really dig this. I know it looks somewhat random to the untrained eye, but if you think your opponent is just going to limp and then bet this flop 100%, you can float. They're going to have to give up a bunch. You can improve into some hands that will allow you to get a little bit more sticky on the turn if they want to bet turn.
You could improve into a pair of aces on the turn.
You could. So leads the flop, checks the turn. I don't think that a turn check here is necessarily going to be weak, so I like the check from Cervantes as well. Yeah, it's not like he's slowing down here because he can't still have a 7 or something like that he's going to check call turn. And sure enough, queen high, the best hand. Love this.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah.
I mean, look, when you hit a board that hard, you got to rake the chips sometimes.
Can't be folding queen high.
Queen high suited, so great level for Cervantes.
Oh, sorry, you know,
up to nearly 100 big blinds. 2.8 million. These are the 6 players, 6 of the 12 remaining players at our feature table. They'll be coming back in just about 17 minutes. Morten Vam on top, had a great day thus far. Aim is to play down to the final table. More from EPT Monte Carlo in 17 minutes. Back after this.
Well, Bielich has raised and Farrell is dominated again.
He's certainly not folding this, though, so if he is thinking about it, he's probably thinking about a 3-bet. He's dominated, but luckily for him, it's probably not going all in pre-flop.
He re-raises to 725,000. Bilic calls.
Plenty of chips in the middle to kick this hand off.
The flop is ace, ace, 10, so both miss. Farrell may try to represent something.
I think he has to.
Here's a continuation bet of 425,000.
Oh man, Bilic reaching for chips with 8 high. I love it. Now some poker's being played.
Bilic calls.
That might have been a little too quick of a call, though. With an ace, maybe he slows down just a little bit.
Well, Bilic pairs his 8 on the turn. Farrell with a gut shot, drawing to a 9.
I guess an 8's your dream card when you float with 8 high?
Neil bets again, 1.3 million.
Well, now you got a pair. It'd be silly to fold. I think you got to call here and just pray for a cheap showdown.
Looks like Bilic is calling. So we got 4.9 million in the middle. Bilic has less than 4 million behind. The river card is a 5 of clubs. That changes nothing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Neil's only got 2 options here. Give up or pull the pin.
All in.
He pulls the pin. He shoves on Bilic.
He pulled the pin and he swallowed it.
And Bilic is forced to fold the best hand.
Neil Farrell is such a nut, he wouldn't be allowed in a school lunch.
The aces. The aces on the
Damn
flop.
aces, man.
Now, was that an example of Neil Farrell the genius or Neil Farrell the madman?
Genius, madman, genius, madman. Somebody slap me, and then him. So easy for Bilic to have an ace there, but he didn't somehow.
Wait till you see that one.
Well, we've seen it, and this just said Neil Farrell is officially looking for new backers.
What? I went all in.
I get the sense that no one on Neil's rail is paying attention.
They could at least pretend to pay attention.
We're still playing 15-30 blinds.
You know, it's been a while since I've said anything that would make Tito want to punch me, so I thought this might be a good time to bring up his role in Zombie Strippers. Let's just say he was quite believable as bouncer.
Tito with 6s. He's limped in. Ace-10 for Connor.
Oh.
He limps as well.
Is no one going to raise?
King-10 for Jen. She completes from the small blind.
100.
Ronaldo raises.
Yeah, that a boy.
I shall call.
See, Tito's got range.
Let's gamble, ladies and gentlemen.
Connor's in as well. But Jen folds.
Oh, come on, Jen.
So 3-way to the flop. Tito with the best hand right now. Still with the best hand.
100.
Ronaldo's still playing 8-10 of diamonds aggressively.
I like it. Nice job with the C-bet, Ronaldo.
Go.
Tito calls, Connor folds, heads up to the turn.
Tito calling with some good instincts.
Deuce of spades. Doesn't change much.
Not a bad card for Tito.
Check.
Ronaldo's slowed down.
Good spot to check behind.
That's what happens, meaning we're going to the cage street. It's time for the river card.
Nice.
Which is an ace.
Ace, 2, 3, 5. What is that? It's nothing, is it?
It's not a straight, Joe.
Check.
Ronaldo checks.
Tito might think he has to bluff at this. We know a check behind is good.
150.
Tito bets. Is this a value bet or a bluff? I guess we'll find out. Wow, he's betting 6s for value here.
He does have the best hand. Unfortunately, Ronaldo's hand folds easier than the futon that is supposedly keeping me from having a girlfriend.
Owing.
Wow! Ronaldo shoves!
What? Ronaldo is capable!
He slides forward the bluff card.
I am more impressed than 100% of parents when their babies do the most mundane things.
Surely Tito folds here and goes back into the cage for a third time.
But if he calls and he's wrong, he's out.
He's running out of time.
Time.
He's requested more.
You make me go sit back and nothing again? Damn.
I think there's a really good chance that's going to happen.
This is half the episode. I call.
Wow! Tito finds a call. And that means
He shows bluff.
Ronaldo's going to the cage.
Great call, Tito.
And Ronaldo will be left with just 34,000.
I think I don't need to go to the cave. I go straight to to my room.
Blinds are up to 50k, 100k with a 10k ante. And oh, look at this. Fins in sparkly hats. We've been here before.
They know this didn't work out too well for the Finns last year, right? The Belarusian won it.
Pocket sevens for Kristen Nielsen. Another player with interesting headwear. R.C. Sormanen in the small blind. There's A6. He lets that go. Benoit Guri is in the big blind. And he's got a better ace, ace-queen.
Looks like we're going to see a 3-bet. Guri's played quite aggressively when he's chosen to enter pots.
He re-raises to 500,000. Quick call from Nielsen. Heads up to the flop. And we got quads.
Okay, that's a good flop.
For Nielsen. Guri was the pre-flop aggressor. He continues with just ace high for 350,000.
Firing stone dead. Oh, what is he doing?
You don't like me?
Telegraphing, I have a huge hand. How much?
350,000.
Cool.
At least he waited for the answer before putting the chips in.
Guri's got to be seeing this, right?
Deuce of hearts on the turn. Obviously changes nothing. Guri slows down, he now checks.
Wisely. It will be amazing if he just snap folds to a bet here.
Nielsen does bet.
How much, please?
Well, he isn't insta-folding. Is he going to pay this off?
Signs point to yes. 2.5 million in the middle with one card to come. Irrelevant 10 of hearts.
Really shouldn't be too much trouble Guri can get into here. He's just got ace-queen high.
He checks a second time. And Nielsen is going to go for value. 755,000. Oh, wow.
I think without all Vince Vaughn's little baby games here, this is a fold. This isn't a wait 6 days and then call. This is a never call.
He deserves a Razzie for this performance. Oh my, Guri calls! Show him the quads!
4-1, mand, og det ligger der krise.
Vamos, el total!
Det er sygt, du rigtig manesien der, mand. Var det lækker lavet, eller hvad?
I do like Crescent, but I don't like seeing anyone go through this, even if they're French.
Sorry? Did you like the flop? I like the flop. Just go.
I'm probably going to catch too much flack for this, but I don't hate this guy. He's like the Big Bang Theory, a little annoying, but I like him anyway.
Oh, I heart Big Toro.
Look at this one. It's me and you. I got to raise it 1,200. So if you re-raise, then you build the pot so big, and then you're going to get bluffed out in a big pot.
Oh boy, Vanessa's got pocket rockets.
I'd say it's the perfect time to listen to Tony and re-raise.
Just calls.
Keep the pots low. I bet 2,000.
Yeah.
That's fair, you know. I think it's better betting in the dark.
Tony bets in the dark and flops 2 pair.
A dark raise, that's hiding commitment to the game.
OM Tony G. Karma has left the building. I think we're about to see 2 people committed to this pot.
Vanessa raises to 5,000.
I want to raise it again.
Tony re-raises to 20 grand.
You can get it all in.
Tony G sounding very confident.
You ready?
Tony G is capable of this song and dance whether he's strong or bluffing. Vanessa is going to have a hard time getting away from this one.
You ready? If you win the hand, you keep me quiet.
Don't believe you. That bluff I'll call. That bluff I'll call.
Tony just added unspeakable equity to this pot.
Vanessa calls.
Tony's bombed the flop, which may make Vanessa think he's on a draw.
An ace on the turn. Russo has top set.
Hello, nasty. As Tony G would say, ace from space, and Vanessa has gone from 0 to hero.
Tony G does have a flush draw.
10,000.
And bets 10,000.
You could shut me right up.
How?
Well, by being all in and winning the pot.
Punch in the face.
Just push a button?
That ace dramatically improves Vanessa's hand, but if she put Tony on spades, he just got there.
She just calls.
On spade watch.
I check.
Tony checks in the dark. The river. A sick card, the 5 of hearts.
Now you got to show some guts. Can you bet this, or are you going to make a really weak check now on the end? Go on, Vanessa. You can do it.
For Vanessa, best card ever. Full house over full house.
All in.
Call.
Ace is full.
Wow, very nice. That's the best. Very nice.
You got screwed?
I got a full house too on the end.
Wow.
And a flush draw. That's it. That shut me up. Well done, Vanessa.
I feel a little bit offended by that because, frankly, Fedor has retired way less times than I have. And I think
it's not even close.
I think putting us sort of like that, it's just unfair to Fedor. I think I should kind of be in a league of my own at this point.
Thrilled to have these guys with us today, the new owners of the Lodge Poker Club in Austin, Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen, Doug Poke. Guys, welcome to the show.
Hello, guys.
How's it going?
What's up, guys?
Yeah, we all have to wait and take turns here. This is a first for us, going 5 ways to the flop. I guess which leads to the question of how did this friendship come together, especially, you know, during a lockdown, it seems.
So Brad and I, we were out on the meetup game trail for several years here. We came up with this concept of getting people together in a poker room around a fun social evening of poker, and generally, of course, people who like to watch the videos that Brad and I put together on YouTube. We always thought it would be awesome if we had our own spot. Rather than, you know, just bringing people into other people's card rooms and casinos. What if we had our own spot that we could bring people to, which is it's a dream. It's a lovely concept, but one that's pretty tough to pull off. Just a couple of guys without any actual casino ownership or management experience. So obviously missing some pieces. Fast forward a few years to when we get a message from Doug Polk, who had recently just moved to Austin, Texas, who came up with the idea of all of us partnering up and looking into starting one of these things, starting a card room in Texas where, you know, it's a little bit more available, the process is, and there's just so many people, so many poker players in Texas that are loving the game now in a sort of a newly undeveloped market still. So I don't know, Doug, maybe you want to pick up that story there.
The obvious follow-up question is that, Doug, you seem to have retired and unretired from the poker industry more times than Fedor Holtz. I mean, is it just like kind of in Michael Corleone in Godfather 3, just when you thought they were out, they pulled you back in? You cannot escape this game.
I feel a little bit offended by that because, frankly, Fedor has retired way less times than I have. And I think
it's not even close.
I think putting us sort of like that, it's just unfair to Fedor. I think I should kind of be in a league of my own at this point. The bottom line here is it is a little bit like every time I get out, they pull me back in. And the reality is that there just ends up being a lot of good opportunity in poker. Obviously, my background is poker. I'm very thankful for poker. I've had a great career. I'm happy with the success that I've had playing the game. And then a lot of times, you know, that ends up translating into some opportunities on the business side as well. And so certainly kind of makes sense to continue to play in some capacity to help promote and grow different businesses in the poker space. I also kind of want to just take a step back and talk about Andrew and Brad. So I've known them for years. Actually, funny story, Brad was living across the street from me, kind of in the area of Vegas that I was at before I moved out to Texas.
You make it sound like I was like living in the gutter or something.
He said across the street, not in the street.
I'm trying to tactfully say it's next girlfriend. However you want to deal with that, Brad. Sure. Yeah. So he was in a house across the street, and so I hung out with him a few times there, and I met Andrew a couple times too. So yeah, I've known Andrew and Brad for at least a few years now. And I've always liked both of them. I think that they're great guys doing great work in the poker space, and they're helping grow the game by making content that people really enjoy. So I've always felt like if the right situation came up, I'd want to work with both of them. And when I moved to Austin and it became clear there are a lot of poker players here that want to play, that enjoy playing, and that the scene here has grown tremendously in the last 5-10 years, it just felt like a very natural fit to bring in these two guys. They're both extremely popular in the vlogging space, and they already are doing meetup games that bring people in. Actually, when they came to town, I went to a meetup game with both of them, and it was just packed to the brim. It was standing room only on the around the room. So I saw that and I was like, I got to get these guys involved, and we managed to make everything work.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Our live coverage of day 4 of the main event continues. We started the day with 16 players, 12 return after the first break, playing down to the final table today. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan with Griffin Benja.
Hey everyone.
And these are the players we're watching right now on the main stage. No, these are the chip leaders. My apologies. Mort Vam had a phenomenal first session, Griff. Up to 7 million, 177 big blinds. It's also a pretty good level for Jaime Cervantes. Not such a good level for Ramon Kalilas, hovering around the 30 big blind mark. We do have a single short stack in the field on the main stage, that player being Zhong Chen, playing 12 bigs.
But is he in the danger zone?
I'm calling it. He's in the danger zone. Danger zone!
Danger zone.
So yes, this is the lineup on the main stage. 2 monster stacks. Ramon, as we said, in funky stack land, and Chen pretty short right now with 12 big blinds as we kick off level 25. Blinds are now 20,000, 40,000 with a 40k big blind ante. Clock is running and cards are in the air.
Yeah, when you have a rough level like that, like Kalilas had, it's nice to be able to reset. You know, pros of his stature certainly are going to have a lot of perspective and know that this comes in ebbs and flows. But you know, getting those 15, 20 minutes, what have you, is nice to sort of just reset. You know, get a little espresso or something and focus up for the big level coming up and see if you can bounce back.
So I said the clock was running, and as soon as I said that, they paused it, Griffin, because they
just
are
to spite you, James,
bringing the 100k chips into play.
Oh, where is the human calculator when you need him?
Those chips
say it again? Oh, okay.
are sexy.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right.
Yeah, for sure.
If you like sexy chips, you're in for a treat, my friends. So action will start once we've colored up.
I feel like James should do a Doritos commercial or something with that kind of talk. These are sexy chips.
No more time banks at this stage. 5 distributed at the start of the day. No extra cards until we get to the final day of action. So let's talk quickly about the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. We've clarified that it is going to be taking place finally in January of next year, part of PCA 2023 at the Baha Mar Resort. And of course, Griffin, so much excitement for all the people who've already won a Platinum Pass, and some of them have been waiting since the summer of 2019. But there are still Platinum Passes up for grabs. There's still a chance to win a 30K VIP package to the PSPC, opportunities both live and online. And if you want to go down the live route, the Road to PSPC is a global series that's starting next month. Platinum passes are awarded to the winners. A Platinum Pass is added to the prize pool of each. And if you want to see the full schedule of events, go to PokerStarsLive.com. Suffice to say, most of the events are in Europe, but there is one at the BSOP. There is one in Manila. And ultimately, I think these events are really good fun. It's a really relaxed environment that I guess to a certain degree gives you that PSPC experience. And obviously there's a buy-in, you're playing for the prize pool, but awesome that there's that cherry on top. There's that Platinum Pass added to the champion.
Yeah, and we can see where the Platinum Pass can take you, and there's proof right on this table, and Roman Kalilas in seat 1, winner of the PSPC for just over $5 million. So anyone can win those things, and anyone can win the big prize.
2.3, thank you.
Now, I mentioned there is an online route as well, and bear in mind that this applies to most markets. We have what we call the Mega Path. That is the online qualification route. It's a steps system. So if you want to play that, I can tell you that there is a Platinum Pass guaranteed every Sunday.
Chen looking like he is in the danger zone.
Yeah, he knows it.
Cracking those fingers.
Well, now we've got the 100K chips on the table. We can now run the clock. We now can start the level. Let's play some poker. 12 remaining from a starting field of 1,073. This is the penultimate day of the Monte Carlo main event. Make sure you're with us tomorrow, Saturday, May 7th, for live streaming of the final table as we play down to a winner.
Nice of the floor staff not to chip up Chen. Would have left him with 5 chips with those 100Ks.
So we've got 10-9 of hearts for Trophimov. King-Queen for Ramon Kalilas. Should point out that Dragos was also a Platinum Pass winner to the first ever PSPC. He's raised to 80,000, and it looks like Ramon is calling here. Hugo Pingree with pocket 4s in the big blinds.
Yeah, really no wrong answer, actually, with Kalilas here in the cutoff, playing 31 bigs. You can play this as a 3-bet fold, try to get it through and acquire some chips that way. You can play it as sort of a value flat, and you can also even play it as a very tight fold. But playing short-handed, obviously has a lot of information about the kind of range Trophimov was opening with. I like the continue, and the flat is certainly the safe way to go about it.
Well, that is an action board. Top pair for Ramon and the flush draw for Trophimov.
Going to be very curious to see how Trophimov elects to play this pot. And having used it as a check, might be inclined to play it as a check raise with that gut shot and straight flush. Gut shot and flush draw opportunity. Could also play it as a tricky check call, like you have something like pocket 10s or pocket 9s or ace 8. Kind of under reps that flush draw. The problem with playing it as a check raise, you would be trying to play it 4 stacks against Kalilas's 30 big blinds. And at that stage, if you do get it in, you're getting it in against effectively king, queen plus, king, queen, ace, queen, a trapping aces or kings, even a set of 8s. So does go the passive route with just the call, and I think this is quite nice because it kind of caps your range a bit. Looks more like you're just losing with a value hand against.
Oh my word, the sickest card on the turn. The Queen of Hearts giving Trophimov the flush and giving Ramon trips.
But you know what? I think Kalilis is good enough to find a check here. And that reason being that, you know, if you do bet here, you might get a continue from, you know, jacks with the Jack of Hearts. But you might get, you know, you might get in against some better hands, like a flush here.
He's not checking back, Griffin. No. He's betting. We've got 520,000 in the middle, and Ramon has bet 225,000.
And Kalilis is going to be sick facing this shove, but almost certainly will have to call. And I think this goes to show what this check on the flop from Trophimov accomplished. Because it does look like he has something like 10s or 9s.
Red triangle time, and it's all in to call for Ramon Kalilis. And I'll give him credit for not snap calling. My chips would be in the middle and I'd be out the exit by now.
Yeah, well, now Kalilis is realizing, like, you know, he's not going to take pocket 9s or pocket 10s with a heart here and shove, is he? So maybe he does have something like King 10 of Hearts, King 9 of Hearts, 9, 10 of Hearts, Ace 5 of Hearts. And I'm in big trouble. My King of Hearts might not even be live. But boy, is a lot of your money already in there? Is there already a lot of money in the pot? You fold here, and you're just down to 20 big blinds.
How is it even possible to find a fold here?
Well, he's thinking about the hands that he is beating. And, you know, there are maybe some Queen X's that might play it like this. Something like Queen 10 could have raised in this spot and then decided to check shove on the turn. Queen Jack. But most of the hands that are check shoving would be ahead at this stage. Flushes like this.
You see, the fact, looking at it from Ramon's perspective, the fact that we have the King of Hearts means it makes it even harder to fold.
Yeah. Kalilis does know he's not drawing dead, and that is important, you know, when you do get it in against a flush.
Yes.
And has folded. Wow.
Finds a fold. That's incredible. I can't believe he laid that down. That's somehow even more incredible than him folding Queen's pre earlier on today.
Yeah, but we talked about that, you know, the range breakdown. You think about, what does Trophimov have here? Do I beat any hands? Like I said, maybe Queen 10 and Queen Jack, but that probably just plays as a check call anyway. You know, if you have Queen 10 there, do you really want to just shove and get called by better like flushes? And so I think Ramon really broke that down very expertly and found a great fold.
And obviously he's down 2.6 million from the start of the day, but he is still alive with that 20 big blind stack, Griffin. Question from Chess Education. How many of the commentators are on site? Well, I'm in Monte Carlo. Griffin's in Monte Carlo. Finton Hand, however, is in Dublin, but he's with us on the stream. Hello, Finton.
What's going on, James? Thank you very much for having me. How are you getting on?
I hope you enjoyed that hand.
I mean, that was an outrageous fold. I never would have folded there, but then I guess that's why I've never won $5 million in a single poker tournament.
Good point. Well made. So exciting times, Finton. 2 tables remaining, 2 tables of 6, playing down to the FT today.
Yeah, it's one of the most exciting times of a poker tournament. Obviously, great to see TPT back. Seems to be a real buzz around the live poker. I can imagine that you're feeling it being down there. And it's I don't get a lot of FOMO watching from home too often, but watching this event this week, it's made me miss it, I'm not going to lie.
So you weren't tempted to do what Spraggy did, which is make a last-minute decision to come out here and play the main?
Well, I would be there, but my fiance is on the verge of having a kid. We're on the verge of having a kid, so I couldn't really take the risk with being in Monte Carlo and H potentially going into labor while I was over there. as much as I love playing poker, just can't be the priority right now. And I would be in the bad books and probably single and never see the kid if I was on the final 2 tables when Han went into labor. So that's why we're not there.
That's fair enough.
Hopefully not. Yeah.
I think I've told you this before, and you may have told you as well, Griffin, but my daughter was born in January 2009, and the due date was the 18th of January, and I was due to fly back from the PCA on the 16th of January. Made it.
Nice.
It was a risk. It was a risk. The difference for me is that, A, I was guaranteed to come back with money because I was working the event. And obviously, it's one of the biggest gigs of the year when you're a freelancer. You can't say no to the PCA.
It's also, if you needed to rush home, you wouldn't potentially be faced with the decision of being final 2 tables and having to decide whether you play with the massive spot. You know, if it really came to it, you would have got the first flight out of there when you could. Whereas if I go and play and then I do get into this spot, it would it'd be heartbreaking to have to tell H that I was staying to play for an EPT title.
Yeah, that's even more pressure to win, and even if you do win, she still may never forgive you. So it's like,
we've actually talked about it with Scoop coming up because, you know, it's H not due for a couple of weeks, but it could happen during Scoop.
Of course.
And I think it's just going to look so bad if I'm in. I continue to stream or anything like that. I will go in, but like if the guy who's standing outside the room or in the room, H gives birth, and I'm wobbling the final table on my phone, I'm just going to look horrendous to every doctor and nurse.
That's amazing.
Not good at all.
You do knuckle down when Scoop is on. You do basically just grind through that schedule and play and stream every single day.
yeah, and you will have to find a way to stream that too for the fans. I mean, you know, so.
What, stream the bird?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No,
Are you okay?
I'm saying if you're on your phone in the tournament, you're gonna have to have some people's equipment there
Listen,
to
I'm
stream.
already pushing it. We've talked a few rules.
Yeah.
We've talked what will go down. But if I attempt to stream that room, like again, I will be single and I will never see my kid.
Obviously, we've got information about Scoop running along the bottom of the screen right now, and suffice to say, we're going to be streaming Cards Up coverage on Twitch and YouTube during the series. But one thing I did want to highlight is the accessibility of Scoop and the fact that, you know, when it was created in 2009, the USP was that it had the high, the medium, and the low buy-ins. This year, we've got events starting from as little as $2.20. So the great thing is, whatever your bankroll, you can have that championship experience. You can be a Scoop winner. And in addition to winning a significant amount of prize money, winning a Scoop means something. Just ask Jussi Nevenlina, by the way, who's on one of our outer tables, who's on the outer table today, rather.
In years gone by, I've actually not played all of the events, but I've seen Sprague make deep runs in these $11 tournaments.
Yeah.
And these 22. So this year, I'm just playing everything. $2, $5, $11, whatever it is. I'm just going to skip anything that's on the normal schedule and just try so bad to get another title because W Hoop came, Sprague won another title. I'm not like a jealous person, but if he wins more titles and I have to deal with his smug face and I haven't, I don't think I'll be able to handle it.
The smugness of Sprague. Something that none of us.
He has a smile like a Cheshire cat, doesn't he? Like he doesn't mean to do it, but he doesn't mean to do it. But like when Benjamin is laughing at you, like it just feels so belittling. Like the way he honestly, I think it's a British thing in general, James. But it's just the way he does it. It's a lot.
Now here's the question.
I love him though.
If you're on the final table of a $2 micro tournament and she's giving birth, that's tough. It's like, what's he doing? He's in a micro
Scoop
tournament.
title, the Scoop title. I'm here for glory.
It's Vincent Hand. No one loves it more. He's playing that out. He's grinding it to victory. Okay, so we've got 9s for Hugo Pingree, who opened to 80,000. Chip leader Morten Vam defended his big blind with 9-7, and we've got a full house here for Pingree. Vam drawing to a chop. So it went check on the flop. Are we going to see a delayed continuation bet from Monsieur Pingree?
Loving this guy's name. It's giving me real screen name vibes.
Are they gonna have like mid-stakes tournaments in Cyprus?
What, sorry?
Are they gonna have mid-stakes like?
Yeah. There's a good 2K, a couple of good 1Ks.
Oh wow.
And the 5K main.
Oh nice.
Yeah.
When I think of Cyprus, I think of 100Ks minimum.
No, that's actually just a new trend.
Yeah,
new
I see.
trend.
I see.
It used to like their standard stuff is usually like two very good 2Ks.
Yeah.
And the main is either a 3K or a 5K always.
Gotcha. Yeah. How's the poker room? Is it good?
Yeah, there's smoking inside.
Oh, I see.
That's like a big downside for me.
Yeah, for sure. Same here.
I mean,
but the location is super nice.
Nice.
I'm sure Cyprus is a lovely place, and I enjoyed hearing about the range of tournaments and buy-ins, Griffin. But the moment you say there's smoking inside the venue, I'm out.
Really?
Hard pass.
80.
Finton, I don't have many lines in the sand, but that's one of them.
Everything is probably one of the cheapest Europe plus.
Awesome.
These zones, yeah.
I'm hoping that my microphone's not as bad. I can see the grief in the chat, but now I'm a bit paranoid. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Just keep talking. So Pingree opening with ace-10. Cervantes in the big blind with jack-9.
Surveying that open. Going to complete here.
King, queen, 9. Yes, Yoda fall. I clocked it as well. No pun intended. And I agree. $75,000, the continuation bet.
Cervantes with decent advantage here as far as percentages are concerned, but with the range advantage of Pingree as the aggressor, you know, if we get some bricks, maybe if we see some big bets, it's going to fold out this exact kind of hand a decent percentage of the time with the right kind of sizing. Kind of difficult to continue here with Jack-9 if you're faced with a 250,000+ chip bet. And I don't think Pingree wants to get to showdown against a hand like Jack-9. You know, thinking about the big blind call range here, it's also going to include hands like 9-8, you know, Queen-6 suited. These are the kind of hands that might fold the turn a large percentage of the time.
25.
And that's why we hear the bet.
25.
Pretty interesting with the Jack-9, but does get the quick fold.
So Finton, I imagine with your situation that we look ahead over the course of the next few months. I don't really see you playing much live poker, I guess, with all these Road to PSPC events taking place, EPT Barcelona in the August, but I guess you're going to be tied to the home for a fair few weeks.
Every time I'm like, am I playing with Logic?
Yeah, I already have talked to H that we're going to be going to the PokerStars Play. I'm going to see how H goes. Hopefully everything goes well, and then I'm not going to rule out Barcelona. It maybe it's going to be enough time for H to recover and we could go over together, but I'm not going to abandon ship and leave her at home on my own. So I would love to go to Barcelona. Barcelona and Prague was being my two favorite stops. Barcelona was the first time I ever did any live commentary, and I managed to say I think 7 were rumbled out. That was all I could find because I was so nervous. That was 5 years ago. So I would love to get involved if I can.
Morten Vam starts this hand with around 7 million. Opens the button with ace-7. Cervantes with queen-10 in the small.
Yeah, I don't mind this call at all here with Queen 10. You know, some people like to mix in 3-bets in spots like this, but going to be tough to play when the continues from HM might have you dominated sometimes. And with all those chips for Havam, going to continue with a wide percentage of the range. You know, we've talked a lot about these small blind flatting ranges often looking like hands like Queen 10, so it can be a bit difficult to play when your range is a bit more face up, but too good a hand to fold. Don't want to get tricky, I don't think, with a 3-bet. So let's see 3 as Pingree jumps in there with Queen 8. That's pretty good there, James. Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to hit a flop, that'd be the one I'd be looking for with Queen 10.
Yeah, and I don't imagine Havam is going to have any interest in putting chips in this pot, given what we said about Cervantes' small blind range here, and having to worry about the big blind as well. Cervantes continuing to under-rep that straight, and I really don't mind it. You know, sometimes you do want to be betting with straights, surely, because there are all these cards out there players could have. But, you know, the way that Havam has kind of waved the white flag on the button on the flop, you kind of want your opponents to maybe start repping it, or you can just come out of the closet on the river, try to get a street of value. And that's exactly what's about to happen.
Do you think it's a spot where
betting 95,000.
this could ever get?
Carry on, Finton. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just going to be wondering if it's a spot where either player could ever really bluff, but I think it's quite difficult to pull off bluffs multi-way on 40 straight boards, particularly so deep in the tournament.
How'd you know? Like my favorite hand, so has to be that one. You know?
Yeah, the checking not even necessarily indicative of hoping for bluffs, but just not feeling like you're going to get any action. Then you can just sort of put a 30% out there on the river and maybe get a curiosity call from
a little frisky,
a queen or a king, maybe.
I never show a bluff. No, never mind. That's a lie.
Good day so far for Jamie.
Any fan favorites that we're supporting? I know we are supposed to remain professional, and I know we're not supposed to pick people, but I also know that James will also always attach a little story to at least one player. Have we got one of those yet?
Well, over at the other table, there is an online qualifier we're following.
We love an online qualifier.
Absolutely. And I guess the other player that we're very excited to see, and just mentioned him briefly when we're talking about Scoop, is Jussi Nevanliina, Calvin 7V, who's got 13 coups. That's 13 titles across W Coup and Scoop. It's 7 and 6. I can't remember which way round it is. But also, he's been a multiple-time player of the series.
Yeah, and he's actually...
That's an outrageous record.
Yeah, impressed me more than anyone in any of these days. The way he played on the feature table yesterday, some really tricky 3-barrel bluffs, some incredible check raises and 3-bet pots, just really, really bladed stuff. And actually, I think you mentioned, James, more known for his pedigree in the mixed games and stuff. So to see him be so sick at Hold'em was just, this guy must be a legend.
Do you think that titles in the mixed game should really count towards the total? Is that fair to say? I just kind of hope that Mason's watching right now and getting angry with me, gritting his teeth.
Well, I would be curious to see the breakdown of Calvin's coups. How many of them are in Hold'em or Omaha? It's opposed to the mixed games. But Gail Bowman in particular was the victim of some really, really expert plays yesterday from Calvin.
All right. I haven't done any live commentary in a while, and I love a terrible lookalike, but are we seeing any of Jason Somerville here, or no?
Dude, just because he's wearing a baseball cap.
I mean, the thing about it is, right, I have a history of some horrendous lookalikes, but when you add hats and masks into the equation, like, it doesn't take a lot for me to come out here and pull out a lookalike for each player for each hand that they play.
Also, by now, Vincent, you should know the rules of bad lookalikes on this stream. You're allowed to compare someone to a bona fide mainstream celebrity, but you cannot do poker lookalikes, i.e. who looks like another poker player.
I'm pretty sure Jason Somerville's mainstream. Yeah, I think he was listed as a B-list Hollywood star at one point.
Vincent.
No.
Vincent. I'm talking about walking up to the average person on the street. Like, if I were to say, have you heard of George Clooney? Chances are they're going to say yes. If you say Jason Somerville, they're going to say, oh, was he the singer with Bronski Beat?
I mean, maybe I'm out of touch, but he was probably flirting with D-list, like, you know, Survivor contestant stuff. Maybe a bit higher than that. B-list. B-list is high.
I had a movie reference as well that I thought about. I was all excited to tell James, and I've forgotten it, and I feel awful. I feel horrendous. Oh, James, guess where I was? I remember because you were talking about it just before. It might have been old action, but you're talking about The Godfather. Was that not too long ago today?
I'm always talking about The Godfather. It's my favorite movie.
Okay, you made a reference about how they couldn't quite get rid of someone because it was The Godfather 3, and I heard it. And I drove through Sicily last week, and I drove to the town Corleone, yeah, and that's my attempt to win you over for never ever being able to get any of the movie references and not seeing any of the movies.
So just to let you know, Vincent, they didn't actually shoot the film.
I know, but that's the family where it's based off, right?
It is indeed, but if you want to visit the movie's actual locations, they're on the other side of the island.
I drove everywhere for all of the movie locations. I did a little tour with my future father-in-law because he is a big fan, and we drove around Sicily. And let me tell you right now, people think a little island, small. Sicily is very big. There was about 9 hours of driving to go to the different parts.
Huge double-up opportunity here for Chen. A bit of an unorthodox flat from the small blind, playing 7 bigs to the button open with King-5 suited, but has gotten a pretty dreamy board here with the Ace-King-King. The Jack of Hearts going to increase that percentages for Pingree up to 28%, but a great chance to double up here. Let's see if Pingree plays it as a raise or a call. And that is just going to be a call. Maybe creating an opportunity to get away on certain cards, but not that one.
Oh, man. I mean, why not just make it the 10 of hearts? We want some street flash action here. This is all your fault, by the way, Griffin. You brought up that it was a great double-up opportunity for Chen. Look what happens. Look what's happened.
It does feel like a spot where it's going to be quite tough for Pingree to have a huge amount of bluffs. So Chen, you would think, might still be able to get away. But when you're so short and there's one pot size bet left, maybe get a little emotionally attached to the hand.
Finton, do you have a bit of like a gaming background at all? Like you play video games or not really?
I went through a period of playing a lot of Call of Duty and FIFA and stuff, but not the traditional PC gaming world that I would imagine.
Because I feel like I made this reference. I didn't get much from James. I feel like Pingree would be such a good, like, you know, Call of Duty name or something like that, or Counter-Strike name back in the day.
Yeah, I can see that.
Do you know what ping is, James?
It's the measurement of time, right? The kind of your ping rate.
Yeah. But that's what we'd always call it, especially in the early days of gaming. You'd say, "Oh, what's your ping?" You know, my ping's too high on this server.
Yeah.
There's always a good excuse.
So Pingree is real clever.
I've been doing remote commentary for the last 2 years. I'm very, very familiar with ping rates.
Yeah. That's actually really where Flush Entity came from, my PokerStars screen name. Because when your ping was too high, you get this error in the very early renditions of Counter-Strike that said CL_flush_entity 0 or something. No one knew what it meant. Just meant that your ping was too high.
So, any chance that Chen calls this 125k, Vincent?
I think there is a chance. I personally would have been all in or checking on this river. So I think there's maybe the chance that he thinks he's trying to get away with a cheap bluff and he's more likely to pay it off.
Well, he calls it, loses a huge pot, and will be left with 2 big blinds. Griffin, are you ready?
Danger zone!
No. I said, are you ready? As in, I'm going to tee you up, and then you do it. Heaven's sake, man.
I'm sorry, it's my first time in Joe's chair.
Right, reset. We'll fix it in post. Griffin, with 2 big blinds, Chen's in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
I like it from every street. Very.
This is why we need you at live events, Vincent. Can't get the staff these days.
I'm not sure if I'm the man to be to be filling in and doing catchphrases. I've let you down many times in that regard. I did try the danger zone one time, and I think viewership dropped by about 15% because I went a couple of notes too high.
Well, Chen now in the deep danger zone. About 95% of the way to the phantom zone.
That was a show that Joe got me into, and I absolutely loved it. And then it felt like it fell off. I don't know if that was just my
Archer
feeling, but I never. Yeah, sorry, excuse
me. Stick with it. It gets better again. It goes through a really bad period, and then it gets good again.
How many seasons? Because I stopped at around season 7 or something like that too. Once it gets to 10, you're saying it gets back to form?
It's like The Wire, apparently one of the greatest TV shows of all time, and I loved the first season, but once we got, was it The Docks, was either season 2 or season 3?
The Docks are quite famously like the weakest season, but a lot of people...
I loved season 2. I thought season 2
there are some people that sort of stand by it. And
I love every single season bar the last one, which I thought
Did you watch all of them, Finton, or are you saying you couldn't get past The Docks and you just stopped?
I just stopped. I
no
gave up,
way.
No.
Oh,
I watched season 1, loved it, and then season 2 was such a drag.
Oh
that
wow, dude, man! Season 3,
I bought
4,
this
5
is back
are
in the
like
day.
best.
You know, do you want to know how bad it is? Like, this wasn't 5 years ago or 3 years ago. This is back when you would buy DVD box sets, and I bought them all excited, and I was so disgusted with the second season. I just packed it in and gave it away.
So an interesting situation here for Chen, because we do have a money jump. 12th place pays 52 grand. 11th pays 58,000. So
But
clearly,
you have the unfoldable king queen suited.
Clearly thinking about getting it in, and does, and that's because something's just happened at the outer table, which we'll get to in a moment. In fact, I can tell you, as we see it tick down to 11, Frankie Magliocco has just bust in 12th. So Frankie's cashed out for 52k. That means Chen is guaranteed the ladder. That means Chen is all in here.
Oh, don't fold. Just folding to the 4x there with the dead money.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice spot to continue with sevens.
Yeah.
First of all, pairs play pretty well in 3-bet pots, and on top of that, like, there's not going to be much incentive for Pingree to put in too many chips post flop, so you might even find it easier to get the showdown, which makes the sevens even more valuable. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that fold.
I mean, I think that might be a sign that, I mean, listen, that 3-bet in general I thought is super not standard. You know, 3-betting the chip leader with ace-8 off 4x is not something you'd see very often, but maybe it's a bit of a read Pingree has that, you know, you can attack as Chen just smashes this flop.
You did jinx him once, Griff. You did jinx him once. This looks like the beginning of a beautiful scum run.
5 of hearts.
Oh,
my
it's
God, Griffin, you are so bad.
Ace on the turn, and now Chen is behind. However, he does have 13 outs, although arguably that's too many. Queens, kings,
13
and clubs.
is doable.
What have I done?
The river card is the ace of hearts, and that will see Zhong Chen eliminated in 11th place. He did get that ladder, though. He cashes out for 58,130 euros.
You're welcome for the patron.
And he'll be searching for Griffin Bender after this event.
Heartbreaking couple of hands considering the flops. Flop trips, flop top pair and a flush draw, get 11th place.
So we are down to 10 players already, 2 tables of 5. So Finton, you followed the EPT for a number of years, right?
Of course.
So you know that it has a really solid structure and genuinely plays pretty deep, normally at around a 50 big blind average. I can tell you that right now, the average stack is 73 big blinds. We started the day with an 80 big blind average. I keep feeling at some point, this thing has to slow down.
I mean, I think that's incredible for the players. Obviously, at some point, there could be a drag where maybe you play for multiple hours without losing the player, and it will naturally get to that 50 big blind, 40 big blind average as it gets shorter handed on the final table. But I think when you're playing the prestigious events, you want the opportunity to play poker. You don't want it to become too much of a crapshoot. You want to be able to make folds like we just seen Ramon make, right? Because if that's 25 big blinds starting, 20 big blinds, and you have trips and your opponent has a flush, like, there's just nothing you're going to be able to do. But you get to make high-level decisions, and I think that gives us the opportunity to really appreciate how good some of these poker players are in these situations.
Yeah, and it's just the variance of where these kind of hands are dealt to which players. You know, I don't know if there's any other player in this field that folds that king queen on that board. So that's also going to be a factor. Nice turn card here for Vam.
Talked very briefly about how I've been watching EPTs for a long time, James, and guess what I have on my desk, which was gifted by a member of Team PokerStars. After many, many years of annoying you for one, that might be too much of a clue.
It's either an all-in triangle or an EPT 10 card protector.
Not far off. It's a dealer button.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Triangle.
I got one of those too.
You got one as well? Wait,
yeah.
I thought I got... Are you joking?
No.
I thought that this was given just to me, and I was so...
It was given just to me in 2013. I begged them for it when I won the Berlin High Roller.
Okay, well, that's not... Okay, I thought you were going to tell me the whole team just got handed one out.
No, they're very rare. You got to grease the right tires for those. Not easy.
This table's huge.
What, sorry?
I just realized this table's big, so they have to reach further for the chips.
Yeah. But if they're dealing here on the TV table, you know they're premium dealers.
Right?
Yeah, they have to be.
Oh, yeah. He's been here. He's solid.
Let's salute those crackerjack dealers of the EPT.
I think you showed me this hand before.
Yeah, I did.
Any desire to come out of retirement, Finton, and pitch the cards at an EPT feature table?
Nice.
Honestly, if I was given the opportunity to deal, not at an EPT feature table, but say we were at a little side event at an EPT and there was a charity event, I'd absolutely love to do it. But the thing is, I still reckon I've got the ability to deal cards to a high level, but penciling chips and counting chips quickly and keeping the speed of play up is like so crucial to the job that I just haven't handled chips in years, and it's like more of a knack that you got to keep doing and like have the repetition of the practice, because the last thing you want to do is put me on an EPT feature table, get trembly hands, and try and count the pots, and you're just crumbling under pressure. When I used to deal at one point, the first time I ever dealt like a very large pot in Omaha, it was a 5-way all-in, and you have to keep track of who's in for what pot. And I was like visibly shaking, and luckily for me, I still I don't know what I would have done. One person won the whole pot, like the guy who clearly covered everyone won it all, and he had like deuce 7-4 or something, but he just like kept getting committed by like, you know, a smaller stack going all in. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting nervous thinking about the idea of having the cameras on me and trying to count the chips. I don't think people appreciate it. Like every movement is just so slick and so smooth with the chips, and the way they pencil down and count them so quick to keep the action moving is it's a really impressive talent. And I shout out to the dealers is the long story.
They called him Finton Shaky Hand ever since.
No, I'm honestly like I love dealing, and I thought I was great at it, but like the PLO game, pots would just get quite big, and it was actually I was very young compared to everyone else who dealt in the game, and all the players who play PLO regularly have a fair idea of what the pot is, but they would make me announce it every single time, and you just hear like pop 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 pop, and then you'd have to like tell each person what each bet was. I'm getting flashbacks here and PTSD.
Well, look, Griffin, I don't think you're in any position to throw shade. I have to ask, your dealing, where does it rank from competent to terrible?
Yeah, we are 10.
Like, I feel like we need to wait. Competent to terrible. Oh, okay.
I mean, apologies for reaching the automatic assumption that it's not good.
You know what? I have to tell you, I am actually terrible. I can't deal at all. No, I can barely shuffle, frankly.
SPC Starfighter asks, do the dealers work for the casino hosting the tournament, or are they PokerStars staff, or do PokerStars bring them in for a tournament? Option C, Starfighter. Option C. As we see Cervantes opening on the button with King 10, Pingree in the small blind with Queen 4. Eva's dad says, who is Finton? A Swedish player? I mean, he couldn't sound more Irish if he tried. Finton hand, easy with aces. Member of Team Pro, Twitch streamer. Anything else you want to say about yourself, Vincent?
My name, I think that might be a joke because my name means something quite rude in Swedish if you pronounce it a certain way. So I think that's where that's going. I used to hang around a lot of Swedish people. But appreciate the shout out. But I don't know, maybe it's not a joke, but I remember when I introduced myself to my friends' parents that were Swedish, they thought I was winding them up, but I didn't realize what I'd done. Said something quite offensive as we walked in.
I actually know some Swedish curse words from my time when I played Counter-Strike with Norwegians and Swedes. That's all I know is all the curse words they would say.
It's pretty sad that, like, when you hear people talk about languages that they're not very familiar with, it's always the curse words that you know, and I'm the exact same.
Oh, I know what the word is.
Yeah, I see it's in the chat.
I'm not looking at the chat, but I know exactly what the word is. That's funny.
My second name being Hand does not help.
I have to say, it's quite refreshing to have people quoting "What up now, Swedes" in the chat rather than "Check your privilege." Isn't it amazing you're famous for two things?
I forgot about that.
Nice two-barrel there from
Feels
Cervantes.
like a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
Cervantes hovering around the 3 million mark, 76 big blinds. Look, everyone at this table is deep bar Ramon, who has got 17 big blinds. Vam, 181 bigs. Pingree, 113. Cervantes, 76. Trophimov, 61. But Ramon is getting closer and closer to the danger zone.
Danger zone!
It was weird, but you're getting better.
I didn't realize I was being queued up, and then I was just, pitch was all off.
Han Solo in the chat says I'm called Steve Hand. I wonder if we're related in some way? Question mark. Like, I don't know if you expect me to answer that. And no, possibly, from a long time ago. A lot of people still, when I tell them my name, they think it's kind of a stage name when I say it because of poker. And
Cool.
Fintan Hand just doesn't sound that realistic, but is what is. Do you think I should call my kid Best?
Ramon in the big blind with ace queen. Pingree limped the button. Trophimov called in the small blind, and Ramon announces all in from the big blind.
Good spot here. Really, really nice spot. Nice. I think you should name your kid Nice. That's what people say, right? Nice hand.
650 around that.
Probably a bit too many. Actually, it's going to be too many chips for certainly Pingree, but you know, a bit closer for Trophimov, of course. But you know, when you creep up to that 18 big blind range, certainly Kalilas could be shoving here with something like King Queen, King Jack, some pocket pairs, but does decide to call it.
Wow, and it is a domination situation in Ramon's favor, and if ace queen holds, he will double up and have close to 40 bigs. Of course, there is the opportunity for some sickness.
Don't worry, I'm rooting for you.
Looks like a man who knows he's going to win this all in.
Yeah.
It is a queen high flop. It's looking good for Ramon. 99% equity. This could be all over on the turn. And it is over. Ramon will get the double up and is now playing a stack of 1.52 million. Listen carefully, Fintan, because next time we'll ask you to join in. Follow Ramon.
Follow Ramon.
On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon. Hey!
I don't know if I'm capable of that. You've been trying for 5 years now to get me to do Everyone Loves a Chop Pot, and you think I'm going to be able to do a chant like that in sync?
Nice.
Well, it's quite easy. You follow Ramon twice, and then you say on a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon, hey. So, one more time, James.
I love it.
Follow Ramon, on a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon, hey.
I'm just going to throw it out there, Fintan. If he can do it, you can.
Yeah. And I've only, hey, listen, they just did it with me once yesterday, so I'm new to this too.
Fintan's like, please don't let Ramon win another hand. I don't want to go through this experience.
Look, the guy has done incredible ever since he won the PokerStars Players Championship. He seems to be making deep runs all over the place. Yet another one here, but I don't know if I just don't know if I can support this chant. Not because I don't like it, just as in I actually don't know if I'm capable. You know, I think if I was in the room and I had a cue, but doing it blind, just a little bit difficult.
It's all the blind leading the blind here, Fintan. Hey, buddy.
Cool.
think I confused him.
Well, I think Finton agreed to do this because he thought you weren't going to be here.
I just hear North American accents and I can't tell them apart until I hear the laugh. But what's going on?
Hey, buddy, Joe Stapleton here.
Yeah, thank you very much. It'd actually be lovely if you could introduce yourself at the start, just so I know.
Everyone else knows to tune out already. Brenton hasn't quite. He's usually doing his own stream.
This is really too bad of a result here for Trophimov.
Yeah, something's happening.
Taking the squeeze spot with king-queen suited. Obviously, you want to see a flop with this hand, but maybe the spot developing is, and the blockers is too good for Trophimov not to take. And I have to imagine Cervantes ain't done with pre-flop action. Whoa, just a call.
Interesting.
Playing about effectively 45 deep and maybe actually a bit more. Yeah. 1.42 plus 325. And you know, this could just be sort of an ICM thing too in the mind of Cervantes. You know, like I don't really want to flip for 45 bigs here. I'd rather stay under rep to keep those weaker hands in. Also, maybe a bit worried about a potential trap from Pingree. And this line might end up working out, as Trophimov surely would have folded pre-flop to more action. Got one
It's definitely a spot where I would have been leaning towards putting more chips in pre-flop, but when you break it down like that, you can definitely see some merit to both plays.
Nice try, Trophimov.
Yeah, Cervantes playing in flow, checks the action. Trophimov continuing for 200,000.
Yeah, I don't think Trophimov necessarily loves this flop, but you need to bet something like this to force out the 10s and 9s that would continue a lot of the time with a call pre. Going to expect your opponent to have a decent amount of sort of ace-queen suited, maybe some ace-jack suited, so it's not great, but you know, you got to keep telling your story, and also you can pick up some equity on the turn, or you can even make the nuts. So Trophimov, not thrilled seeing the call, but knows there's some hope.
This feels like the wrong kind of hope on the turn.
Yeah, I would imagine that that's going to slow things right down. Trophimov not going to be very incentivized to want to bet. I don't think it's the kind of hand that you're going to want to turn into a bluff. Not the kind of hand you're ever going to bet and get called by worse at this point.
Big sigh of relief, I'm sure, for Cervantes on that checked back turn card. You know, if you think about his perspective, if you see another big bet from Trophimov on that turn after the action, you know, you're a bit worried your opponent can have something like queens.
Cervantes in another spot. We saw spots like this against Ramon where he's just got a great bluff catching hand.
Well, he's checked a third time, and now we see if Trophimov checks it back, which he does, loses the pot to Cervantes. Trophimov now the shortest stack at this table, playing 30 big blinds, 1.2 million. Ramon, 37 big blinds, the 1.5 million. And Morten Vam still not just the table chip leader, but the overall chip leader with 7.1 million chips. That's nearly 180 big blinds.
I think it's very easy to say when the cards are face up, but I think with the ace-king on the river, possibly not able to bet all of the chips, but
you think missed the bet
block,
there?
Yeah, I think just maybe putting some more chips in versus a turn check. Your opponent can, of course, have the occasional jack, but it's not that easy to re-raise pre-flop there with jack 10 or jack 9, and there's not many left that are going to check the turn. Hands like queen jack and ace jack are pretty much always going to bet, so I think putting some chips in and avoiding the situations where if your opponent has bluffed pre-flop with an ace-5, an ace-4 suited, and they're playing aces and jacks with the queen kicker, that will go check-check. I would like to see some bets. And sometimes, occasionally, if you bet, your opponent might just pay you off with king-queen there, even though it is tough for you to have bluffs.
How much did you start
Well,
with
Vincent, the floor came to the table there, just informing the players that we are what they refer to as soft hand for hand. So we've got 5 players at each table. If there is an all-in, it will be held until the action is finished on the other table. So they're not playing in sync. We're not waiting for play to finish at this table before they start at the next table. But if there is an all-in and a call, they're not going to run it out until the hand at the other table is finished.
I thought soft hand for hand is what you call the massage from Finton.
Yeah, I was trying to find the joke there, too.
He's a little lazy.
That's why you're a professional.
That's what I heard. Reminds me of that Onion headliner. It's like boyfriend treats girlfriend to sumptuous one-handed massage.
That's my go-to move.
So again, we get into the mechanics of how things work on the EPT. When there is the next elimination, there will be the final redraw of the tournament. We will go 9-handed. The official final table is 8 players. And look, let's just see what happens and what the pace of play is like today. If we get to 8 in the next couple of hours, I don't see how we can stop there. We have to keep going. We have to try and get down to 6. On the other hand, if we're playing to like 9 or 10 this evening and then we get to 8, I think we can come back tomorrow with all 8 finalists.
What if we get to 8 like in the next hour, but everyone promises to keep playing as fast tomorrow as they have been for the rest of the tournament?
I'm not sure any of the 8 players would guarantee that.
Finton, have you ever utilized or considered like utilizing your name and sort of the branding of your thing, like a podcast called On the Other Hand or anything like that? I keep hearing hand here, and I'm just thinking about it,
No, I haven't. I find even when we were getting a puppy, H considered calling it Ace because of Easy with Aces, and I don't know. I just find that stuff a little bit cringy. Yeah, a little bit. Like anytime I talk to a designer and you tell them you're a poker player, like first off, they just want to throw aces all over your stream and stuff like that. And I just like to keep it a little bit simpler. But
I don't know. This is
maybe
it's kind of weird hearing this from a guy who has a royal flush tramp stamp.
I showed you that in confidence.
Joe, are you proud that I finally got around to watching The Sting 1 year later?
I was not only just proud, but really, really glad you enjoyed it, because it really is, sometimes you watch an old movie and it's hard to, they don't age well.
Yes.
Or it's hard as a millennial to see a movie where people have to ask the operator to dial a number for them, and there's no computers and smartphones. It's hard to wrap your head around it, but The Sting plays. The Sting just works. And so I was more happy, Finton, that you enjoyed it.
I've never seen The Sting.
Honestly, it took me almost a year to get the
James.
2 recommendations from last year. But Casablanca and The Sting were your 2 scoop recommendations of April 2021. And I love both of them.
Also never seen Casablanca.
I'm glad that you like both of them. Yeah, it just brings me such great joy to know that someone just got to see both those movies for the first time and have their minds blown.
Footnote, Griffin, you're a disgrace.
Yeah, why don't you care that I haven't seen these movies?
Because you've seen a lot of other movies, at least. Like, we had to start at the beginning for Finton.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I've watched, since we had that discussion last year, I would imagine that I've only watched maybe one other movie alongside those other 2. So.
Wait, one movie total or one movie of a classic movie?
No. I've probably watched max. I definitely haven't watched more than 5 movies since this time last year. Without a doubt.
250.
Spraggy was very proud when we first saw him here in Monte Carlo, Fenton, to say that he got Tonka with the same gag that we did on you here in Monaco 4 years ago. Yep. Spraggy somehow convinced Tonka that When the Dust Settles was a real film, co-directed by Kubrick and Spielberg.
I still remember the moment when we were standing at the lift, and I told Benjamin I was going upstairs to watch it. And he put his arm around me and said, "Oh, Finty." He should have let me go upstairs, though. He should have let me try find it.
I agree. We have got the all-in here, or not quite all-in, the virtual all-in from Trophimov.
Just a great spot for Trophimov to acquire some chips. Just seeing that extra 330,000 chips in there, and not going to get a call for over 25 big blinds. So nice takedown. Get a little momentum going here with 10 left.
You see there's a guy in chat named Mr. Gondorf.
Cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Trophimov with more than $500,000 in live earnings. Currently playing 37 big blind stack. 10 players remaining, 2 tables of 5. Our feature table and the disco table.
I'm so mad the French commentators came up with 50 Shades of Pingree before I could.
Do you think they might be available to do the TV shows?
Quiet. It's the first time I've been grateful for Brexit.
Kalilis deciding whether to play this as a 3-bet or a call, and he's going to go for a call. I don't mind this with 10 left. It's not really that comfortable to 3-bet call and all in for, 36 effective. You're going to keep some worse hands in there, exactly like ace-5, unless it comes 9-5 deuce.
This is where Twitch chat would tell you now that you should have re-raised all in pre-flop to stop this opponent from hitting a 5. And could you argue with them?
Trophimov betting 80,000 as Ramon experiences domination, rotation.
But, very okay with this flop. Kalilis is with the ace of hearts in your hand. You're going to think that ace-10 high is good a decent percentage of the time against that button range. So happy to continue and see what the turn can bring you. And is actually going to play it as a check raise, put a lot of pressure on hands. Really fold out hands that you're already beating sometimes, but that's kind of nice. You don't have to face barrels on or let the equity get realized with hands like King Jack. And quite frankly, Kalilis could be playing this small blind flat as a trap sometimes. So it's not like he's just not repping anything. And you can see that it actually works.
He's maddeningly good.
Back up to 50 big blinds, back up to a stack of 2 million.
That is quite a tight fold, just fold middle pair there, but
yeah,
I guess maybe feels that they're just going to be in too bad a shape, but I'm not really sure how they can. I mean, maybe possibly overly worrying about ace-9 and how bad that'll be down the streets, but a 9-5 deuce to fold middle pair to a single check raise against a very aggressive player. It's not something I do, but again, this is 10 people left and maybe just considers it too much of a
I was going to say, this is a soft hand for hand spot.
Yeah. Possibly just consider it a bit too marginal to want to play a very large pot against a player more than capable of putting a lot of chips into the middle and elects to just pick a better spot.
So Ramon back up to 2 million. I feel that if he's able to put the Dr. No jacket back on, he might get back up to 4 million.
You can't wear linen 2 days in a row. You got to take care of linen.
It's on the back of his chair.
Ooh, not a good move.
I have seen a lot of it over the course of this coverage, how uncomfortable check raises from really good players make other pretty good players, uncomfortable. We saw it a lot, with Calvin the other day.
Well, talking of Calvin, it looks like he is all in. Jussi Nevenlina has shoved for 1.13 million. This is on the disco table. And Romero with the decision. So Nevelina shove, just over 1.1 million. Alejandro Romero with a stack of 2 million. Calvin 7V would be the player at risk if Romero makes this call. And I'm assuming that Romero has played a few time bank cards here. Well, there's the first one.
It's strange to imagine a decision based on these positions. Is this a 3-bet and then, I guess, a dilemma about whether to call for those 28 bigs? So maybe not having a plan necessarily. This kind of looks like something like Ace-Jack.
He folds.
Praying for. Huh? Praying for. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I still don't know. If you folded.
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
If he folds pre-flop, I go in. Huh? If he folds pre-flop, I go in.
That's an easy call for me.
Is he?
I mean, I don't want to say what I had, but I would for sure call him. So I had like a top range hand.
Does it make you mad when online poker players, really, really good ones, are also tall and handsome? I don't care for that.
It's something you've said to me before.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not about you. Maybe to you. Might have been talking about Finton.
Generous on the ability to play poker online, but I'll take it. I'll take the tallness, though. That one can't be argued with. Although Benjamin does make me feel small when I stand beside him as well.
Yeah, but I said tall and good looking.
How tall are you, Finton?
6'1".
Nice. Nice. I think I've grown in the last few years. I think I might be 6'2" now. Not just saying that because you said 6'1". That might sound like that.
You think that you've grown in the last few years and you're not joking? Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
It sounded like a joke, and then he followed it up with something that made me think it wasn't a joke.
I mean, I am joking. I just think that I never really like actually decided to check how tall I was.
Wait. Are you doing the whole
recently.
"I've never measured it" thing?
Yeah.
So that
my
way,
height.
in your mind, it can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I think it might be. I just always kind of assumed I was like 5'11", and then someone did measure me, and I was around 6'1".
You assumed you were 5'11", and now you're claiming 6 foot deuce. This is like
I know.
quite the jump.
I think we're gonna need to actually.
There's
measure
not
me.
a man in the world who is over 6 foot and thinks he's 5'11". not a
You know what it was?
one.
I think that it was that I didn't know like how many notches got to the next level, so I think I might have thought I was like 5'12" or something like that, or 5'13".
If I'm still beside you, I think you're like 5'9", if I actually remember correctly.
I think we might need to measure me maybe on the break.
Griffin might be the only person I've ever met who thinks height is an opinion.
Height is a state of mind.
Yeah.
You know, I'm actually I'm looking up here just to make sure that I'm 6'1", because I did get the centimeters for the first time in my life measured when I was like not too long ago.
Do we have a tape measure here?
Yeah, I always carry one around with me, Griffin. I've no idea.
What do you mean?
You can
no
do it
idea?
on an
There's
iPhone, and it's
incredible
scarily
production
accurate.
here.
If any of you have an
hundreds
iPhone,
of people.
it's scarily accurate.
Yeah, there's a
Do
tape
it.
measure on
I'm
the
telling you.
iPhone.
How does that work?
You just point at the toe, you point at the top of the head, and it's like eerily accurate.
Oh, okay.
You know what you can also do, and people might
Stand
like,
up against the wall.
but if you
Well, I
just
have my shoes on. Okay, I'll take my shoes
extend. If you extend your arms out wide,
I can't believe we're doing this.
And it's very accurate as well.
I'm sorry you can't see this, Finton, but we're making Griffin stand up against a wall, and Joe's going to measure
Take
him
your
on his
shoes off,
iPhone.
Griff.
Never
Don't be on
gotten
your
like
tippy toes.
officially. I've never been officially.
Do I have to calibrate this, or will it just work?
No, just point at his toe, point at his head.
Okay.
We'll go with it, and it's gospel. No matter what it says, this is what Griff has to tell people from
Griffin,
now
you're
on for the rest of his
8'4".
life.
There's no way Griffin's over 6 foot.
I think he might be 6 even because he's slightly taller than me, and I'm 5'10". So, hold on, I'm gonna add a point. Hold on, I gotta stand up, I guess. You want him to put his arms out, Finton?
No. It's just if you do put your arms out, that's your height as well from
Oh, I see.
middle finger to middle finger.
Can you point your chin down a little bit?
I want that one.
No,
Wow, Griffin's trying to cheat.
You're putting your forehead up. All right, he's giving it the old hucklebuck. Okay, so the top of his hairline, the top of your hair is being measured at 6'2". The top of your head is saying 6'1". We said it was going to be gospel.
Stay there.
Let's see what it says Hardigan is.
No, because I know exactly what I am. So I'm just going to stand up against Griffin and see if this thing is just nonsense.
Well, let me measure you, too, with the thing. I mean, Hardigan's visibly taller. Okay, we're going to add a point in Hardigan's toe. Don't worry about the poker, guys. Poker's going to play itself.
I've done one hour of commentary and I've destroyed it.
And it also says Hardigan, hold on, is 6'2". But I didn't quite get the top of his head. Hold on.
Hardigan gives me the impression that he's taller than 6'2".
Hold on, go back, James. Sorry, one more time. My bad. Nope, stop it. Oh.
What are we measuring over there?
I mean, it's saying Hardigan's 6'2" also, which I think Hardigan's taller, isn't he?
I'm just shy of 6'3". But my point was, there is no way that Griffin is 6'2".
Griffin's 6'1". It said you're 6'1". No, he didn't. It said 6'1". It said 6'2", like what at the top of your hair, which is definitely an inch. Sorry, Griffin. This quote from YouTube. Let him do science. All right, let's get back to the poker for a second. Pingree. Pingree, is that what you decided?
I think you should go down to the table right now, Joe, and measure everyone, just so we know everyone's height. I think it would be a nice addition to the graphics from now on if we just had everyone's height there, too.
At the final table, I just announced chip counts and heights.
I feel like we should measure everyone at this point. Do you do?
I don't need to be measured.
105.
I mean, it makes great radio.
I will say that my first time ever going on camera with Hardigan, they asked me if I wanted to stand on a box. And I said, no, come on, I'm not. I'm fine with my height. No big deal. And then I see myself on TV. And it's like I'm on my knees. And I'm like, I should have taken that box. And now I can't do it.
When me and Ben signed with Stars, we took a photo, but like I leaned into him for the photo as well, and he already has like several inches on me, so it looks like I'm his adopted child in the photo. That's like if you Google Finton and Spraggy, like it'll be the photo that comes up, and I just look tiny.
Okay, very good question here from Optimus Clang.
Hold on, James has a watch boner right now.
Okay.
That is a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5712. That watch is worth $250,000.
No.
Wait, are you a watch guy, James?
I'm afraid I am.
He loves time.
This is another thing that I'm going to disappoint you with.
I don't know why anyone needs a watch. It's on your phone.
Says the man who buys JPEGs for Bitcoin.
You can get an NFT that says exactly one clock position on it.
That's a very, very nice watch.
I'd imagine watch in Monaco. You spot some very expensive ones compared to other places on the tour.
You do, but you also see a lot of very, what I call flex timepieces, which...
The Twist-A-Flex by Spidell.
You know, I'm not going to mention any particular brands, but they're basically just designed to show that I have a lot of money and no taste or class.
But that one is very expensive and it's classy.
That is a really, really class watch, yeah.
And who's wearing it?
Pingree.
You know,
that's
Fenton,
serious. $250,000 watch.
Here in Monaco,
Who
even
is
the
this guy?
even the neighborhood watch is a Rolex.
That one's good. Is that a new one?
That's an old one.
Oh.
Yep, one bot. You nailed it.
I should get my watch fixed. I have a nice expensive watch.
Will they fix a Casio calculator watch, or you should just get another one?
300.
I think James has flipped watches before even.
I have sold watches, yeah.
At a profit, I mean, though.
Yep.
Trophimov 3-betting Vom.
Yeah, you know, it's a nice opportunity because we can see the hands for Havam to 4-bet shove the pair. Certainly, this is within the range of
1.3.
what you should consider when you're getting 3-bet and you have a small pocket pair at this stack depth. Trophimov playing about 32 big blinds. So if you do think that Trophimov is going to be bluffing enough here, it plays nice as a shove because sometimes when you do get called, it's ace-queen, ace-king, and you're flipping anyway. And quite frankly, Havam can afford it with $7 million. So I would love to see a shove here. But it's not an easy thing to do. You hate to just shove, get snapped off by jacks, and you lose, you know, 2.6 million chip pot. And there it is!
The Vam Jam.
The Vam Jam, baby. You guys have no idea. Joe's face was red, hoping that he would jam so he could say that. He's just like, come on, man, don't fold. I got this sweet rhyme.
So we've got 15 minutes left on this level. Then we will roll straight into level 26. The blinds will go up to 25.50. Still 10 players remaining, spread across 2 tables on the penultimate day of the EPT Monte Carlo main event.
Let's say I have a big score during this upcoming scoop starting on Sunday, James, and I was willing to spend upwards of €75. What kind of watch would you be talking about?
75?
€150.
Actually, there's a good
that's
one
about
out there right now for 75. About that. The new Swatch Moon Phase Twist to Flex. With,
no,
just ignore Joe Stapleton for a second. Which is the default setting.
By the way, I'm so sorry, Fenton. I'm not trying to get you. I'm just goofing.
No. You got me once.
So
and,
Fenton, if your budget...
I've been going to therapy for 4 years since.
If your budget is genuinely €75, you cannot go wrong with Casio. And there are some awesome Casio models, including some G-Shocks, for around that price, which are going to be stylish and very accurate and...
Show that you're poor.
Not at all.
I'm kidding.
I do. I don't wear a watch, but the only watch I do have is actually a gold Casio watch. Maybe there's something I'll get into.
Coolilius.
I've watched 3 movies in the last year. Maybe another year and I'll have a watch.
You could become a watch guy.
Just don't make the mistake of thinking that getting your first watch you need to spend a bunch of money on it, because that's what I did 10 years ago, and I'm just not a watch guy, and it's in a drawer somewhere.
Famously, Barack Obama wore a Casio F91W, a watch that costs $15.
Oh.
I kind of want one of these Casios now. So I wouldn't mind getting a different watch that I, don't look at with regret.
I mean, serious point though, Griff. If you are the kind of person who likes a variety and likes to wear different watches, you can just have a great collection of like cheap Casios, G-Shocks, and just mix it up.
Sweet. Maybe I'll look into these.
When I was a kid, I thought the most expensive watch I could ever even imagine existing was the Iron Man. You guys remember Iron Man watches?
Sounds familiar.
I think it was $150. I told my parents I wanted it for Christmas, and they beat me with the catalog.
Back in my day.
Pair 8's good here. Better than a pair of 8s. 3 8s.
That is a good hand. Fenton, it's been a delight, buddy. I'm going to take a short break, but I will leave you in the more or less capable hands of Joan Griffin.
My hands are a lot more capable.
Thank you so much.
My hands are a lot more capable when Griffin's not here. Ramon checking the pair of threes.
I hear Jamie Taco sometimes.
Jamie Taco?
Yeah. I think you should leave. Steal all his lines.
That is true. You are a bit of a jerk. So unprofessional. So I wonder if Ramon's got it in mind to bluff catch.
Oh, but he's going for that big papa uncle overbet.
It's not the worst hand in the world for him to have, but when people bet more than the pot,
yeah, they
and you're
often
deep in a
have
poker tournament,
Why are you so
not a
interested
lot
in
of
this
them are
pot?
going to find bluffs.
Why do you want
Ooh.
this? Oh, wow.
Ramon called.
Oh, boy.
I mean, the guy with a $250,000 watch in his hand, clearly capable
I guess it's a good point, yeah.
of making a bluff like that. But I'm with you guys here. Like, it's the age-old thing. Like, just because someone's polarized doesn't mean it's 50-50.
Yeah, it's just, think about the mental aspect of it. It's like, is he really this concerned with winning this pot that he wants to bet $550,000 just to get me to fold? So I agree with Finton's theory.
Listen, I'm not saying that if I was sitting there with ace straight that I would have found a fold. It's easier to say it when you're looking at the cards and there's no feelings in the hand. I've often made calls where if I was watching someone else make it, I'm like, what are you doing? But you just sometimes get a reading game. Might not have thought his opponent was capable of finding too many 10 overbets and maybe not having enough eights. So I think in terms of picking the hand to do it with, it makes sense. But when people overbet, it just scares the living daylights out of me. So if anyone's playing against me in Scoop in the next couple of weeks, if you could just not overbet at any point, that would be really lovely.
I'm kind of the opinion that me, you, Finton, everyone in the Twitch and YouTube chat would have folded there, and that makes us better than Khalilith at poker.
Obviously better than him, yeah.
That's how this works, right?
I mean,
we're all in this together.
Guys, think about it. All right, instead of think about it, be honest with me here. If you folded, if no one was paying attention, right, to your frequencies, if no one could learn how to play against you, if you were randomized as a human, every time someone overbet river, if you folded 100% of the time, do you think you'd be winning more or losing more?
I think even if you folded when you had the nuts, you'd still be winning more.
Agreed.
One thing to go on that a little bit more, obviously exaggerating a little bit, like you don't want to be folding when you've got the nuts, but when people check raise the river, you'd probably be better off just not looking at your cards and folding.
I totally agree with you. It does not matter what you have. Do I have the nuts? Here's your decision tree. Do I have the second nuts? That's about it.
That's why the super high rollers are so fun, because these guys, they take things to different degrees.
Totally.
Oh, man, Finton, there was this hand that Makita played against Adrian Mateos, where the board was like, I think it was blind on blind, like limped from the small, check back. And the board by the river was like ace, it was like ace, king, 10, 6 ace, okay? Makita had 10-5 and min bet 50K on the river with 10-5 to induce a 6x raise from Mateos, and pretty quickly called the raise with the third pair on the paired board.
It was really sweet.
4 high. It's just like
those boys are playing a different game.
Yeah, it's so awesome.
Mateos is one of my favorite players.
Dude, I've said on the stream a couple times this week, he's my favorite. I love him.
Yeah, he's an incredible talent, and what a CV he has. It's very frustrating that he's also about 5 years younger than me.
The age thing never bothered me with Mateos because I felt like I discovered him because I saw him watching the stream when he won his first big tournament, like late at night. You know, it was like it had taken place in Europe. It was great. Anyways, you're saying about this hand?
I just think it's pretty interesting that we see Rahman looking to bet on this particular turn card. I guess at this stack depth, button versus big blind, he feels he can discount the vast majority of the top pairs. It's just it's a turn card that I would have been looking to check a lot with, and I think Jacks.
Did he bet on the flop?
Been a hand. Yeah, so bet flop, bet turn. But he seemed to know exactly where he was at in the hand. Unfortunately, doesn't get paid off, but does chip up a little bit after the unfortunate hand where he called the river and got the bad news with the trips.
I think a bit of a trend we're seeing from Ramon in some spots is maybe with the aggression, with a sort of medium strength value hand, preferring to sort of set the price on the turn, making things easier with a check back instead of, checking back there, giving a free card to something, like for instance, 7-8 with a club there, calls twice and you get 2 streets.
Absolutely,
and you're able to quickly check back. Some floats on the flop. Let's just say ace of clubs, 3 offsuit. If there's a scary river card that puts 4 cards straight, suddenly you're facing this 3/4 pot bet. So I agree with you. I think that I would find myself checking back there, but it's interesting to see that Ramon decides to utilize a strategy that's, going to end up value towning himself against the king, but at least he sets the price.
Vom raising from the button, queen 10. Cervantes with ace jack off. And there is a re-raise. $340,000. A 4-point something re-raise.
Cervantes has seen a fair bit of calls from hands in the small blind from Cervantes, and maybe also seeing the broadcast and seeing what kind of hands have been calling. We've seen some like queen 10s and the like, so maybe not wanting to get involved against that now 3-bet range with queen 10 yourself. Let that go and wait for better spots, respecting the 3-bet.
Great question here on YouTube from Accelerated Man, who says, do you guys have a favorite online poker site? Finton?
It's close for me, but I think I'd have to go with PokerStars.
PokerStars, okay.
Kicking off on Sunday, where I'll be streaming every single day.
Yeah, the Spring Championship of Online Poker does begin on Sunday. You'll be able to watch Finton stream, what, 400 or 500 events over the next month?
I'll be playing as many as I can. I'm intending to play all of the lower, medium, and high buy-ins this year. Anything that runs $2, $5, $10, all the way up to probably 2K, 5K, maybe 10K.
Griffin, do you have a favorite online poker site?
Yeah, your site that I'm excited to play on when I get home.
PokerStars?
Huh? Yes, of course.
Contrary to popular opinion, I do not own PokerStars.
You're not Mr. PokerStar?
Wouldn't that be great if I was
I thought you were the undercover boss.
Secret
owner
situation. All along. That's how I somehow haven't been fired. Vom raising 10-8 suited, flatted by 2 7s. Here comes Trophimov. Choo-choo! Over the top.
Trophimov.
For almost all of the chips. And that's going to be the end for Vom. Pingree with a decision.
I would imagine that we see a call here. Maybe not delighted about it, but I think 7s is just going to do too well, given how the action has gone. It's also not for a too big a percentage of Pingree's stack. He can certainly afford to take the gamble, and if he does get bad news that he's against an overpair, still be in pretty healthy shape. So
It's
I'd
like
be
a
surprised.
sixth of Pingree's chips.
Yeah, it's only like 3 of his watches in chips.
I wonder if that's how he breaks down his thought process. I think if you're Trophimov at this point, you actually might be leaning towards the feeling that you really want to see the call because you might dominate. Obviously, gotta get the.
So that looks like a call, I think, right?
I think
we're talking about the not all in thing. No.
Yeah, there's 75,000 chips left to play, but I don't think it really matters what board.
I saw.
No, I'm speaking more to like the way that there was like no,
Yes.
like he's putting it out there, right?
No tabling of hands yet. I think maybe that's what we were trying to avoid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if that's a call, then there is still action to come. It does get a little tricky when you do the virtual all-in thing and people think that you're all in or it's going to go all in anyway, but technically there still is action to come here. Ace, king, tray, 2 spades. Trophimov flops top pair.
I think at this point it won't matter, right? Like the action's going to get stopped. It's what the soft hand for hand is. So as he glances over to the other table,
Yeah, so there.
When I call, we have to keep the hand down? Okay. Yeah.
pretty brutal to be sitting there with the 7s.
Okay, there's the official all-in from Trophimov. Pingree has made the call, but there's still action at the outer table. So they're going to wait for that action to finish before we run this board. We know there's a pretty good chance Trophimov is going to survive. But I think we're going to head out to the disco table momentarily once they're set up out there. Finish that action, then come back here. Yep, here we go. And this is just normal action here, no all-in or anything. And it looks like Cardot has bet 250K into Jussi Nevenlinna. Board is queen 6-6-4, 2 hearts. And 250K looks like it might be a significant portion of Nevenlinna's stack. He's playing with his blue chips. So Nevenlinna folds. Yeah, he doesn't look super deep there anymore. All right, so we're going to head back to the feature table, run the board.
Is it true the 7 is always coming?
It is often true that the 7 is always coming.
Good luck. Cheers, thank you.
2 cards to come.
Yeah, you never know, man. You never know.
Trophimov
I'll take all the luck I can get.
has to fade.
Beware of the turns. No, I'm not looking.
The 2 7s left in the deck.
If you don't look, the 7 is always coming.
Slight graphics error there. Don't worry about that, guys. There's only 1 king of spades out. Here's your turn. The deuce of spades. Spades not a factor in this hand.
Oh, you can just feel the stress oozing off this man. He's melting.
This has to fade a 2-outer. Come on.
Or the ace of spades.
What's the worst that could happen?
It never hit.
It never happens.
Does fade it. Trophimov
You guys are so fucking assholes.
survives.
Wait, I have to say my...
You guys, oh jeez.
Now would be a good time to introduce yet another. Oh, sorry.
And that was so believable as
It
well.
would be a good time to introduce another superstar of the game, but we're not going to.
You can introduce me again.
Cheers.
Take care.
Trophimov with the huge double. All the way up to 2 milli on the dot. We're not rounding up or down. Has exactly 2 million chips. Pretty cool.
So still 10 players. Still a soft hand for hand.
Yeah.
Which means when there's an all-in call, we just make sure that the other table wraps up first. Before we run it. Action has resumed on the outer disco table. And it has resumed on the feature table, folded around to Pingree. Do you think the PP on his hat is his name?
Not 100% sure.
Pretty sure it's the Puppy Patrol logo.
Ah, Puppy Patrol, right.
As a 100, so it's fine.
And Pingree is going to raise. The blinds have
Really Spider-Man.
gone up.
No, I know.
BTW. 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante.
I'm not even sure
Someone's asking if we can explain the point of the soft hand for hand. So I think it just means that when someone's all in, we're hand for hand, right?
So when there's an all in and a call, we wait for the action of the other table to conclude to make sure there aren't two all in and calls at the same time. And then
it's to kind of stop people from looking over to the table before they'll make their action.
Exactly.
Because they want the other player to bust, and then they are trying to get that ladder, whereas this way it's fair and, you know.
Right. It's get them to make the decision before they can see what happens on the other table.
See, this is why we have such good chemistry in this booth, because you have a clueless commentator like me who asks the questions that you guys need to know, and now everyone's informed.
I've already got the clueless commentator role filled, Griffin. We need you to have some clues. Trophimov Jack 10 suited on the button, fresh off a double up.
Apart from the hand where we've seen the pocket deuces kind of 4-bet shove, it's all been pretty reasonable so far. Nobody getting way out of line since I joined. I think.
King 5 deuce all clubs. Queen high flush draw for Vam. I wish I was one of those guys that said fam at the end of sentences so I could say Vam, but I don't think it would work.
Nice bet, Vam.
Turn card is another deuce. After a 50K bet and call on the flop.
Trophimov, not a great deal of hope with all those clubs out there, but second big bet here would actually probably force out this particular hand, but very difficult to do with Jack 10 of spades.
And the river is another club, so queen high flush achieved by Vam.
Probably a good opportunity for Vam to check, maybe induce some air bluffs like what Trophimov has, or some value bets with worse clubs. But does go for a bet instead.
And a bet and a fold. Now you may notice we've gotten a little subdued here, and I think that kind of reflects the mood, the attitude, the energy in the room. right now, as everyone's kind of walking around on eggshells a little bit. And an EPT official final table is a table of 8. But 9 is when they physically all sit at the same table. It's the last redraw. So there's a lot of bubbles coming up.
Where does the expression sitting on eggshells?
Walking on eggshells?
Walking on eggshells, yeah, sorry. Where does it originate from? It's just, I mean, the idea of walking on eggshells, it's like you have to be very careful.
I think it's pretty literal in this case, Griffin, that, you know, treading lightly is like, you know, you don't want to break the eggshells, so you're sort of tiptoeing around. Yeah.
I guess in my head, when I hear eggshell, it's already cracked, so it's like they're all cracked when you're walking on them, and like, why?
Yeah, you just don't want to crack them more, I guess. Okay. I'll admit, the situation in which one would need to walk around on eggshells and also not break them probably.
It's the important questions we ask.
Doesn't come up. Sam Grafton's read a lot of history books. We can maybe ask him. He's doing
in a few minutes. Can we get him in here?
In a few minutes. He'll be here soon. He's finishing up yet another book. Ugh. Raise and take it for Vom. Blind on blind.
Sammy is one of the best people to be around for all sorts of reasons, but his knowledge that he can just whip out of nowhere is it's always enjoyable.
It is pretty cool.
Now,
whoa. Okay, so remember we were just talking about this soft hand for hand. I think there's been an all-in and a call at the secondary feature table. And they're waiting for the feature table to wrap up. I see some chips being put out by Nevin Lena. Yeah, he's all in for $1.46 million. Samoa's his opponent. Nevin Lena, ace-3 of clubs on 5-7 deuce, 2 clubs. Steel wheel draw against the 2 jacks of Samoa's. And it looks like maybe they're holding here. Okay, so because a hand was dealt at the featured table before this ended up happening, we've got to wait for the feature table to finish first before they run this. I will admit the soft hand for hand can be a little confusing. Yeah, so we're going back to the feature table for a second. Wow, what a sweat. What a sweat down there. And that hand's over. Okay, feature table hand is over. Anybody getting car sick yet? Okay, back to table disco. Big sweat for Nevin Lena, and it looks like the jacks held. Unless Samoa's is very upset about being eliminated.
That's one way to get knocked out of a tournament.
No, that is...
He's celebrating the 55K score.
Yeah, the elimination of Jussi Nevin Lena, one of the most successful online poker players of all time. 13 oops titles to his name between WCoop and Scoop. And that's going to give us a little bit of time while the dust settles to bring in our newest egg-headed commentator, the bookworm himself, Shakespeare McGee. Sam Grafton, welcome to the booth.
Hey, guys. It's an exciting moment to come in. Sad to lose Jussi, right? Like,
yeah, for sure.
Big legend of the game. Took it very classy there, just strolling off into the sunset. Deep run for him. Obviously, someone that's so talented with, just a very, very talented card player. In the old school mold, can play each and every game. It's enjoying your little riff on eggshells there, Griff. What did you want us to break out? Yeah, it's an ancient Aztec sport,
You know what?
Like the egg. If you tread on an eggshell, it will break. I mean, that's just
no. I know, but listen,
I
don't know if someone in the Twitch chat made this up or not, but I did see someone say that they would put out eggshells so that you could hear intruders come in. So you know what? that's probably made up, but there's something there.
Sounds good. And here we are. I like it when they tell you you're on the unofficial final table. Like, if you bust ninth, I don't want to hear you telling your friends you made the final table. This wasn't officially there.
This wasn't on the record.
All right, well, we have welcomed one new commentator into the booth. This will be a good time while the dust settles, trying to get ready for nine-handed unofficial final table. We're going to say goodbye to Fintan Hand. Fintan, thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you so much for having me, and I will hopefully chat to you guys soon and enjoy calling the rest of the coverage of the unofficial final table down to the official final table.
Final table of this starts tomorrow, and Fintan's Scoop streaming begins on Sunday, so make sure you give Easy with Aces a follow on Twitch to stay involved on all the comings and goings of Fintan Hand. We're going to be streaming Scoop 3 days a week on the PokerStars main channel, but Fintan, I assume, is going to be going 7 days a week.
They work so hard over that period, those guys. But obviously, he'll be looking to add Coop titles to his resume. Obviously, won that huge tournament on stream. Amazing what those guys do to put up such big scores while entertaining the fans as well.
Yeah, streaming is an awful lot of work. See Samoa's posing with his lady friend here.
Yeah, still celebrating on the rail with the big hold. Ah.
I'd like to say that I wouldn't celebrate that much, but I have no idea. I don't know.
I think what they should do for the unofficial final table is they should take a final table photo now, but then you just get brushed out, like
like Marty McFly.
Yeah, or like how they got rid of Trotsky and Bukharin. You just just like erased from the history of the EPT.
Like George Costanza being removed from the Kruger family photo from Kruger Industrial Smoothing. It's okay. It's Seinfeld. It didn't really do well in the UK. So what's going to happen now is we are going to take a short break while some photos happen, some glad handing, some celebrating, get everybody set, feature at the feature table.
You might say this is an unofficial break.
The unofficial final table break. And we're going to watch some highlights. Just a short one, 5 minutes only. More from EPT Monte Carlo with the unofficial final table in 5 minutes.
Come around to Antonius in the cutoff.
Can't even help but smile because he knows everybody knows. If it's folded to him, he's going to open.
He is absolutely loving it. He raises with ace-4. 120,000. Shemian calls with jacks. Here's our short stack with deuces. And he moves all in. Well, we know he's going to get called in one spot.
It's very likely to be deuces for him as he walks out the door.
Wow.
And now Dumont wakes up with queens in the big blind.
What is happening?
And he reshoves. And this is an interesting spot for Shemian.
Yeah, this is a...
Easy fold for Antonius, but for Shemian...
I give up.
He was obviously going to call the deuces. He also calls the raise from the queens.
What a spot for Dumont.
We have a three-way all-in.
Really rough, because obviously Shemian's hand is under reps.
I had the ace.
And
wow. This dealer is going in the Dealer Hall of Fame. That's all I'm saying.
This orbit has been absolutely insane. So Shemian obviously has both players covered. If he spikes a jack, we get a double KO, and we're down to 7. If queens hold here, Salah goes out and Shemian is crippled.
If deuces never loses, Salah's right back in this. This is exciting either way you slice it. Don't put a chop on board, please.
Maybe it's my time.
Actually, that'd be pretty cool, too. I take it back.
Shemian said maybe it's his time, but it's kind of been his time for the last 8 hours, so.
Maybe clubs. Clubs. Oh, yeah. Four clubs. I have the ace of clubs.
Let's run out this board. Queen high flop.
For the sweat.
Justice.
10 for the split.
Backdoor straight draw for Shemian.
Running deuce draw for Salah.
2.4, I think. 2.3. Oh. You want? 2.1, 2.2.
Shemian's going to be left with about 1.5 million. And that's it. Both players drawing dead on the turn. So Dumont gets better than a double up and Salah is eliminated. We now have our official final table of 8 as Sadri Salah departs in 9th place, cashing for 54,000 euros.
Sadri Salah, more like Sadri Salah.
6 hands, yeah. Can afford, right?
Can we sustain
I don't think we can.
this level of play for another orbit? These hands, people, these hands! John DeBella first to speak, looks down, a pocket nines.
Nines worked out pretty well for him last time. I know DeBella's superstitious. I hope he doesn't go too crazy with them. Work it out, buddy. Work it out.
I'm just going to go put the kettle on.
James, I think he's got it. Come back.
250,000. Action on Juan Lu. Jack 7.
Okay, Lou, now you can work it out.
She folds, Carl Julius folds. Lee Goldman has kings.
Lee short, I assume it's all going in. He hasn't been all that active. Gotta wonder if John will factor this into his decision-making at all when it's back on him.
He does shove for nearly 1.1 million. Fold it around to David Bernstein on the button, pocket fives.
Another pair. Bernstein's pretty short as well, but I don't think he can be third in with a pair this low.
Yeah, he mucks. And Ruben Visser's got tens.
OMG. In Ruben's case, he's probably better off letting one of these two guys go broke or nearly broke and just laddering up.
Fine. He will give it up. Faraz folds the big blind. It's back on DeBella.
DeBella with the third worst hand we've seen.
This is probably 8. Was that 840? I call.
He makes the call.
DeBella made a hasty call, but ultimately won. The math would usually dictate anyways. However, now he's a 4-1 dog.
And the John DeBella fan club falls silent. Goldman set for a double up. DeBella will be left with 1 million.
Boy, he sure looks nervous about it.
So far, so good. Goldman has the king of spades as backup. Jack on the turn.
Goldman smiling now. Just one more card left to fade.
2 outs for DeBella. Goldman set for the double up. But it's a 9!
Hard to act like you've been there before if you've never been there before.
Deal, I might have to kiss you in a minute.
Action folded to Mustafa Khanna, who's got kings.
Oh, hello.
98,300.
Opens with a raise. Paul Pierce could be in trouble here. He's got queens.
Oh, my goodness.
He is all in.
I love it.
Now we're gonna see who's the real MVP.
I love it.
Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom.
I don't know what's happening, but I will allow it.
No!
This 4-bet's kind of insane, by the way.
Come on, baby.
Benelli has re-raised with 9s.
This is all working out really well for Mustafa.
Oh, man, hold on. I got to stand up for this one. MVP. MVP. MVP.
Oh,
Dang.
we can't talk yet. Still in the hands.
Not looking good for me.
So can it just calls the 4-bet? And it's a queen-high flop. Pierce is now a huge favorite.
The truth is out there.
In the side pot between Benelli and Canet, it goes check, check. 4 on the turn.
Give me what I need.
Paul's just about got this locked up. He really shouldn't be reacting, fun as it is.
Canet bets 11,000. Benelli folds, showdown.
I got pair.
No good.
No good?
No good.
I'm good if you triple, bro. I'm good if you triple. I don't give a
Woo! MVP.
I'm happy for you, bro.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. You, no king. No king. No king. King, baby! I'm gonna do a backflip off the stage if you're a king. I ain't did a backflip since I was like
Just give him the pot. It's fine. It's fine.
Watch that scene. Dig in the dancing queens.
The guy just tripled. Paulino! Andiamo!
The blinds are up. 8,000 and 16,000. Running ante of 2,000.
That means there's 32,000 in the pot before the hand starts.
Here comes Elke again, raising it up.
At this point, Elke's going to just be putting the pedal to the metal. He's going to be raising with any 2 cards he finds. He doesn't care.
Tangling with Richard Toth again, who's called his raise. And what's this? Aces again for Theo Jorgensen?
This side is so rigged. Theo's deciding if he goes all in, will he get called? He thinks he will.
Not by Elke.
Not by Elke. Remember, Toth is still smarting from that last hand. I don't think his mental facilities are at their peak right now.
Well, how does Queen 9 actually rate as a hand, 4-handed?
It's a perfectly fine raise calling hand, but now Theo, behind a raiser and him calling, has moved all in.
How much is it in total?
270, I would say.
Well, he's asked for a count of Theo's chips, so he's giving it some serious consideration.
I don't think he thinks he's in front, but he very correctly is thinking it's not a question of whether I'm in front. The question is whether I am getting the right price to call here. Of course he's not, but if Theo's in there with something like Ace-3, then he is getting the right price. And that's what he's trying to work out right now. And again, we need to emphasize that he is still recovering from the most spectacularly hand gone wrong of the entire tournament. He wants to get a bunch of chips back right now. It's really hurting him.
So much to take in. Working out the percentages of this hand. Still thinking about the last hand.
Theo is a complete cipher. He's not showing a single thing.
think I have to trust in my instincts. And it says you've got nothing, and
He's making the call, and he's going to see his instincts were wrong. Theo Jorgensen has the aces. He has Queen 9.
His instincts were very wrong. He's a 4-1 underdog behind Theo.
Listen to the crowd applaud. The Danes want to see the homeboy win this pot.
Wrong instinct this month, but it happens to me.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't guess what your opponent's got, and this is one of those occasions.
That's just about all Theo at this point.
Theo in great position to double up here.
Oh my goodness. That is the best card that Toth could have hoped for. Now suddenly it's only a 2-1 race. He's got a straight draw and a flush draw.
Looking for heart.
Or an 8 or a king.
And there's the 10 of hearts, and that means on the river, Theo Jorgensen has been defeated. Richard Toth has made a flush and has actually knocked Theo Jorgensen out of the tournament.
This is absolutely amazing. And in fact, Theo had said pair the board, and it did, but he didn't think about pairing and making a heart simultaneously. What an awful, awful river card for him.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Day 4 of the main event continues. That was just a brief break for the last redraw of the night. The final 9 players are set. The unofficial final table. There are 36 minutes left on this level, at which point there will be the scheduled 20 minutes break. This is the final 9 players, organized in order of chip stacks. Morten Vam leads the pack with 148 big blinds. Hugo Pingree, new star on the French circuit, middle of the pack with 81. Ramon Colillas, probably the biggest and or most live accomplished player at the table as a result of the PSPC just a few years ago with 25 big blinds. No one in the immediate danger zone. Don't worry. There's no one to say danger zone right now because I haven't introduced the co-commentators yet. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Sam Grafton.
Hello, my babies. Am I allowed to say that, or is that copyrighted?
That's fine.
You share the love. You share your catchphrases with the co-commentator. While I'm in the booth, I'm allowed to riff off.
I would be mad if I heard you doing it outside of me, that's for sure. As long as we're talking about sharing, we are also sharing the booth with Shaguar himself, Griffin Benger.
Well, now I know who the co-parent of all your children is. You know, clearly you guys are the parents of everyone on Twitch and YouTube right now.
Everyone should be in pretty good spirits here.
Yeah, it's an exciting moment to sit down at the final table. It feels like a little bit of a relief to, you know, it's a big marker in the tournament. Even sometimes when there aren't particularly significant pay jumps, things really tense up around the final table. And it's a great thing to be able to say, you know, in your career, you've made an EPT final table.
Is that how you felt when you final tabled your first main event?
Sadly, not made it. Plenty of blow-ups in 12th, 20th. I've seen the other tables, the second table, the third table, but no, never been this far.
From what you've seen when you've been on the rail,
yeah,
I had little swaps here and there.
Yeah, exactly.
Feel the energy.
Sadly, I was my lifetime swap with Neil Farrell not coming in for me today. I thought there was a small chance of a decent amount of rake back from the great Scotsman, but obviously exited in 15th or 16th. You know, he'll be tearing up the bars of Monte Carlo as we speak. If you do see him around 2, 3, 4 in the morning with his top off in the street, please send him back. I will take him in. Send him, put him in a taxi, send him to Monte Carlo Bay Hotel, and we will look after him.
Sam mentioned significant pay jumps. They are quite significant in this particular situation. Everyone now guaranteed around 70,000 euros. ladder up even one spot, you make 20 more. You can see how it goes from there. The big money starts probably around 4th place. 300K, 400K, 560K, 940,000 euros to the eventual winner, and that golden trophy front and center.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge money, life-changing money for almost everyone at the table.
Except Pingree with the $250,000 watch we established. We can only get 4 of his watches with that money.
But yeah, an amazing first prize. Very, very rare in the poker calendar that you get to play for that kind of money. A little bit snug, of course. The EPT now, such a deluxe tournament, playing 8-handed all the way through. This will be the first time there's 9 of them around the table. And, you know, that tension doesn't drop as you snuggle up and take your seat at the table. Final table seat draw, of course, an important moment. Who you're acting before, who you're acting after.
Yeah, we're not really sure when play is going to end today. Typically, we would be happy to have 8 players come back tomorrow, but, you know, this tournament's gone a lot faster than it should have. So, you know, if we get down to 8, if we have 1 elimination, we're going to play on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 60 big blinds, you know, for the middle stacks, that money doesn't go in easily now on final tables.
Right.
You know, you're going to need big hands to collide in order to have an altercation between a 60 big blind stack and an 80 big blind stack. So we're definitely going to need to play on for a decent while today in order to make sure that the tournament is done. But obviously that's great for us and the viewers to see, you know, see some pay jumps, see some action.
Something about Monaco. We have had some marathon final tables. We had Jack Salter.
Sure.
And Antonio Bonanno went on until 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. We had Manik Lerzer. The last time we were here went on till 5:30 in the morning, I think. So if we can avoid that, it's not good for the players. It's not good for the people working, obviously. And I don't think it's good for the winner either. You know, it's just to have everyone sort of be like, hey, you won, now get the hell out of here.
Sure.
We're trying to vacuum here, buddy.
Yeah. Them dismantling the stained glass windows in the background as you're playing 3-handed can be a little distracting. People drilling up the floorboards beneath your feet. I mean, I think with Jack Salter, there was some chance they were going to be forced out onto play on the beach or whatever, or play at the airport.
There's always rumors that, like, oh, no, their license expires at 4 in the morning.
I was trying to move my diamonds and I flipped one of my cards over. I was trying to move my cards here because it's very bothering here, and I flipped one card over.
Well, that sounds like a 3-round penalty to me.
Wow. Not ideal. The nerves getting to some players.
I like how he tried to blame the table.
The alpaca finishing of the table. It's just, is that my card?
Better now than later.
So Romero has opened under the gun, ace-10 off. A hand you might not always open under the gun, 9-handed.
Yeah, I think this is probably, you know, maybe one notch too low, especially on this particular stack depth. But, you know, got some pretty big blockers. What do you think, Sam? You opening this up here to start the final table?
Yeah, I think that I might make a nitty fold. It's definitely right on the cusp. We obviously know we wouldn't be opening that ace-9 off. Depends on his assessment of the players and of the big blind. Certainly going to look strong. You know, it can never be outrageous, right? The ace on the final table, very, very powerful card, as it is throughout other situations as well, but particularly here when free bets are constructed around suited aces and the like. And Pingree going to make a loosish call. Obviously, you do get to realize a bit more equity as the covering stack. And you say Pingree's had a bit of success, is that right, Joe?
Just in this tournament. He's just kind of become a bit of a celebrity, I think.
Lovely.
Partly because the French commentator sitting right next to us go absolutely bananas. How do you say bananas in French? Bananas?
Banane.
La banane.
Did you just say bananas in French with an Italian accent?
Banane.
Pingree flopping a gut shot. Ace-10 with the backdoor spades.
Yeah, nice to have the ace of spades in this situation. Get floated and check raised far, far less. And obviously you just do have a stronger range. You're not going to be opening 4s, 5s, 6s perhaps even. You just, hits this board really hard. And
just a quick fold of the gut shot. The players to keep an eye on are Romero, and Colilius. They're the short-est players, although they have 25 big blinds each. This is a 9-handed table that could stay 9-handed for some time. Now, if the poker gods get involved, if they start cranking it,
yeah,
anything could happen. But
we can't be held responsible if there's a, well, I daren't say on stream, Deus Ex Machina. If they intervene and set up a caller, we could lose someone. And certainly I think actually, particularly someone like Ramon is going to feel very, very comfortable with 25 big blinds. He won't mind this spot at all, won't feel the pressure of being shortest. Obviously, he's been in an even more higher pressure situation than this. Yeah. And he'll really, you know, he'll really fancy his chances as such an experienced player. A lot of experience online as well. Definitely nothing settled here on the final table. Still anyone's game.
You hear about Kalilis' big fold with 2 tables left?
No, tell me.
Under the gun +1 opens, I think 6-handed. He flats cutoff with king queen. Big blind completes, comes queen 8-3 2 hearts. The villain has Trophimov has 10-9 of hearts. He has king queen with the king of hearts. 10-9, so he's playing 31 effective deep to start the hand. Kalilis. Check from the 10-9 of hearts. Kalilis bets, big blind folds. He calls with a flush draw. Turns queen of hearts.
Wow.
Flush checks with 10-9 of hearts. Kalilis bets 225 with 850 back. Started with 31 bigs. Check shoves. And he tanks for 3-4 minutes and folds.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you about another incredible Kalilis fold in the hand number 5 today. But we're going to watch this hand play out first. Maybe I'm not going to tell it. I'm not good with hand histories, honestly. I'll be like,
just remind me what the hand is.
There was like a guy. Were you watching? Because you weren't here yet. 8-7-5.
No.
Yeah.
1 spade.
Yeah, a board that's very much better for Cervantes, and for that reason, Trophimov is going to check. But the actual holding, King 9 of clubs, interacts really, really nicely here with the backdoor flush and with the straight draw. Definitely some check raise potential if Trophimov were to stab. He's just considering his, if Cervantes were to stab. How does Trophimov want to proceed here? Obviously, you do worry about the pairs, 8s, 7s, 5s, 6s, and the like.
Trophimov going to see at least one more card. And that card is a tray ball, diamond, rainbow board.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weird for Cervantes. Now he's stabbed this flop. This isn't exactly, this is a hand that we're sort of protecting with, hoping to just fold out a hand like King Jack, which has live cards. Doesn't feel like a hand we want to go crazy with and start bluffing, right? Hard to knock out better. See what Cervantes thinks. Maybe check back and just try and hit an ace or queen.
Yeah, most of the day today, Cervantes has been on the rise, but in situations like this, has made a lot of top pairs, has had some favorable runouts where he was able to bluff catch against Ramon a couple of different times.
Yeah. And now Trophimov, obviously I suggested a slightly more aggressive approach, perhaps check raising. Elected to check call, a more subtle approach on the final table, reflecting the fact that he's against the covering stack. Gives him a nice bluff now, right? We wouldn't need to bluff if we had an ace-king or ace-queen that check call. And playing it as if he has a hand like pocket nines, 8-9, something like that. Going to put out a river bet And Cervantes.
Curious to see how Cervantes handles a situation where he doesn't really have a hand. Like I said, he's done a pretty good job of catching some bluffs, but, you know, it was top pair, top kicker, an 8-high flush.
Yeah, Sam was remarking about how, you know, because this particular flop favors Cervantes, that Trophimov is going to take this draw as a check call on the flop.
He does make a call.
When you include the other hands like Jack 10 suited and Jack 9 suited, perhaps it could be open from Trophimov. Maybe that's enough bluffs that Cervantes is willing to make that big call.
Yeah, that is a very, very strong call from Cervantes. No tilting at windmills for him. Picking up a nice, nice pot. And you've got to feel for Trophimov. I think that was reasonably believable line. But Cervantes, knowing his customer.
It took Sam less than 5 minutes to make a book reference. You owe me $1. So this hand earlier today, hand number 5, you got Vom coming in today with like 140 big blinds. Kalilius coming in with like 120 big blinds. And the third player involved in the hand was Dayak, who had something like 70 or 80 big blinds. Ramon opens queens from like middle position. Gets 3-bet by ace-king on the button. Ace-queen in the big blind from Dayak. Cold 4. And Ramon folds the queens.
Wow.
Ace-king calls. Flop comes king-high. We're all like, great fold. What a fold by queens. Ace-queen continues. Ace-king calls. Turn queen.
Like 3 million, right?
Goes check, check.
River ace.
River did not change anything. It was a bit of a brick, and I don't remember the river action. The whole thing was about Ramon folding the queens pre-flop. Sure. And
although in this instance, you're kind of stepping us on our point, because he would have won the hand, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the whole point was like amazing that he folded, but like
it's still an amazing fold, though.
Sure,
it's still a fold a lot of people won't make.
Yeah, yeah. But obviously, there's no doubt about Ramon's talent as a poker player. Absolutely, you know, fantastic player and so strong, particularly, it seems, in these big fields. And Cervantes mixing things up here, opting to limp in from the hijack. Not something you see so often from an 80 big blind stack. Obviously, he's going to have his own approach to these final tables. It's going to be interesting to see how this strategy pans out for him. Finds the 10-10-7 flop. You might want to just protect the ace-jack against some live cards. Makes sense that we've got some 10s. If we're limping ace-jack, makes sense that we're going to also be limping some ace-10, jack-10 suited, queen-10s and the like. So we're kind of protected on this board. Although a bit unsure. Ace-8,
yeah, you might even be able to...
strange hand to be holding.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might even be able to get a little value here out of ace-8.
Yes, yes, really nice.
Cardot makes the call. Turn is a jack, so top pair now for Cervantes.
Yeah, that's a lovely card for Cervantes to hit. Obviously, we can see he was in front anyway, but nice to outdraw a 7, a 7-6, well, any 7. Obviously, they're in the big blind. They could have 7 deuce. Nice to be ahead of those now. Obviously, 8-9 did come in. But you also have got a nice hand against, let's say, Cardot had a jack-8 or a jack-9. Sometimes he connected in that way. And for that reason, Cervantes is going to value bet again.
Cardot does have a gut shot now.
Wow.
And is going to pay off this turn bet.
Really interesting call. Obviously, maybe some history that I'm not aware of between these two. Seems a little sticky for a man of my tastes. Cardot persisting with just the ace high.
Yeah, you're not beating a whole lot there, I guess, are you?
Yeah,
King,
don't
queen,
love that
that's
call
about it.
Turn there.
Yeah, and I wonder what Jamie thinks of this river. Is it going to be too thin to go for value? Are there 10s in Cardot's range? You're going to value cut yourself.
Certainly some 10s just checking back in the big blind here, but, you know, like you said, those Jack 8, Jack 9 combos you might want to get a little value from. Try not to get too greedy necessarily. Maybe something in the range of 200,000.
Yeah, and a fast start here for Jamie Cervantes. See, making a big hero call with just ace high. And now, very confident bet for value. 3 streets here. Best hand on every street. And for some reason, Cardo doesn't...
Oh, come on.
Maybe feels that Savant...
Okay.
Yeah. I mean...
I would just feel bad about that.
Yeah, lets it go. And it is the right fold. Really nice for Cervantes. You know, as we said, big moment making an EPT final table, you know, and winning a few hands does tend to settle the nerves. What about you, Griff? You ever made a, I know you won a EPT high roller, but you ever made a main final? No, right? No, I'm not, it's not a needle.
The World Series main.
No, but EPT.
Okay, EPT
we're not talking about inferior brands.
Wow,
we're not talking about
the main of all names.
We're not talking about. You know,
No, I've never made an EPT final. No,
Yeah.
I got 14th or something in the PSBC.
Right, of course.
And
Sam, you need to check your privilege.
No, never in a proper EPT.
Sure.
You guys remember Samoas?
Look at this swaggy tracksuit.
Marcelo Samoas,
Almost a spraggy tracksuit.
celebrator.
Mate, he's Brazilian. It's part of the culture.
That was pretty subdued, actually.
Yeah.
For,
None of this stoic Scandinavian or
You know,
British stiff upper lip.
what I noticed playing UKIPT is no matter what happens, whenever anyone goes broke, unlucky, mate.
Yes.
Unlucky, mate.
Yeah.
Tap the table. Unlucky, mate.
Yeah, you're drunkenly barging into someone, spilling their beer on you, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." And Cardo with the 10-4 off, but because he covers Ramon here, Ramon obviously one of the short stacks. For that reason, he's gonna limp in. Ramon should be playing somewhat more cooperatively here, not bloating the pot, and Jack 10 suited. Will check.
Queen 7 deuce.
Yeah, and
1 diamond.
Yeah, Ramon hasn't checked this back in order to fold on this kind of board. He's going to be aware of just how wide a range Cardo is playing. And, you know, this is the thing about being up against a tough player like Ramon. You know, in a lot of situations in a main event, you can just stab and opponents will fold if they don't make a pair. But Ramon going to take Cardo to a turn.
Oh, Ramon's done so much floating today. And as a testament to what a good player he is, I think if most of us had floated that much, we'd have been long gone. I mean, not you guys, obviously, but
floated away,
us
yeah.
regular people. It's pretty amazing how, you know, if random qualifier calls with Jack High, we're like, what the hell's going on? But when Ramon, it's a float. It's a float when Ramon does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a quick question here from the Twitch stream. No raise for the Jack 10 suited here. So this is really a stack size sort of ICM situation. You know, as much as Kalilis is going to expect a fair bit of limp folds here, you can't risk raising out your equity with such a beautiful pre-flop hand. If your opponent's limp shoving an ace rag or a small pocket pair, you don't want to be raised folding a hand like Jack 10 suited. So, and kept the weaker Jack 10-4 off in there and got a check down and got 1 street of value with that Jack High. So
yeah. By the way,
according to plan.
Jack High, the best hand at Showdown.
Yeah, and again, testament to Ramon's understanding of these spots. Recognizes doesn't even need to bluff with the Jack 10.
Yeah.
Does show down for a small amount of the pot. Doesn't have too many hands that want to value bet. So got to be very, very careful in the ones he selects and does indeed pick up the pot. No, it's so fun for me to see these sort of a little bit more technical hands. Of course, we love the big collisions, but a lot of what makes a good poker player is these kind of intricate blind-on-blind spots where important to, as you say, Griff, construct your range properly pre-flop and then play the streets well. That's what makes good players. Oh, like Easy Rider there with the lights shining into the...
One of my favorite memories from childhood.
Just remember, it's not a therapy session. Stakes. Yeah, go ahead.
When we convinced my Spanish teacher that we should watch the movie Easy Rider because there's like one scene where they speak Spanish.
Did it work?
Oh, it worked.
Nice.
Pocket aces for Cernmez.
Getting aces live, such a great feeling.
Oh man, if Cernmez wins this, that's going to be two Monte Carlos in a row with the OE. Lurzer, Cernmez.
That is a leap of a connection.
Yeah.
We're going to connect.
And the crowd went, Jer Stapleton.
Yeah, that's why we're doing it. It's because it's 2/3 of your name. I love me some players.
And just raise and take it. No action.
Lame. Show it.
Oh, he shows it.
Does he? Nice. What a fish.
Oh, dear. Just remember, when I raise, I could have aces.
Yeah.
Just letting your opponents know.
You guys thought I was one of those suckers that folds these puppies.
All right. I just wanted to know. I'm not as tight as you think.
Yeah. I'll pop these up. I don't even care.
Finally, I've got a rail developing. Pretty cool. Was that 3 phones in one human?
That's a grad.
I got some work to do.
Yeah.
3 phones.
Maybe she's been outed as having multiple affairs. She's got like a phone for each boyfriend, and if they're tuned in, they're going to uncover the plot.
I made a comment like that one time in front of someone who mentioned the boyfriend had 2 phones. I was like, was he cheating on you? And the girl like burst into tears. I was like, whoops. Totally ruined a good night.
Pingree. Does he get his hats the same place Phil Hellmuth does? He's got the PP. Le pipi. Romero. I don't know any French. I don't know what that means. Well, Romero will fold the 9-6 suited.
Don't ever wink at me again.
I think the guy that calls 2 streets with the ace-8 there isn't folding the king-5 suited at the cutoff. What do you think, Sam?
No. It's nice open.
It is.
Suited king. And again, I think this would be a very, very standard jam for chips. A little bit more complicated on a final table, but I think Ramon may well take this spot.
Yeah, and it's just, you kind of wish you'd have a little less chips. You'd feel a lot more comfortable jamming anything under 1.2, but you're getting close to 30 bigs. You're just thinking, I know I have to do this, but, you hate to just get coolered and someone wake up with jacks in the big here or something.
All in for Kalilius. Samoas with king and queen. We know this would be a flip.
Yeah, and
Samoas is second in chips with over 100 bigs and just ditches the king-queen. I guess that's why you shove the 7s, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's 27 big blinds. Another player behind. Not really a consideration, but yeah, and that's the other thing. You're folding out a ton of equity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big blind folding king-queen instead of just flatting there at the cut on the button for 27 bigs, getting a call from the big.
Being told on YouTube that PP equals Patek Philippe, which I assume is a hat more expensive than I'll ever wear. Unless it's been issued to me.
Expensive hat. Show me an expensive watch, then I'll be impressed.
Yes, well.
Oh, he's wearing the most expensive watches we've ever seen?
I think these are the same people I hired to rig internet polls.
I did wonder why the favorite PokerStars commentator poll had 100% Stapes. Thought Sam would have gotten 1 vote.
An hour ago, this had 400 votes. Now there's been 40,000. All for Stapes. Romero. Pocket tens. D-ace, D-ace.
25 big blinds. Certainly a hand that ordinarily when you have 25 big blinds, you're like, okay, let's go. But when you're on a final table and you're raising.
Oh, boy.
And there's people behind that, yeah, it's going to get. It's going to be a thing, right?
It's going to get very dicey here.
Queens for Cardot. Quick, name a French queen.
Marie Antoinette.
All right, name another one.
Isn't that a Kirsten Dunst movie?
Yeah, that's what it's from. Ramon checking out the clock.
Hey, Sofia Coppola.
Also has a hand reverse.
Don't
for
do
what
it,
we
Kalilis.
saw before.
Don't do it. Roman, you're better than this. We saw you fold queens, man. Queens!
Yeah, and I think here actually having a queen is quite a bad card to have. I think maybe... Oh, no, he's gone for it. He's gone for it. He's gone all in, right?
The cold 4-bet, all in for Ramon.
And this is going to save Ramiro here. And we're gonna,
sure is.
We're going to need an ace for our hero. I don't... Yeah.
Need an ace from space.
Yeah.
Romero probably just going to take a second to ground himself.
Yeah.
Before pitching these into the middle. There they go. And I don't think Cardot will be doing the same.
Yeah, look, he's not even that excited, but
Cardot
good news.
Makes the call. Still a huge spot for both players. I mean, you got it in good here, but you do not always feel great about this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money in play here. This is a big, big spot indeed for both players. Obviously,
follow Ramon.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Ramon here.
Follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday.
All right, hold off there, Griffin. Let's see the run out first.
Don't think any aces were folded. 3 outs, 2 live flush draws on the optimistic side.
Good luck, Roman Kalilis.
Cardot, the big favorite. Ramon could potentially bubble the official final table.
Will be expunged from the history of the EPT.
Wiped clean.
Oh, there it
Ace
is.
in the window. 2 diamonds also.
And now it's Cardot who needs the one queen in the deck or running diamonds, running straight cards.
So sick. A diamond on the turn.
Oh, no.
Well, the good news is that Cardot has got some outs. 9 of them.
It's fair that there's at least a sweat for Cardot, who's got it in so good here pre-flop.
The river is red, but it is not a diamond. Double up, Kalilis.
I did pull
Follow Ramon. Follow Ramon.
That's you know, that's not the tune.
It's not?
No.
What, I got the tune wrong?
Yes.
You just keep going then. Just
How am I supposed to match the tune if you're just making it up?
Okay, go ahead.
Follow Ramon. Follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon. Hey!
This is why they don't invite me in anymore. I can't compete with you two.
And we can't compete with you out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and this is a big, big swing. Yannick Cardot relegated to the final table short stack. And winners win. Ramon now in a much, much better position on this final table. Obviously has the talent, has the experience. Very, very much in the mix for this title.
I like your use of relegation there. You might say this is a relegation situation.
Ramon up to 67 big blinds, 3.3 million. Normally 67 big blinds at the final table would have you in the top 1, 2, 3 spots, but not here. Ramon is 6th with 67 big blinds. This final table is deeper than most of the books Sam reads.
And, you know, to reference something you always talk about, Griff, gone down a strange timeline here. If for some reason Ramon had passed up the ace-queen spot, potentially tens against queens, we might have seen, you know, an elimination and a big stack for Pingree. And instead, the ace spikes and the final table reconfigured.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see how carefree and he just sort of threw in that ace-queen. I mean, listen, these people have been playing together for days now, and, you know, a lot of hand histories between them, and maybe just thought, you know, Romero might be opening light there, and Cardot likes to attack. A player like that, ace-queen, was just right away, he just knew he was not folding this hand.
Rothan on YouTube says double L in Spanish is pronounced Y. Hey, Griffin, in English, how do you pronounce Y-A-B-A-N-N-E-D?
Y-A-B-A-N-E. Oh, Yabanade.
You got a guess?
You're banned.
So close.
Thank you for your comment.
Yes. Ramon Calles. But yeah, I feel like if we started trying to pronounce every surname in the correct accent, it would be more of a fiasco than us. You know,
all I know is that when I interviewed Ramon Calles after he won the PSPC, and I said, hey, man, I got to do an interview with you. How do you say your last name? And he said, Calles. And I said, Calles? And he said, sí, Calles. And I said, okay. So I think he would know. I think maybe he would know. Thank you for your comment.
3.2?
Yeah.
You get a special dispensation when you've handed someone the PSPC trophy.
The best is when people try to tell me I'm saying Niall Farrell wrong.
He does say Neil.
Exactly. No, I say Neil. I'm saying. So I say Neil, and they go, it's Niall. And I'm like, dude.
Sure.
I know the guy.
I've been taps off with this guy many a night.
Yes.
Romero having a little tank with King 8 off. Why not? What do we know about Marcelo Simoes? Joes. 5.1 million, second in chips. See, I like to know about the Brazilians. Is he an experienced player?
With one thing we do about know about Simoes is that if he wins, he will be the second champion in a row at Monte Carlo with the letters OE.
Sure. If he comes and commentates, he will be the second commentator in the booth with OE. And tight to fold there, we saw ace-deuce fold. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Getting
No surprise that the rail is there for the Brazilian player.
Yeah.
Samoa is currently the 2019, so hasn't been dethroned yet. Player of the Year from BSOP. And he goes by the name Marcelo Mesquio in the Brazilian poker community. I've noticed that a lot of the Brazilian poker handles are just other names. It's not like Johnny Bravo 64. It's like Mike Smith 27.
Right.
It's always like a very believable name. Just not their name. Marcelo Mesquio folds.
And Cervantes with ace-queen again. I think at this stack depth against early position open, quite nice to just flat the ace-queen, keep in dominating hands exactly like this. Maybe 3-bet it a little bit more in earlier position to knock out players behind. See, someone that's not afraid to navigate the streets. And Sunumas, Erkan, I'm going to call him. Erkan, tempted in by the allure of the 10-9.
I mean, I'm in there all day.
The,
You got
the crafting. You got to
really? 90. Yeah, you got 90 big blinds in the small blind. There's a
Okay,
play to
great.
raise and call.
I thought
like,
I was.
it's
I mean,
a
I know
snap
I'm
call.
bad, but I was
I
like,
think he just folded to a button open with ace deuce from the big blind as well.
I must be. I was like, I must be terrible
So,
because
I think Sun Mez may be a little out of.
if I don't think the big blind is going to be squeezing very often, let's go. Let's go with the 10-9.
Yeah, and big flop for Cervantes. Top two. Going to know that Ramon has an ace here himself quite often. And this is really interesting. Really, really interesting approach from Ramon. Deciding to bet out here. Looking to just sort of fold out pocket pairs with the 2 outs, I guess. Obviously, you can get called by worse. A lot of players would check this. But feels like Cervantes is wide enough on the button that he can sort of probe here for value. And Cervantes a little unsure how to respond. Do you get raises against this small size, he's wondering? Or do I only play calls? And does just call.
I mean, Cervantes has made a lot of money today just calling.
Sure. I mean, and 7 of hearts comes off.
It's always coming 7.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a annoying card for Colias as well. 7-8, 7-6. A hand like that has now outdrawn you as well. Toughen up your opponent's range by betting out. I think Cervantes will begin to go for some value now.
Lavitz on YouTube says the literal pronunciation in Spanish will be something like collie jazz. Somehow I doubt it. And here comes Cervantes again, this time 500,000. Excuse me, I didn't get that right. 240.
Yeah,
just a little off.
Half pot. And the king clubs is interesting here. Unblocking the floats, but he's not giving it up because there's some jack tens, king jacks, king tens. The clubs is the one that would fold the flop. And for that reason, because also, you know, an ace 3 or ace 4 doesn't necessarily bet when check 2. It's a little bit of a narrower range. Of course, ace queen is going to bet, and a 7 is going to bet. But, you know, like a lot of the aces will just check back in position. For that reason, Ramon is getting sticky.
I mean, Ramon and Cervantes have been going at it all day today.
A million chips in the middle. You know, this is a big pot. Yannick and Alejandro only have a million themselves. This pot as big as
Queen would be
a couple of
jokes.
players' stacks.
9 of diamonds is your river card. Does not change anything about this board. Ramon checks again.
Yeah, and Cervantes obviously went for that thin value with ace-jack. I think this is going to be a very clear value bet for him. Obviously, treading on eggshells somewhat deep stacked against another player, but Cervantes will go for value, I'm almost certain. Sizings go down a bit on final tables.
1.1.
But goes big, goes for pot. Very polarizing sizing. And Colias does have a legitimate bluff catcher here.
Every time they've played a pot similar to this one, the roles have been somewhat reversed. Cervantes still with the best hand generally, but it's Ramon pushing the action.
Do you think this is a bit greedy, this overbet or this full-size pot bet, in the sense of just like you might actually fold out an ace sometimes?
Well, I mean, everything's the same. I mean,
Yeah.
an ace-3 is sort of the same as king-queen here, right? The value is a 7. Cervantes is polarized. Ace-deuce, ace-5, just check back and claim half the pot or claim the full pot. They don't value bet. So your value range is narrow, and as a result, you size up in the spot. And Ramon, as I say, the bluffs are king jack, jack 10, and the like.
King 10. And the values are, 7-8 suited that would call the small bet on the flop.
Exactly.
7-9 suited might have flatted on the button here. Maybe 7-6.
Ramon
Ace 7.
does muck it.
Yeah.
And That hand just ticked us over into the break. So that'll be the last hand of the session. We're going to say goodbye to Sam Crafton. Thank you, Sam.
Bye, Sam.
Pleasure, guys. Pleasure.
And I believe we've got Maria on tap for some point tonight. One last look at these chip counts before we head out on an 18-minute break. Morten Vom did not play any hands at that unofficial final table, and as a result is still tournament chip leader. 9 players left to go. A few more eliminations, hopefully, before we end for the night, but we are ending for right now. Back for more from EPT Monte Carlo in 18. Heads up play about to begin here at the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
That is a 500,000 bet. Not gonna work.
Not gonna work.
Not gonna work. Trips for Kalilius.
Not Bad M on Twitch says 5.1 million is good because you can buy stuff and still have 5 million.
Yeah, a great point. Not Bad M. That's true. And then once you get below 5, then all bets are off. Then it just flies out, you know.
Oh yeah,
they ain't gonna work towards 4.
And you're like, I'll stick at 4.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, I might as well.
I used to do that when I was taking shots at higher stakes. Like, if my bankroll drops to this, I'm gonna stop, and I would go over a little bit, and I was like, I'll stop at that.
Yeah, new
Yeah,
bottom.
Yeah.
That's some very, very poor bankroll management. You don't do that anymore, do you, Lex?
No, no, no. I used to be like that all the time, but I don't do that anymore. When you're young and fearless, and the world is open to you, none of it matters. Well, you know, plus poker was pretty easy back then. Let's give that disclaimer before some 22-year-old is popping off right now. All right, so this is one of those examples where somebody check raises. Ooh, interesting run out, but where somebody check raises and then checks the turn. I really like to see that. Check raise really strong, and just the fact that he gets called by 8 high proves that that's a good strategy. Just that fact alone. But if you then blast off on the turn, you might start overplaying it. I really like check, even though there's 3 spades on the board. He doesn't seem to be going for it. Wow, he gives up.
310's good.
Yeah, I like the play.
That's good.
Jack of Hearts on the turn. Put some more draws out there. Martini checks. Kalilius.
Kalilius is playing really well as well.
It's not easy to play with that kind of deficit. And now in this situation, of course, people aren't going to quote unquote give up.
Yeah.
But it is easy when you have 20 big blinds against whoever to just kind of be very defeatist and be like, well, I'm all in.
Yeah. I mean, if you have motivation problems at this stage of the tournament,
right,
then I don't know.
Just easy to feel defeated, I guess. All right, Martini, Julian, chip leader, been dominating this final table. 9-6 suited.
Yeah, excellent hand, heads up. I like the fact that he comes in for a raise. And the crazy,
Kalilis, Queen 5.
crazy thing is that Queen 5 is also pretty decent in heads-up situations. Queen High not all too bad, plus you already have money in the pot. And you know your opponent is playing pretty aggressively. Oh.
Hi-ya, Ace, Queen 4, 3 hearts, flopped flush for Martini. And make no mistake, he has been playing well this tournament, but he has also been hitting hands when he needs to.
Yeah, like we said before, that's how you get deep in tournaments. It's a dangerous combination, running well and playing well.
Unbeatable. And Martini continues, as he would probably on most flops. And Quililius calls. It's another queen on the turn. So now Quililius not really worried about anything. Who flops a flush?
Yeah, I mean, especially in the heads up, you're only playing against one person. And that one person is going to play so many hands because it's just the two of you. Wow, this is absolutely dramatic for him. But he does have outs to fill up to a boat. He still has 23% chance.
Well, you guys, as it stands right now, this could be the end of the tournament.
Oh, for sure. Oh, and he's reaching for a lot of chips.
Yeah, he is not slowing down at all.
He smells blood.
Those are the 500K chips. 4.6 million is the bet. What do you do if you are Ramon from Spain right now? I think you've got to be kind of happy about this.
Yeah, you are. I mean, you're even beating hands that people bet for value.
Yeah.
For a million?
I mean, most of the time when he's got a value hand, it's going to be an ace, and you're beating that. And
what?
It's a 5 on the river. OMG. Full house for Ramon. He is first to act.
Oh, boy.
14 million in the middle, 17 million behind. So this will not be the end of the tournament, regardless of what happens here.
Doesn't get greedy. He checks. I really like that decision.
There's the all-in from Martini. Quililius going to give it one last look and calls. And
Wow.
Martini can't believe it. What a run out. Double up. Ramon Quililius, 96 blinds, plays 24 big blinds. What an unreal reversal. Holy shnikes. Shell-shocked Julian Martini.
That's incredible.
This trophy is both beautiful and at the same time utterly ridiculous.
It is. I mean, it's got to be the most outrageous trophy we've seen at a PokerStars event, James, I think.
Without a doubt.
And rumor has it fairly heavy, so it'll be interesting to see how our eventual winner deals with the ceremonial lifting of the trophy.
Might have to bring in some of his friends. So Quililius opens with ace-queen, Martini with 6-3 of diamonds.
A reasonable hand to defend with here, Finton. 23 big blinds, suited.
I'm not going to be folding pretty much anything suited for this size, I wouldn't imagine. 6-3 suited, you can flop some straights, you can flop some quads. Easy.
King, king, 4. 1 diamond. Action checked to Quililius. And the gold chips are worth 500K each. The greys are 100K, so it's a bet of 700,000.
I think Martini has a hand that he might be somewhat tempted to check raise here. He's wrapped around the 4. He's got the backdoor diamonds. It says board his opponent is just going to pretty much auto c-bet as the aggressor pre-flop.
Yeah, looks like he's coming along for a call. Gonna peel one off. I think, like, ideally he'd have something with a little bit more equity, like a 6-5 of diamonds is that much stronger because you have 2 overs potentially to a 4. He is getting a little bit out of line with a call on the flop. Does pick up a straight draw on the turn.
I think it's safe to assume, though, that he's not planning on showing this 6-high down, right? At some point, if it goes check-check on the turn, he's going to bluff.
Yep. So once he gets to this point, and there's 4.6 million in the middle, you have 6-high, pretty much obliged to fire something out. Be shocked if that wasn't, as you say, Fintan, his intention.
Here comes the bluff. A double-fisted bluff. 2 towers of white, a little bit of gold on top. Yeah, 5.2 million. Can Cornelius make this call with just ace-high?
This is a really interesting spot because Martini's not going to have too many ace-high flushes because he shoves the majority of his ace-x pre. And is he going to really just check call with a flush draw that's not ace-high on the flop? Does he overbet a king at this point?
Oh, he's called.
Wow, what a great call with the ace-queen.
Heroes, and he's right.
Let's go.
Wow. And now Martini is really on the ropes. It's 90 big blinds, plays 12 big blinds.
I love that rail.
I love the rail, I love the call.
Heads up in a 25K, overbets the pot. Takes about 30 seconds for ace high. Easy. It does feel that Martini's going to be all in pretty soon for his tournament life.
Remember what Joe Stapleton said back in 2013. All it takes is a chip and a chair. It's not over yet, Martini. Hand 101. Ace-jack. Bets enough to put Martini all in. And Julien calls. This could be it. Cards go on their back, and it's a race. Pocket threes for Martini, the overcards for Cornelius. Martini gets more than a double up if threes hold, but if Cornelius can hit, we have a PSPC champion.
I'm gonna do it. If you let me double up, I can do it.
What a huge sweat for these players and their rails.
Not a lot. But enough. Enough.
Just to put things into perspective, this is a $2.1 million coin flip. King 6-6. Threes holding, but Cornelius has additional outs now. Aces, kings, and jacks all working for him. Martini, roughly a 60% favorite to double up. Turn card is a 9. More outs for Cornelius. Martini now a 3-1 favorite to double up and survive, but if there's a 9-jack, king or ace on the river, Ramon Cornelius will take down this tournament. The river. Is a blank, and we play on. Martini now with a 14 big blind stack. Ramon Cornelius with 85 big blinds still has the huge chip lead. I mean, Martini's still looking for another double up, guys, to get back in this, but not quite in the horrific situation he was for the last few hands.
I think I heard Martini say, if I win this double up, I'm going to win it. So he's obviously confident, even with the short stack. He believes, you have to believe. This is the dream.
Well, this is hand 102, last hand of the level. Martini shoving with Jack-9. Ramon Kalilias has ace-5.
We're going to see another all-in.
This would be a very reasonable hand to call with. Julien Martini's tournament life could be about to be on the line again. Kalilias taking a moment.
Of course, if he was to lose another pot.
Exactly 10 seconds.
There's the call. Kalilias gets it in ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Martini at risk and behind. Well, now we're in a situation where it's almost a flip.
I wanted to wait because of the right now it's like increase of blinds, and I thought he just wanted to tank for this. But actually he did it well because
Kalilias has the slight advantage and is on the verge of becoming a champion.
Give us something funny like 10, 8 of club.
It's an ace-high flop. There is a 9 as well. Martini has outs. Jacks and 9s are working for him, but right now, Kalilias is almost a 4-to-1 favorite.
5 outs. I did worst already.
The turn card is a deuce. No additional outs for Martini. He needs to hit a jack or a 9 on the river. He has 5 outs. Any other card, and we have a winner. The energy in the room is incredible. This could be the moment. The river card is a 5-2 pair for Kalilias. The Platinum Pass winner from Spain takes down the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. $5.1 million. The winner of the biggest 25K event in poker history.
They're going to be having a party tonight.
And justifiably so. Incredible scenes.
A Platinum Pass winner.
He topped the CEP leaderboard. That's how he won his Platinum Pass, qualifying for this 25K event for free. And he cashes out for more than $5 million, and he will be presented with that trophy. Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino as day 4 continues. It's the penultimate day of the main event here at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. 9 players remain. That means we're down to a single table and on the official final table bubble. It's James Harscom with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Joe, at the start of the day, we said that we'd play down possibly to 8, possibly to 6. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that it's 6 o'clock in the evening local time. We're probably going to need to play to 6 tonight.
2 more minutes? Oh, till 6 players, not 6 p.m.
Correct. I don't think, let's say we lose a player in the first 15 minutes of this level.
Gotta keep going.
I don't think we could legitimately finish for the night. We need to keep playing through a few more levels and try and get down to the 6 all return for the final day tomorrow and compete for that trophy and the first prize of close to €1 million. Everyone's now guaranteed 70K.
So this is what I was saying before about how deep they are and why we need to keep playing.
Yes.
Ramon Kalilias has 56 big blinds. At a final table, if you had 56 big blinds, what position would you normally be in?
I'd say you'd probably be in the top 3 at
Top
least.
3. Ramon's in the bottom 4.
Yeah.
With 56 big blinds. So that's how deep we are right now.
Yeah, we have got 3 relatively shortish stacks. Trophimov, Cardo, and Romero, all between 20 and 25 big blinds. But crucially, nobody in the danger zone.
Danger zone! This tournament is deeper than James's 9th grade poetry.
It's gonna be still 25-50. Interesting.
I mean, we did try to lose a player in the last session.
Oh, we played half.
But unfortunately, not unfortunately, but there was an ace on the desk.
Always an ace on the desk, which did indeed save Ramon from elimination.
3.9.
How much do you approximately have?
So looks like the clock is running again. Right now we are at level 26, the second half of this level to play. 25,000, 50,000 blinds with a 50k big blind ante.
Trophimov, King Queen offsuit.
We're round to the blinds. Hugo Pingree in the small has ace-10 offsuit.
Takes a special individual to rock the big white t-shirt. And my guess is it probably ain't the kind you get at Target. You don't wear a $250,000 watch and then a $4 t-shirt from Primark, do you?
Not the usual combo, I would agree. So nothing confirmed yet as we see Trophimov win the first part of the level, or this session rather, uncontested. Nothing set in stone, but I would imagine that we are going to play down to 6. And that means there's a good chance we play through this session, which is scheduled to be 2 hours, 15 minutes long, and then take a dinner break this evening. Hopefully you can stay with us for all of today's coverage, but whatever your plans are today, please make sure you're with us tomorrow on Saturday, because we're going to be streaming the final table, streaming the final day, and we are going to present that trophy and award a first prize of more than 939,000 euros.
Keith Becker, accidental grenade. Stars PA streamer. People out here wearing $250,000 watches while I decide if I can get 10 nuggets instead of 6.
Ah.
I feel that. Also like this one for Roxo, who said he's probably wearing a Hanes beefy tee. Maybe a TC Tugger.
Action has been folded to the small blind. Alejandro Romero, who starts this hand with a 20 big blind stack. In fact, Yannick Cardo, who's in the big blind, has almost the same stack, slightly more.
Your stack's copying mine. Your stack's a biter. Oh, very dainty. Very nonchalant. Nobody's that interested.
A raise to 150,000 called by Cardo. Blind v blind heads up to the flop. And there's a king and a 6. 2 pair for Cardo.
That's so great when you see the king. You're like, free rolling, boom, 2 pair. I feel like, yeah, you're going to feel inclined to take a stab at this. Rankle asks, isn't this the final table? Sort of.
Let's not go there. Let's just watch the poker.
Okay.
Oh, hello. Full house now for Cardo. And Romero drawing dead.
You got it, dude. The person who said that is now a billionaire.
Check, check on the turn. And there is an appearance from Barry Greenstein. And that ace on the river might elicit more chips from Alejandro Romero.
Romero checks. How much is Romero going to pay off? Size does matter.
Cardo goes big, almost full pot, 500,000. And Romero calls and will now be on life support. Alejandro Romero down to 6 big blinds.
Just a really unfortunate river card. Blind on blind. Maybe you take a little bit more time there. You know, it's such a snap call. I don't know. Again, when you look at the times people are over betting or betting the pot or betting nearly the pot, you know, it does feel like, oh, I just improved. I have top pair. But is someone really going to try to bluff you by betting full pot at this stage?
Yeah.
Sometimes, yes. I'm just saying, take a little bit more time occasionally. Coming from someone who also would have 100% snap called there and felt like the unluckiest player in the world.
Someone needs to tell Nightbot we're not on break.
Oh, Nightbot. Usually pretty good, to be honest. Everybody makes mistakes sometimes, though.
Marcelo Samoa's opening here. So this is what we know about Marcelo, and this comes from our Brazilian commentators. He is the 2019 Player of the Year in the Brazilian Series of Poker. And of course, there hasn't been a Player of the Year contest since 2019, so I guess you could say he's the reigning champ. Goes by the name Marcelo Mesquio for the Brazilian poker community. I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciations here, but you get the idea.
Oh, no, I think Bsop is correct.
Right. No. Like what if you were like, you know?
I'm happy Brazil is taken to poker. And I'm also happy the Vuvuzela hasn't made its way here yet. Keep it that way.
Morten Vam still the chip leader with a 152 big blind stack. Folds here, round to Cervantes. And Jaime is going to open with a raise to 100,000 with ace-10. Just a reminder that this is Jaime's second cash of this festival, a 41st place finish in the FPS main event. And considering that tournament had nearly 2,000 runners, 41st ain't bad. 'Tis an achievement.
I don't believe anyone could cash twice in the same week in a poker festival.
It has been known to happen. Once or twice. Who's singing?
It's too quiet.
Not a complaint, by the way, just an observation. Thank you, Jaime. I appreciate it.
Cervantes.
Let's have some entertainment.
I was going to say, I bet it's the guy who's gone from having 30 big blinds to 99 big blinds over the last 4 hours.
That will give you the confidence to perform.
Chirping chips, quite
Yes.
literally in this case.
So round to the button, Ramon Kalilias, and he is raising. Makes it 100,000 with Queen 9. Marcelo Samoas with Ace-8 of diamonds.
Certainly a hand you're not going to fold. Can absolutely re-raise against a button raise if you want.
And I think that's what he's doing. 3 bets to 330K.
Now, Ramon does get pretty sticky in these spots. He does like to call in position. I think Samoas is going to have a pretty tight 3-bet range, and so does Ramon.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled because right now we are joined by European Poker Tour royalty on this stream. Victoria Coren Mitchell, the EPT's first ever 2-time champion. Welcome.
Hello. Very nice to see you.
Likewise. Great to have you here in Monaco. Great to have you on the stream. And I think I'm right in saying that Ramon Kalilias was on your table on day 1 of this event.
Oh, I've no idea who any of them are. You know, I never do. It's so awkward. Who was it that said... I played on one main event table and I did an interview with Poker News afterwards, and the guy said, how was it with a world champion on your right? I had no idea.
I saw a photograph, and I think it was from this tournament, where you were sat next to Ramon. Now,
Ramon was on your left, yeah.
He won the PSPC, the PokerStars Players Championship in the Bahamas, for more than $5 million. He had a deep run in the World Series of Poker main event last year, narrowly missed out on a seat at the final table. He's just out of a shot right now.
Okay. I mean, you understand I find it difficult to tell these players apart when they don't have masks on. Now, it's sort of hilarious.
Also, when someone's sitting directly next to you, it's hard to look in their face.
Really stare at them.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to coming around to him and
Unfortunately,
being like, still nothing.
He folded so quickly, we're now not going to see him. Next hand, Vicky. Next hand.
He plays a lot of hands. We're definitely going to get a peek at him. What I want to know is this like coming back to high school when you were prom queen? Like, is it, it's like cool, but like kind of weird at the same time?
Well, it's funny you should say that. I would have no idea what that experience is like. We are having our school reunion in about 2 weeks' time.
Are you going?
I think I will go. I mean, I definitely wasn't the prom queen or whatever the equivalent of that
You've
would be
done
in the
okay
UK.
since then.
Well, we don't have prom queen in the United Kingdom,
I
Joe.
understand, but it makes its way over.
I did. I went back to my old college reunion at university the night I won some kind of TV tournament series, and I had 25,000 in cash in a bag.
Awesome.
And I turned up late, but it was in the... I mean, this is how you dream of going back to your university. The school one, I'm not sure how much they care about this kind of thing.
So what have you done with yourself? Well, here, I've got 25,000 things to tell you about.
But no, I mean, it's a bit like coming back here. I mean, like everybody who comes to Monte Carlo, there's an element of, you know, whoever you are, sometimes people are absolutely lovely to you, and at any moment someone could be absolutely horrible from nowhere for no reason. You just don't know.
And that person could be of any status whatsoever. They could be a billionaire. It could be a server.
It could be anything. And I try to fox them. You know, this time, because I always assume, oh, it's because they think the low-rent poker players have crawled into town. Oh, somebody's all in.
Yes, this is Alejandro Romero. He's down to just 6 big blinds, shoving for 305,000 with ace-5 offsuit.
Oh, you never want to get it in with the best hand as a short stack, in my experience.
Wow,
Yeah,
this
you've
is
got
almost
absolutely no chance.
almost
No chance.
Stapleton-esque analysis coming from Vicky here.
Yeah.
What, you want the ace-5 here?
It's the only way to not be disappointed.
I tell you what, I've got some cash. I'll have a bet with you if you
No,
want.
no.
Yeah,
I know better.
I don't have 25,000 pounds, Vicky.
Well, the chip leader, Morten Vam, calls with Queen 10 suited.
Why wouldn't he?
Vam with live cards. Romero ahead, just practically a coin flip.
Well, I'll give you even money, the ace-5, if you want to bet it.
Romero needs ace-high to hold, otherwise he will exit in 9th, and we will have our official final table lineup.
Oh, man, I don't want to bet it, but I feel like ace-5 is actually going to hold this time.
Well, you're wrong about that. Oh, poor chap.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I just feel bad for him. He definitely has the look of a redshirt ensign right now.
The flop has at least one club on it, but there is a 5.
Oh, it's gonna do it the horrible way.
Yeah. No real change. Queens and 10s still working for Vam, plus, of course, backdoor clubs a possibility.
8 of diamonds, jack of spades kind of thing.
Oh, no, come on. That would be too dirty.
It's a horrible game.
Jack of clubs, deuce of clubs.
Yeah.
Well, that actually takes away some of Vam's outs. Has to be a non-heart queen or 10. And, of course, it's the queen of diamonds.
I thought 10 of diamonds, actually, myself.
And that means Alejandro Romero busts in 9th place and cashes out for €69,990. Let's just round it and call it 70K. It also means we've arrived at our official final table of 8, but we are going to play on. We're going to try and get down to 6 players tonight.
You sure that wasn't Cesar Romero? Because that hand was a joke.
Very nice. Although, was Cesar Romero actually a comedian?
No, I don't think so.
But he was the original Joker.
Yeah.
And we love the way that he refused to shave his mustache and had, like, the white makeup on
yeah.
over his mustache.
Oh, poor guy. It's such a stressful, miserable game.
No, Vicky, obviously.
No, but it is. I had an email recently from a woman who said, we're starting a social poker club. It's like for women who haven't played a lot of poker, which just be like a social. And we really want your advice on what's the best way to kind of make it fun and nice. We'll maybe have evenings. Would you come and talk to us? I said, I'd give you my advice. Why not play bridge? You know, you play and play as a partnership game. You don't have to play for money. It's just a brutal, horrible, miserable game of jagged disappointment and occasional highs.
I mean, that was bringing me on to my point,
And we're
which is
being
obviously...
told by the Isle of Man that Vicky's time with us is over.
But on a serious
No, I
note,
love it.
obviously, you don't actually play that much poker, but it seems that you always try to make an effort to get to Monte Carlo. It's like the one place, the one event that you want to play.
This is literally the first time I've left the UK in 3 years. That's the amazing thing.
Right.
No, don't get me wrong. I love poker. There's no greater game. Its brutality is part of its beauty, of course. I like the stops you can get to by train. That's a big factor for me.
Right.
I still mourn Deauville. I have heard rumours of the EPT coming back to London, which obviously would be amazing for me. Monte Carlo, I like it. I like the journey here. It took me 7 days to get here over land and sea.
What?
Yeah. We got the train to Paris, rented a car, and drove over 5 or 6 days.
It's actually a really nice journey.
Leisurely, okay.
Yeah.
Not like a planes, trains, and automobiles situation where just everything went wrong at every second.
Like this situation?
Oh, wow. By the way, PokerStars Strag says, we love Vicky on the Isle of Man. She needs to come back. I remember you got a ferry to the Isle of Man.
I love the Isle of Man. Of course, sure. Drove there, ferry across, very rough seas. I love that, but it has been too long.
So Vam's opened, sorry, Pingree's opened under the gun, and Vam has 3-bet from the button with the better hand.
Oh, that's nice. Isn't it nice you're on the button with ace-king as one raises? That never happens to me.
Ace-queen has been a very volatile hand today, starting in the first 5 minutes, continuing with Ramon just before the last break.
I am not.
And these players a little too deep for it to be a major pre-flop car crash.
So Pingree just calling, and we see an all-spade flop.
Wow. Well, I mean, the poker guys are really sticking it to everyone today.
Ace, 9, 4, So Vam better than a 9-1 favourite.
Pingree's best hope is a spade coming now, isn't it? Really.
Yep.
It's hard to see how he gets out of trouble otherwise.
I mean, just on cue, Vicky's like, poker is pain. And it just comes pain, pain. I have a similar love-hate relationship with the game.
It's a beautiful thing, but it's stressful. When I came in, you were saying, oh, who's singing, or it'll be the guy that's won the chips. That's the thing. I tweeted about this on day one, because I hadn't played for so long.
Yeah.
And the thing that hit me, especially kind of post-motherhood, when you're really raw with everyone's emotions, you know, it changes. I look across, look at these, but they're so happy when they win a pot, so sad when they're not. Even though, you know, it doesn't matter. They might have won millions. They might be the coolest guy. But you can see their little heart breaking.
Every time, yeah.
Pingree calls 175k, 10 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, not going to do much to save Pingree. Also has to play out of position. So Vam gets to set the price on every street. Get another HVAM HVAC cooler. Half pot bet.
You'll have to excuse our French colleagues next door, Vicky, but they're very excited when Pingree's in a pot.
One of those who's been working for years on a poem about a stingray. He was never able to finish it. Finally.
The animal or the car?
There's a car. So this guy in the hat
Yes.
has the ace-queen. Is that right?
Correct.
I mean, it comes a point where you can work out your behind, I think, which is around now.
Well, he's called 550,000.
I mean, I don't know if his opponent has a terrible history of bluffing.
Oh! Oh!
Ooh.
Domination, rotation, a 2 outer.
I mean, pain in French means bread, so Pingree's about to get that bread.
Very nice. Have they replaced Piers Morgan yet on daytime TV? You are the man.
I'm not hated enough to replace Piers Morgan.
Although you do share his skill for failing upwards.
Oh, it goes check, check.
Oh, Vam.
Seriously went check, check.
Pretty disgusted there. I tell you what, Vicky, how do you feel about taking a trip down memory lane?
You have no choice.
Pausing only to congratulate whoever checked the ace-king, which is magnificent, by the way. That is worth noting.
Let's relive some moments from previous EPTs.
Turn card brings 10. And Emad moves all, an immediate call from Vicky Corrin, and he sees the bad news.
He's gutted.
She's got the straight. He needs a 7 to make a higher straight. Limited outs here for Emad Tartu. Vicky Corrin wins the London EPT. The jack does not help Emad Tartu. The straight that she made on the flop holds up. The local girl has done it.
Got it. Mine.
The entire poker world calling for a deuce. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. It's a brick! It's a brick! Vicky Corrin has done it! She is the first player in the history of 10 seasons of the European Poker Tour to win 2 main event titles. She has made history.
When are you going to win your third, then?
I must get round to that. You notice I won both of those events the exact same way. People often don't notice, and you put them both together, and that is absolutely my MO. Get it in a long way behind, hit the nuts, and let them bluff into you. I mean, that was a strategy that put me in good stead for years.
Also, I want to mention that's a Richard Nielsen highlight reel as well. Same dealer.
Good old Richard Nielsen. He's done me proud. No, I'd like to win another one, I must say, but I play so few now. I worked out the other day, I'm quite pleased with this, that I have won 7% of the EPT main events that I've played.
That's a sick number.
It's not bad. Well,
I think 7% cashing would be good, to be honest.
But that's often the secret to success as well, not playing too many of them. But if it picks up again, it's hard for me to get to Prague because that's sort of at Christmas and, you know, and Barcelona is always on my birthday, so I'm not quite sure about that. But if they open up a few more stops accessible by train, I expect to have won another one, you know, by the end of the year.
Because I don't think we've had a chance to talk about this. Just before everything shut down, we were in Prague, Christmas 2019, and Mikolaj Pobal became the second player to win 2 EPTs. And then, during the pandemic, we had 2 EPT online events, both won by the same player. So officially, there are now 3 two-time champions, but you'll always be the first.
And we also got to say, oh, the first man to have won 2 EPTs was Mikolaj.
Which is about time men achieve something in poker, because they had it so hard. So hard.
Online is a very different discipline, though. It's very hard. I think you probably can't compare the two. It's asked for so many different things.
We'll put an asterisk against it, don't worry.
I mean, in a way, it's more impressive because the field size was huge both times that What If God.
Oh, it's an incredible achievement. It just calls for a different thing.
Yeah.
My new obsession is mystery bounty tournaments. I played that side of it. I had no idea what it was. I just...
Did you know the bounties didn't start until you hit the money?
I knew nothing
I didn't know that
at
when I played
all.
my first either.
This is what I knew. I went for lunch and had 4 glasses of wine. Then I bumped into Sam Grafton, who told me there was a one-day 25k, which I probably would have bought into if I'd known about that and not gone and had a lot of wine, and it was nearly the end of the day. So I said, what else is there? And there was this 3,000 thing. I didn't know the rules. It was fascinating, though, because it's got such a different... It plays very different. There's a whole different set of variables to think about.
You have the odds to call all ins a lot.
There's no fold equity any of the time until then somebody drew the 100,000 bounty, and then suddenly it's totally different because 100,000's gone out of the prize pool. Now nobody cares anymore. And trying to watch people put people on ranges of hands when, you know, basically they're just trying to get these bounties. It was great. It was really good fun.
I assume you won one, or it probably would have been less fun.
I didn't actually win any bounties. I cashed in the normal tournament, like the old style, just making money from, you know, getting in the money. I didn't get any bounties, though.
It's the flake, hand 99 of the day.
Do you find that of all the things that you've achieved, people are... Pocket jacks here. Let's focus up for a second. I've got a question loaded up, though.
Yeah, it is Dragos Trophimov who's opened here under the gun.
Oh, again, I feel only sympathy for him. You just have to hope everyone folds.
Well, he is officially the shortest stack at the table. Not short stack with 22 bigs, but everyone else has got considerably more. That's Ramon. That's the guy you were playing with on day 1.
Oh, yes. Yes, that guy. Yes, charming.
And he is called with King 10 in the big blind. And King 10-7 on the flop. He has been running like this for most of the tournament.
Most of the last 4 years.
You'd be confident with jacks here, wouldn't you?
As confident as you can be with jacks. Which isn't super confident for most people.
C-bet of 90,000 is called by Ramon. Oh, jack on the turn. That's a set for Trophimov.
Turns out you can be more confident.
I mean, it's nice of you guys to arrange these sort of action flops for me to see during my visit.
Check, check. And it is always
7.
coming 7. So full house for Trophimov, 3 pair for Kalilas.
Both players trapping on the turn.
Oh dear.
I don't think Ramon is going for a check raise at this point when the board pairs, but we will see. Trophimov may not even give him the opportunity.
You've got to make a really big bet here.
455,000
150.
in the middle.
Too small. Too small.
Goes for 250k.
No, it's too small, unless he wants him to raise. I mean.
Yeah. Is it small to induce? And is Ramon going to fall into the trap?
But to induce what, though? I just don't... I mean, people aren't... What's he meant to bluff with here?
Ramon moves all in. Trophimov
that's not,
calls it off and gets the double up.
Induce inducted.
That's, I would say, a surprising all-in with King 10.
I was surprised, obviously, once the board paired.
He's hoping Ace-King for his opponent, I guess.
1,025,000.
Oh.
Luckily for Ramon, Trophimov didn't have a ton of chips.
Well, that is going to result in a bit of a switcheroo. Trophimov now playing 50 bigs. Ramon now the low man at the table with 26 bigs. Blinds going up in 14.5 minutes.
Yeah, he's got Ace-King and then he'll play him off.
Shout out to Jane Windsor. I won a mystery bounty in London. The prize was a private poker party at the Hippodrome. Still haven't cashed it.
What was your question?
The question was, you know, you're an author, TV show host, comedian. Do you find that people are still disproportionately impressed with the fact that you play poker, even if they don't know that you've won 2 tournaments? It always seems people are like, so you play poker. It's still like this weird, fascinating, right?
Yes, I think it's the only interesting thing about me, genuinely. I mean, it's if I'm here, people are interested that I do something else.
The TV stuff, yeah.
Yes, but in TV, yes, no, the poker thing obsesses people. I mean, less so than it used to because it's so kind of respectable and so many people play and there's so much money in it. Back in the day, when it was all kind of underground games with crooks and, you know, guns on the table, even I was quite interested that I did that. I surprised myself.
Right. It's still got a little bit of cachet to it. You're like, it's all nerds now.
No, you're at the bottom now.
I don't know if it's nerds. One of the things that is different, so coming back here now, it's full of ghosts for me. I see everywhere the people that aren't here, and it's very strange. I kind of see, around every corner, I see, you know, John Duthie and Barney Boatman and Marcel, and just people that I was just used to them being here. But I think we're also out of the phase. It did have a slightly nerdy phase. I think there's the different generation of players has matured in a way, and it's quite fun. People were chatting at the tables, I was glad to see. The bit where everybody just was kind of listening to music, and I think possibly the mandatory mask wearing, because poker players are so kind of contrary. Before, they always wanted to cover their faces. They wanted hoodies and dark glasses. And as soon as you've got men with guns saying you have to cover your faces, nope, now they're going the other way. Then they're pulling the masks down and they're open, chatting. So I found that people are much more, I don't know, they seem to be having a good time.
I mean, it's interesting that we've still got a few of the OGs around. Obviously, you shared a table with Patrick Antonius on day 2, for example. I mean, there's someone who's been around since the dawn of time.
Old Father Patrick.
Yes, and has aged for a fraction of that time.
Yes, I mean, I was extremely annoyed just before I got knocked out of the main event. Well, I was annoyed by being knocked out primarily because Patrick had actually just ordered a drink. As had Christoph Vogelsang, was also on the table. And when the waitress came, Patrick had no bills smaller than 100 euros, and Christoph had only Turkish lira. So I had to pay for both of their drinks. And they're like, yeah, we'll get you later.
The old I only have Turkish lira routine.
And then I was knocked out, and I was like, both of them have got, I mean, so much money was just there, but just all huge notes, foreign currency. It's like, don't worry, it's on me. Then I got knocked out. It was lovely to see Patrick, though. Lives here, of course, in Monte Carlo.
Yes.
Which I don't envy him, but he likes it.
Someone tells me, even though he lives here, he didn't take the bus.
I don't think so.
Ultimately, I like the mix. I love the fact that we still have some, granted not many, but some of the players who were on the EPT in the early seasons.
Yes.
And faces that have maybe been away from live poker for a while who've now come back because they missed it so much during that 2-year absence. And obviously newcomers to the game and people who've qualified for a live event for the first time.
No, I found there was a joy to it when I started playing. As hard as the security team tried to stamp it out, there was joy among the players, which was partly, you know, just being out of the house at all. I don't know how long live poker's been going on again. Part of it's just that, being out of the house.
Well, every event, you know, it's someone's first event back.
Yeah.
Some of these folks have been at it for a while. You know, in Florida, there was never COVID at all.
There wasn't COVID, or there wasn't a lockdown?
No, just, you know, if you talk to the people that run the state of Florida, there never was any COVID.
Well, great. I should have gone there.
I feel like live poker stopped there for about 2 months.
What are you going to call them?
But a lot of folks in Europe, obviously, some of them, this is their first tournament back still, like for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last, I think I played, there was a UK IPT I played at some point a year or so ago, but apart from that one thing, the last tournament I played was Monte Carlo 2019.
I remember talking to you in the corridor about how we both hated Mary Poppins Returns.
What a terrible film.
All right, you guys take it easy. I'm still waiting out Emily Blunt, okay?
Good luck with that, pal.
I remember my first week when I moved to London, I tweeted, does anyone know where Emily Blunt hangs out? And someone wrote, yeah, New York.
So Pingree opens with King Jack, gets 3-bet by Vam with Ace Queen.
I wonder how you pronounce that in French. They always said that the unpronounceable thing in French was the drink noyer prat. But I would say this is a challenge.
I've been getting roasted by the audience for saying Pingree, which can't be that far off.
Pingree?
Pang is how the French guys are saying it now.
Yeah, but
Pingree?
Pingree doesn't sound like Stingray.
No.
No, it does not.
Pingree, Pingree. You ever watched the puppet program, Stingray?
I have not.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask. Still 8 players remaining with the blinds going up shortly. Likely to play through this level and through the dinner break, trying to get down to 6 tonight. Those 6 players coming back tomorrow to play for the first prize of nearly €1 million. I take it you're not here for final table day. Are you leaving town?
No, I'm leaving town tomorrow because I'm doing the whole thing by train. So that is a full day's journey. And my husband needs to be on stage in Torquay on Monday night. So, yeah.
What does Torquay get a laugh?
I think probably because it was the setting for the sitcom Fawlty Towers. And now very few people in Britain, other than those who live down in the southwest, can think of Torquay without thinking of Basil Fawlty.
Got it.
But I'm sure you were also thinking that as a comparative Riviera, it's basically he'll barely notice the difference. I think is probably what you're thinking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
that I get.
That he's left Monte Carlo and hit Torquay.
The weather's going to be just as good.
Uh-huh. The people might be friendlier.
That is true.
Well, to him especially.
I think he'll be glad to get away from the tiny, tiny dogs.
Oh. Are they telling me to stop?
No, he just thought that was me.
Sorry.
65. No, it's the same. You're fine. 7 points.
So where we at?
Oh, please. You're going to make me blush.
Action folded to Morten Vam. Still has the chip lead, 7.6 million, 152 big blinds. King Jack of diamonds.
125,000.
No.
Perfectly happy to raise and take it with King Jack.
Remember back in the day, Vicky, when it was impossible to do poker commentary without using nicknames for every single hand? So you couldn't call it King Jack. You had to say he's raising with Kojak.
Yes. Fortunately, it was suited, so it avoids the filthier nickname that that hand had.
Ah.
When it's offsuit, it was called something else.
Yes, I think I own that domain name.
It's not like we're playing for a bunch of money.
I'm almost positive I do. I checked one day and it was open. I was like, scoop this up.
Really?
Yeah.
And you've had any interest in anyone buying it?
You'd think one of the porn sites would have came to me eventually, but
I think it's too on the nose.
maybe that would be one of the categories.
I briefly owned thenaughtytwins.com.
Ah.
But my friend Charlie forgot to renew our ownership of it. So that was the end of sales of our amateur
Now I got to
pornographic
see.
film.
Now I got to see.
What's on there?
Yeah.
Do you know, I haven't looked for years. For years, it just said that someone owned it, but it wasn't. Yeah.
Well,
no.
Hashtag
Oh,
fun
wait,
fact.
I spelled it wrong.
I still own a VHS copy of The Naughty Twins. I don't possess any kind of machinery to play it, but I still have a tape.
You need to come to my house. I've got a VCR.
Movie night at Vicky's.
Well, having read the book, I had to watch the film.
Yes. And I must say, if you haven't read the book, it's really pointless to watch the film.
You will be very, very confused.
Although, you know, someone in the world is aroused by everything, so it'll work for someone. Great flop for ace-5.
Almost more importantly, terrible flop for King 8.
Kind of feel like we're seeing a lot of Vam versus Pingree right now. And that is a call with King 8 of spades, hoping to pick up some equity on the turn. Spoiler alert, he doesn't. And in fact, he's drawing dead.
Oh, yes, that's unfortunate. See, I assume he was just kind of floating there, but now it's the virtual nuts he's up against.
Someone picked up equity.
Oh, you'd be so pleased, wouldn't you? See, that's the joyful side of the coin. Oh, now it's all right. I don't have to bluff. It was so stressful. I was going to have to pretend I had something, and now I do.
Did you find keeping live tells to yourself to be more difficult with a big break in poker and with excitement? And
No, because no one can ever get a read on me because I'm sort of so overexpressive. So good luck finding my tells. You know, I mean, I'm constantly just talking, eating, twitching, kind of looking back at my cards, dropping things on the floor. You absolutely can't see the wood for the trees. Roland DeWolf always used to tell me, oh yeah, no, I've got a read on you, but he was imagining it. It was impossible.
Roland DeWolf, where is he now?
Probably in the French Alps somewhere.
No, I see him in a cash game I'm playing sometimes. There's a slight element of back to the old days in London, the sort of combination of just COVID and regulations. There's a few old school cash games going on where I sometimes bump into him.
When lockdown started and the first few EPTs were postponed, Joe and I did this series of streams called EPT Retro. We basically went back to all of the old EPTs from like seasons 1, 2, 3. And
to see how badly everyone played.
Pretty much.
That's a big part of it.
Pretty much. And in most cases, you know, you had I think the approach to the game has clearly changed. But, oh, hold on a second. We've got Cardo all in here with ace-5 from the small blind. Shoving on Ramon, who folds the queen-10. But there were a few final tables where, okay, it's that classic combination of good play and good fortune. No disrespect to Roland, but he ran stupidly good at that Dublin final table. I don't think there was a single time he got it in good, a single time he made the right decision, but he still won.
The thing is, though, you've always got to factor in the standard of play is only relative to how everybody else plays. It's hugely important. You see a lot of stuff now where people try and find very technical and fancy-looking ways of basically saying play tight on a loose table and loose on a tight table. And they can kind of express it in terms of whatever, you know,
Use a lot more words to
equities
do it.
They can use a lot more words to do it, but it's basically that. So, in a way, if everyone's playing badly, it's impossible to play that well. So, I always really struggle when there's sometimes you're speaking a language that the other people on the table aren't speaking. Do you know? But you make a bet. It's like in bridge. There's no point bidding an ACOL system if the other people aren't playing that system. It doesn't mean anything. Nobody's saying 2 clubs if they don't understand. That's a 23-point hand. Same as it is in poker. There's no point kind of making these statement bets if the person next to you who's smoking a vape cigar and has a giant glittering dragon's head on his jacket thinks, oh, but it's the Queen 3. I love this hand. You know, there's nothing. You can't play against that.
It's actually one of my favorite matchups is watching a GTO wizard play against, you know, like a 90-year-old Italian guy.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that Trofimov's fought pretty well here, and Cernmetz is still betting with 6s.
Yeah, it feels weak to just check here. This is kind of going to smash the range of the big blind, though, a lot of the time. You know, if you're going to play suited connectors, you're covered right now from 6 all the way through to...
But you see, that's a good example. It's something like a suited connector. So really back in the day, pre-late night poker, pre-anything, in the sort of 90s, somebody like Mike McGee would raise with suited connectors. And this was due to be incredible. It was visionary that nobody was thinking to do that. But of course, nobody 3-bet at all. It just didn't happen.
It was almost illegal, right? Like, if you 3-bet and you had, like, jacks, people would get mad at you.
Yeah, because people just didn't do it. So the sort of the freedom you had to raise with something like 5, 6 of spades, and if everyone missed the flop, you just won it anyway.
Well, when we were doing this retro stream, if anyone played any semblance of modern strategy, we would think they were a time traveler.
Yeah.
Cernmetz betting again, 330,000 on the turn. Trofimov has improved to 2 pair. Cernmetz has 2% equity.
This is unfortunate.
Meanwhile, we have blown Hesh's mind. He gets in touch on Twitter, #PokerStarsTV, to say, WTF? Victoria is married to David Mitchell? Never connected the two, even though her name is Corin Mitchell. Wow, I love that guy.
Never only connected the two.
Aw, I love that guy as well. It's nice that it says 2%, because when people sort of go, oh, how do you know about like odds and everything? That's always the simplest way of saying to people, well, you can give yourself 2% for a card. And here, it's perfectly straightforward. The 6 of hearts, that's what it is. It's worth 2%. And that's it. And it didn't come.
I mean, Trofimov's like, I've checked it this far. Maybe I can get another bet.
No,
I might actually be a little bit worried if Cernmetz bet again. I mean, not worried enough to fold, but maybe you're up against ace-king or ace-queen.
All I'm saying is that sometimes what looks like terrible play because they're not doing certain things that would have suited the time. And actually, if you went back, you know, as you say, if the time travel went the other way and you went back and made a series of teeny tiny little bets to try and lever people into doing things, or it just wouldn't really work out. Or you'd make value bets and people would raise you like all in.
I hear what you're saying, but trust me, there were moments which were just objectively terrible.
I'm not an expert at all, and I thought some of them were terrible.
I mean, we had Spraggy with us for the first ever Monte Carlo Grand Final in 2005. A €10,000 buy-in. And his mind was so blown. He was like, I need to find a way of traveling back in time. I need to play poker in this era against these people.
No, this is like when I went to see the new Casino Royale with my friend Hugo, Chimney Sweep. And, you know, the first Daniel Craig film.
Yes.
And there's that incredible scene where he's playing poker, and he just hissed to me, I need to get in the game at MI6. They all played so badly.
So we've come around. We've talked a lot about Casino Royale over the last 10 years and dissected it big time on the podcast. We actually had the poker consultant from the movie on our show.
But everyone claims to be the poker consultant.
There were a lot of them, yes. So, but I've come around on it, and I said to myself, I actually believe that a table full of warlord billionaires would probably be this bad at poker, and James Bond's skill level of poker is exactly the skill level of poker that the government would think is good at poker.
It was plausible. It was plausible.
But I haven't seen it for a long time. I think as a film it was good. Like if you leave the poker, but as with all films that have poker scenes in, poker players watching, you always think the plot is that people are cheating because they've got hands that it was impossible for them to have. So you wait for the... But there is something where, as I remember right, they all get it all in with a bunch of side pots, and yet somehow they show the hands in order of what's the strongest, absolutely disregarding who's all in where.
So interestingly, it was Dr. Tom Sambrook.
Oh, it was? I was going to say, was it Dr. Tom Sambrook? Well, he really was the poker consultant on the film.
And he actually dug out his notes from the shoot, and he has all of the hand histories and how he planned them out, and including all of the action that we don't see in the movie, where we maybe join a hand on the turn or on the river.
Yeah.
And, you know, he knows that it's far-fetched, but ultimately it's a big-budget mainstream movie where you want to kind of blind people with huge hands and huge pots.
Yes, but you've got. But by the way, that's amazing. I have not seen Tom Sambrook for years. I'm delighted to hear that it was him. But you have to factor in they've changed it from baccarat. They've made the decision. Let's make it poker. They have. To demonstrate the ways in which it's a skill game. You watch it, might as well be baccarat for
By the way, for the production team in the audience, can I please point out it was Vicky who brought up Bond and not me?
And did they say you talk about it too much?
We have not done a single broadcast in the last 2 years where I haven't brought the subject round to Bond films.
Who do you think the next one should be?
I have no idea. I think we need a breather. I know that won't happen because they want to make money, but I just love the idea of just leaving it a few years now.
Someone suggested to me on Twitter that they should put a bunch of names in a hat and draw them out to be either the new Bond or the new host of Countdown. Just to really matter. So you might have Idris Elba doing the tea time teaser and maybe Carol Vorderman as the new Bond. We don't know.
Unfortunately for Idris Elba, I think the ship has sailed because he's too old now. He's in his early 50s. So you're basically just replacing a guy who was 51 with a guy who's 52. I kind of think you need that late 30s, early 40s. That's the kind of sweet spot if you're coming into the role of Bond.
Yeah, but also they've ruined it. They absolutely ruined it with the last film. Were you a fan of the last film?
I did like the last film.
So I couldn't disapprove more. I hated it. Hated it.
Well, fortunately, as this has come up in conversation, if you stick with us on the broadcast until, well, what is it? We've got 82 minutes left on this level. The dinner break will be in 1 hour and 22 minutes. And I can tell you that during that dinner break, we are going to broadcast the interview that Joe and I did with Dr. Tom Sambrook. So if you're watching the stream, you want to hear us break down that hand from Casino Royale, you can see it.
I did a poker consulting job on a movie in 2020. And thank God, only one real hand made it into the final cut. Because I was sweating it big time, given, that I work in the industry. If the hands were bad.
Oh, it's a thankless task. I was a gambling consultant on a film called Lay the Favourite, which was made by Stephen Frears, who's a very respected film director.
Absolutely. We've got to put that on our list for the podcast. Lay the Favourite.
Make a note of it, Joe. Use Joey Big Phone.
But it was one where Bruce Willis plays a bookmaker. But it was because in the end, you know, they're never gonna. They don't really care. They want to say that they've consulted somebody that knows about it, but they don't actually care about how it comes across. But I tell you, it was where a friend of mine was a history consultant on what's that big war film where Mark Rylance wears a hat the whole time?
Bridge of Spies?
No.
Dunkirk.
Yes.
Dunkirk.
Yes. Oh, my word. So it's just like that. It's like being the poker and the consultant on a film. I know it's a massive, massive film. And he was just saying things like, I don't know that they would have had yellow Spitfires at that time. Doesn't matter. Looks great.
Mine, they listen to me a lot, except for the title of the movie. It's called The Card Counter. Was the only thing I was like, please, please. Nobody counts cards in poker. It's not how it works.
No, it doesn't matter how many cards. No. It's just not how it works.
So we have indeed rolled into level 27, by the way. In fact, we've been at this level for 10 minutes. 30,000, 60,000 the blinds right now, although we are still super deep. More than a 50 big blind average still.
I have to go soon because I'm going out for dinner to a very fancy Monte Carlo restaurant. It's my last attempt of the week to try and fool them. This is the thing. Oh, this is what I was saying to you at the beginning. So I turn up this time. I was right. They are not gonna spot me for a low-rent poker player this time. I've rented an extremely expensive car. I've brought a designer handbag. I'm sort of snooty and high-handed with everyone, and still somehow you walk up the steps of the casino. And they're not that way, madam. That's the seller privé. How do you know? How do you know I'm not going to do 50 grand on a hat? How do you know? So I'm going to go out and see.
I've never been able to pull it off either. I have no advice in that department.
I don't know what it is.
Thank you to Max, who says the card counter poker content was awful.
Oh.
You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Well, let's just get to the end of this hand. We have seen a bet from Vam here with 9-8, which is currently the best hand. The fold from Cervantes. And Vicky, we will let you enjoy your dinner. Thank you so much for stopping by.
My pleasure. It was lovely to see you.
Likewise. And look, we know there's an EPT in Barcelona. We know there's an EPT in Prague. Maybe there might be another stop before the end of the year. And maybe we'll see you on tour again before the end of 2022.
If it's a stop that I can get to from London by train or indeed by tube, I will 100% be there.
Excellent.
Victoria Cora-Mitchell, the European Poker Tour's first ever two-time champion, joining us on the live stream here in Monte Carlo as we continue to play down to 6 on the penultimate day of this year's main event. And yes, just to confirm, we will be going on dinner break in 1 hour and 18 minutes, assuming we don't get down to 6, and I think that's a fair assumption. That being said, I'm the guy who said yesterday, we'll never get to 16 players, and it happened.
Look, sometimes the poker gods like to crank it just as much as the rest of us, and if a cooler happens, a cooler happens.
Well, from a poker player with 2 European Poker Tour titles to a player with no European Poker Tour titles. Nick Walsh, welcome back.
And I'm very proud of it. Thank you very much for having me, guys. Yeah. One day maybe we'll get there. And we're down to 8, you guys. Oh, my days. I have been following the action behind the scenes, though, during my little hiatus.
Yes. And Ramon is the shortest stack right now. 22 big blinds at the new blind level. Yannick Cardo hovering around 30 big blinds. No one super short. And still plenty of play in this. By the way, glad so many of you enjoyed having Vicky in the booth during the last hour. Always enjoy talking about poker, TV, movies, and life. And indeed, Roland de Wolf.
Yeah, guys, give it up for the one and only Vicky Corin once more in the chat, please. What an absolute legend of the game. And, yeah, quite starstruck just now.
Yeah, right. You've lived in the UK long enough to know what a big star Vicky is.
Yeah, I mean, both, you know, on the poker tables and also on TV, etc. Multi-talented.
It really could not be a better ambassador for poker.
Yeah, she is. She's one of a kind.
Which, oddly enough, is a terrible poker hand.
Cernmetz, we know, has the best hand with ace high, even though we can only see one of his hole cards. It's Vam, the chip leader, who bets, though, gets the fold from the qualifier, and Vam playing 8.5 million, 142 bigs. Cernmetz currently 5th in chips with 57 bigs.
You love to see the qualifiers fly, right? Really, really cool to see one of our qualifiers getting this far, and not just, you know, in some pots and it's going his way. Like, he's looked really composed, and a lot of the coverage that we've had from him, he seems to really have a good grasp of the game. He seems very confident in his actions, and he's playing a really good game from where I'm sitting.
Ramon opening with ace-king, raises to 125,000. Ramon needs another double up, right?
Yeah, he does, but, you know, 19 bigs is still very playable. We're getting into the danger zone, especially as we have the big blind ante in place. However, you know, still lots of play in this tournament. We've seen many comebacks, excuse me, from a 19 big blind stack in this tournament since we've been covering the action. So definitely don't count him out just yet. I don't think 19 bigs is a spot where he needs to panic too much. And remember, we are still 8-handed here, so lots more room to find a hand without paying too many blinds in orbits. Okay, so Jack of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 7 of clubs. Kalilas with the aggressive action. And 1 bet and take it. Very nice. So up to 25 bigs now.
Little by little. I'm pretty much tied now at the bottom with Yannick Cardo.
Yeah, I think these guys are going to be really, really comfortable and confident playing the 25-ish big blind effective stack. No problem at all. But there's plenty of situations at this point where the chips are going to go in pre. You know what I'm saying? We were talking about as you get shallower in this game, you're going to be committing all of your stack with weaker hands than, say, if you were one of the big stacks and you were facing off with nothing against another big stack. Much easier to get the chips in when you're shallower as well, of course. This is hand number 114.
I see confusion on YouTube about Vicky's role in the adult film industry. In case you're not aware, before she wrote her poker book about her win at EPT London and her love of the game of poker, she co-wrote a book called Once More with Feeling about the fact that she and her friend Charlie used to review porn movies and they thought they were so bad that they could do a better job. So they actually wrote, filmed, edited, and released an adult film called The Naughty Twins, which didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to, and realized that actually it is quite hard to make a good adult movie. Did Ramon just flop a straight here?
Sure did. Unfortunately, 3 overcards for pocket nines.
So 340 in the middle. He's going to make it, what do we think, guys?
101.
101. Something in the region of 100K, I guess. 125.
Snapful.
Yep.
So let that be a lesson to those of you out there. Someone out there was watching, someone create something else and thought, this isn't that difficult. Let's be critical of it. This can't be that hard to do. I bet I could do it. Turns out they couldn't. Are you getting the parallel I'm drawing here? Chatters, online commenters, are you picking up what I'm laying down?
I mean, at least in Vicky's defense, right? She was kind of in the industry and analyzing it at some level.
She was a professional reviewer, at least.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but no, I see the parallel, Joe, and you just think about that, chat, before you go criticizing. Okay, so hand number 115 coming up next. Flopping a straight is real cool, Joe, but you need your opponent to have a piece and want to go with it, right?
Correct.
Pocket nines here, just like, yeah.
Or just to be a crazy person.
Or you just need to find a crazy person, yeah. Sometimes.
Or you just need your opponent to be me.
Joe Stapleton says, this is the first first set, I've flopped in 6 months. Oh, wait, Ramon's flopped a straight. There you go.
I'm surprised Vicky didn't shill her NFTs at all. Just kidding. Can you imagine someone being less into NFTs than Vicky?
I mean, I would enjoy listening to you try to explain to her how this industry exists.
I would like to hear her explain it to us.
Jaime Cervantes opening from the hijack, raising to 120,000 with King Jack. Can Cernmetz folds the 8-7 of hearts.
I feel like the Naughty Twins could be a good name for a poker hand. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like pocket sevens, the Naughty Twins. I think sevens already has a thing though, doesn't it? It's always coming sevens. So
that was raise and take it for Cervantes. Third in chips, hovering around the 80 big blind mark right now.
You could just leave 7 off of that phrase.
Where are you from? Germany? USA? America?
oh, the Naughty Twins. I'll have to remember that. That's funny.
As I mentioned to Vicky, Nick, I have it on VHS tape. If you still have a VCR, then you're welcome to watch it. But I will say you need to read the book, because otherwise you will just be confused and possibly a little bit frightened.
And not so much aroused.
No.
Okay. Google search, eBay, VHS players.
One of the many books I own.
Is that a stack of yellow in the back?
No.
Chai Pie says,
Stacks of blues?
Yeah.
definitely not 69.
2.8.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it works. I think they got to be twins for it to work, buddy.
We've got Cervantes looking down at ace, jack of clubs and raising. Complex Jedi says, I remember Betamax. Me too. I had Betamax for nearly 10 years. It was a better system.
I had mini disc as well at some stage. which again was probably the better system than.
Was used quite extensively in like broadcast.
Yeah, I remember you saying
environments,
that.
but
beat him max or beat him off.
Oh dear.
You know how much you
It's called Betamax.
Coming soon to beat him off. The Naughty Twins.
Greens, by the way, not yellow.
Oh, yeah.
But I understood.
Oh my days. All right, guys, but you see the flop here. 9 of diamonds, 4 of hearts, queen of clubs. Neither player hits the board. 6 is still the best hand, though, because they don't need improvers. Don't need no improvers against ace high here.
Robster says these guys are straight boomers, but he was born in 1919. Those are some harsh words coming from the greatest generation. His parents.
125. 125.
These young boomers with their VHS machines.
It was a complaint about boomers being too young.
Exactly. We had to pay a shilling.
If we wanted to see naked women, we had
to go to the pier and put it in one of the picture boxes.
We had to drill a hole in the changing room outside the latrine.
Oh my days. Okay, the board pairs on the turn here. Back in Monte Carlo. 650K in the middle, and obviously the turn to paired board is usually pretty good for sixes, you know? Makes it a little bit less likely your opponent has the very toppiest of pairs, but of course he's got to be concerned about the nine of diamonds as well there. Two checks and one other overcard for the sixes to be concerned about. Backdoor diamonds come in too.
Barely an overcard.
It's barely. I don't know if it changes too much. I mean, with a hand as strong as ace-jack suited, though, here, they're probably thinking we could still have the best hand as well, especially on the paired board. When you've got a low pocket pair on this kind of a texture, you kind of want to get to showdown as much as the ace-jack does. So it's going to go check-check a lot here. It does indeed. And the 6 is going to scoop a 650,000 chip pot. In this case, Pingree, he's going to add about 400,000 chips to his stack.
Just over an hour left on the level, just over an hour until these players are due to go on dinner break. So it's relatively close at the bottom of the leaderboard. Ramon Kalilis has slightly more than Yannick Cardo. 26, 25 big blinds respectively. Hugo Pingree, on the other hand, is third in chips. Starts the hand with more than 75 big blinds. Has ace-jack suited.
125.
So raised to 125,000, and Ramon has got artisanal sourdough. Let's ace-5 suited go.
Smart. Many situations, if you're deep, obviously calling with a suited low ace in position, totally fine.
Yeah.
But Ramon is not in a position to get speculative. If you call on the button, you've still got the small big blind that can re-raise you. Then you've just wasted precious big blinds.
Yep.
And then sometimes you hit a flop like this, you're inclined to call, and you're not even really drawing to the nuts.
Pingree still with the best hand with ace high, plus has the nut flush draw. Samoas has checked to him.
Pingree. 50 Shades of Pingree. 79 Beavers. Oversized t-shirt. Probably a TC Tugger. TC Tugger's the only t-shirt with the built-in handle so you can tug without stretching your shirt out.
I was not aware of this technical innovation. Look at muscles on the rail. Sorry, guys, you're on TV.
Yep, there you go. They figured. They'll get there eventually. Kachu says, does someone know the model of Pingree's watch? Yes, thank you for your question.
We did discuss it extensively earlier on.
125.
As Pingree opens here with King 10 of spades.
Muscle Guy actually won the FPS Monte Carlo main. It's one of those things that I shouldn't trust chat, but it feels real. The one in red, Scaffini.
Joe, you have Google at your disposal.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to need some cross-referencing.
Yeah, let's look that up. And by that, I mean stat trick. Yep, you out there, buddy?
Action's going to start on online qualifier Erkan Sönmez.
This is in French. Do I toot accept there?
Been folded around to Yannick Cardo. He's going to open from under the gun +2. Cardo with aces.
The hat might be a tell. Oh my goodness.
Samoas with kings. And this is an awesome double-up spot for Cardo. He started the hand with 25 bigs, so this is likely to go all in pre. Samoas re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 300,000. And looks like the action is back on Cardo.
Just your classic final table cooler situation, eh?
Absolutely. And interestingly, Cardo just calls. Playing it slow, playing it cool, trying to get max value.
Oh, man. If you're going to use your one time, this is where you want it, guys, for the kings.
Queen 10-9 on the flop. Cardo, near enough a 3-1 favorite.
I mean, kings can make a straight. Kings can hit a set. Kings can go running spades.
Yeah, it's not a board where you're going to get away from kings too lightly, Joe. You're absolutely right.
Samoa's the pre-flop aggressor continues into a pot of 750,000 bets, 240K. And at what point does Cardo decide to get it in?
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to just put the chips in here as a raise. I mean, he's obviously can still be up against pocket nines, pocket tens, pocket queens, pocket aces as well, of course. But it is a wet board, and there's a lot of hands that you could still be getting value from here as well. So it's this is a really, really interesting spot. I'd love to be inside that head to understand exactly how he's weighing this up.
I don't think he can afford to play it slow anymore, can he? I guess he thinks so.
Yeah, he just calls the 240. And we carry on to the turn with a pot of 1.23 million. Cardo with less than pot behind. Turn card is the 4 of clubs. Cardo now an 86% favorite.
And there it is.
Samoas bets enough to put Cardo all in. He calls, tables the aces, and he knows he's a huge favorite to get the double up here.
14% is sadness, though, James. Absolute sadness.
Cardo does have to fade. 4 jacks and 2 kings. Cardo's tournament life on the line. 86% chance he gets the double up here. River card is a jack. Oh, a brutal, brutal suck out that will send Cardo to the rail in 8th place. And the Brazilians are loving it.
That river card. Cardo. Smiling through the pain.
Wow, Cardo taking it so well.
The French love a sad ending.
We are down to 7 in the EPT Monte Carlo 2022 main event. Our 8th place finisher, Yannick Cardo, cashes for nearly 90,000 euros. The remaining 7 all guaranteed a 6-figure score, 125,000 for the next player out. And we are now 1 elimination away from being done for day 4.
I saw that.
I'd be a little confused too.
Right just one spot closer to make him. They say
just maybe it might be a close tie, you know.
Marcello up over 6.6 million. How much was he loving that river card? Boom! Makes the straight. High five your buddies,
and obviously the fact that
including FPS winner Scarfini.
That's absolutely terrifying. Slowed down. Pretty scary in real time, but half speed.
Not to say that we weren't.
Nightmare fuel.
I understand, yeah.
I honestly was hoping for a king. I'm not going to say I was.
Você é muito out.
Pretty honest.
Então já peguei coisa pior.
But we play on.
Yes, we do. And still 51 minutes to play until the dinner break. And I'm not going to say this anymore, Joe. I don't know whether we will get to the dinner break because we still have Ramon on 26 big blinds. It's not inconceivable that we do lose a player before the end of this session. And now we've got Jacks versus Ace-King, so
as opposed to aces versus kings, one of them being a short stack, this money's probably not going to go in. Although,
1.1.
yeah, Vom is going to 4-bet. And now what do you do with jacks?
Oh. And of course, we've reached that stage, obviously, at the final table, where there is an increase in prize money with every single knockout. ICM now becomes a thing, and you've got Ramon on 26 bigs, and you've got a 40K difference between 7th and 6th place prize money.
So risky here to just call. Even riskier to jam. Too tight to fold.
Well, Sunmets announces call.
Please come 10 high, please come 10 high, please come 10 high.
So we have a pot of nearly 2.3 million. And Cernmet's the effective stack with roughly pot behind.
We all three know.
Geese a flop, dealer. 6-4-3. I mean, if you got jacks, you can't hope for better than that.
Yeah, and look at the SPR here as well. 2.2 in the middle. He's only got about 2.3 behind him. If you're trying to see a flop with jacks and you're waiting for the green light, this is probably it.
Nick, do you think there's enough in there that you play this fast and try to protect your hand? Are you afraid of maybe still being up against kings, queens, and aces?
I mean, generally speaking, if you're confident you have the best hand in this spot, you want to be getting chips in pretty quick, right? Because with the final table dynamic and those pay jumps, it's not a spot where you're trying to really take any additional risks, right? There's already a ton of money in the middle. I mean, who knows what he's actually going to do? In my opinion, I feel like if you're going to try and see a flop that you feel like is safe and go for it, I think you got to get it in now and protect from the overcards. If you're playing a cash game, maybe you play it a little bit more tricky because you have the opportunity to reload, but you're here. There it is. And that's how I would have done it too, exactly. And just getting the money in now. Let me win this pot. Let me remain in this tournament. Let me ladder a few.
And I imagine we'll see Vam chuck in the ace-king, and have to say, it's now close at the top. Vam's still chip leader with 6.8 million. I'm assuming he's folding here, by the way. Marcello Simo's not that far behind with 6.6 million.
Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Our qualifier, Sonmez here, has been playing very, very confidently and managed to navigate his way into a really nice spot to pick up some chips at non-showdown. Remember, guys, everything you win or lose at non-showdown is the amount that you're going to win in EV, right? And people who have really strong red lines tend to do very well in tournament poker because, and by red lines, sorry, I mean the chips you win and lose at non-showdown, because they can win pots without having to introduce too much variance into their game. And yeah, that was a nice little play there. Very, very cool.
Erkin is working.
Yeah, and he is playing an 83 big blind stack now, just over 5 million.
On big blind?
We have reached the halfway point of level 27. 30-60 are the blinds. 7 players remain.
Seven players remain. 45 minutes remain before the dinner break. If we get there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Joe. Just one more before we have our final 6. Let's take a look at the main event day 4 chip counts. Now, this is, in fact, all of the players that remain.
Yeah.
So Vam is the absolute chip leader, 6.85 million. Kalilas down with 1.6. Still 26 big blinds, though, guys. There's still a really nice average here. And still tons of play. And as we get shorter, that smaller stack of Ramon will come into play a little bit more often, not only because he is at risk as the shortest stack, but also because he can play more hands from position as it comes around a little bit faster. When you're full ring, when you got 8 or 9, depending on what kind of tournament you're playing, you got to be a little bit tighter from a lot of those earlier positions. And as we get shorter, of course, you got to widen up your range a bit. But ICM is going to be really, really punishing with these ginormous pay jumps here in Monte Carlo. Oh, hello, jacks again. Let's see if Trophimov can play them as masterfully as Sonmez in the previous pots. Trophimov, just for reference, guys, has 44 bigs, probably 46 bigs to start the hand, something like that. So he's definitely going to be under the ICM pressure here, given the fact that Ramon only has 26, nearly half of what he has. And Vam is not going to allow this sort of thing to occur. Jack-9 of spades, I absolutely love this 3-bet here. He knows that Trophimov is going to have to play pretty honest from this position, and he's not going to want to tangle too light, given the fact that Ramon is one of the shorter stacks here. In this situation, I mean, think about what a tough spot this is for Jacks, right? Jacks is a hand that you can be pretty confident with, around 44 big blinds or something like that. And sure enough, Vam is going to take this pot down pre-flop. Just one 3-bet, and Jacks are folding. Look at the power and the pressure applied. The ICM pressure absolutely devastating in this situation, getting Jacks to just snap it in the middle. You know, with 44 bigs, you wonder if maybe he could have found a call there, but I absolutely appreciate how much pressure these players are under to ladder at this stage. This is really where all the money is, guys. Those final couple spots is where all the money is piled up, and that's where you're trying to navigate to. More often than not, tight is right, Joe.
Tight is right. Sometimes coolers happen. That's more or less been the story since we've gotten down to the final 9. Sonmez taking the button opportunity to raise 5-4 suited is going to get re-raised by Pingree. With ace-queen suited, and that's going to end things pretty quickly.
Yep.
Oh, I want to thank Tony on Twitter. Did a little research about Pingree's shirt. Turns out it isn't a TC Tugger, like I thought it was. You know, TC Tugger is the only shirt with a built-in handle, so you can pull it off your stomach.
So you can tug?
Yes, you can tug. It wasn't a TC Tugger. It was an OAMC, which Costs around 150 pounds.
Yeah, not too shabby.
As I suspect, the dude with the $250,000 on his wrist isn't wearing a Zara t-shirt.
Yep.
Samoa's making it 130K with king, queen suited. FTA, first to act. Trophimov with a very defendable ace-4 suited in the big blind. Flop is Jack 10-8, up and down draw for Samoas. Trophimov insta-checks over to the pre-flop razor.
Yeah, great flop here for king, queen, 2 overcards, backdoor clubs, and the up and down straight draw. It's one of those boards, Joe, you know? It's one of those. It's a classic. King, queen is a hand you're going to play a lot, so it's a real classic draw you're going to find yourself having. As opposed to some more awkward draws that you're going to play a little bit less, right? You're going to be opening king, queen way more often from a wider range of positions than you will, you know, 6-4 suited, for example, that can still have full opportunities.
Last time it happened, I would have had a jack, but it was jack 9 then.
What was exposed?
Real was a 9.
Oh, thank you.
65, 65, 45.
$25.
125 ways, 4 and 4. Do you mind? Can you pass me?
Yes.
So Pingree is going to open up this pot now. We are currently on hand number 124. It looks like he'll raise and take it down, though.
It's okay. I had the other one. I had the other queen.
I would have queen 6 or queen 3.
Oh? All the queens are gone.
Samoa's got to be feeling really good. You know, it's one of those situations, got in with kings there, completely understandable, didn't do anything wrong, and when you hit that river card, you feel like maybe it's destiny.
Yeah.
Maybe
there
are better things to come.
Yeah, earlier on in the tournament, we had some coverage with Mr. Wheeler saying, "You're not the one, but perhaps I am when I river," something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I do know what you're saying.
Easy game.
Stole your line. Easy game. Raise and take it. Jaime Cervantes.
You guys want to chop it evenly?
Yes. Guys, it's over. Wrap it up.
That's a wrap, ladies and gents.
Tomorrow.
That's a wrap, guys. We did it. We did it.
7-way chop. First time in hit. Wait, what? Did they not go for it? Samoa's raising on the button with 5 of hearts. When you're running this hot, who needs a second card?
Yeah, 5 of strawberries. Okay. Looks like a big blind call there for Cervantes. I think Cervantes was the name of a Soul Calibur fighting game character. Soul Calibur was a great franchise. Love those guys.
Soul Calibur was pretty cool. Ace deuce deuce on the flop.
Cervantes wins. You lose.
Would one of Cervantes' opponents have been a windmill?
Also a possibility, yes. I didn't realize that a Soul Calibur character would cause so much drama in the chat, but there you go, guys. I get it. I mean, people are passionate about video games. All right. Nothing to see here. Just another pot going towards Samoas. Move along, people. Okay, folding around, folding around. Now, I think from the cutoff, if I'm not mistaken, Marcelo Samoa's here, 6.7 million to start the hand. That represents about 111 big blinds. He does have the chip leader to his left, though, with the absolute position of the dealer button, so I can appreciate the fold there. Let's say that he had a couple real short stacks to his left. I wouldn't mind seeing a 10-7 open there, Joe. Really, really like to see the big stacks wielding their power here. And sure enough, Cervantes, small blind, ace-jack off. Let's see where he started here. He started with about 72 bigs. The big blind in this case, with a very similar stack. Both players around, you know, similar sort of 80-ish bigs to start the hand. So a big raise, which is to be expected. If you're going to play a raise small blind versus big blind at this effective stack depth, you're going to want to make it pretty chunky, something like 4x, maybe a little bit bigger.
That's okay. That's okay.
And he raised and take down.
Pretty ridiculous. That's a big fold. Just because you showed me. One time. Yeah,
so if this main event with 1,073 runners and nearly €1 million for first place has got you poker sprung. There is an online tournament coming up that might make you want to watch more poker. Cards Up coverage of Scoop starts middle of next week. Wednesday, May 11th. We'll be broadcasting just one day that week, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for the next 4 weeks after that. 25K super high roller, 10K main event. Nick Walsh will be a part of that coverage.
Absolutely. If you're poker sprung, the Spring Championship of Online Poker, aka Scoop, is the one for you. Definitely check it out, guys.
Good times, great oldies, more poker action.
Oop. Keep going. Don't stop. Tequila.
Where was this when Herman was playing yesterday? Paging Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, you have a telephone call.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome. I'm not sure who was humming it, but I was into it. Looks like the table enjoyed it too.
Cervantes. And yesterday was Cinco de Mayo. People probably don't even know what paging is anymore, right? Allie Jason says, lol, you're bad reading of a script, dude. Here, I'm going to read this out loud for you. Yep. You're...
Is it a soft B?
It's a hard B.
It's a hard B.
You're banned.
You're banned.
I got it out. Whew.
You're banned.
King 10 versus King 10. Maybe some more singing coming up.
Yeah, tequila indeed. Tequila indeed. Cinco de Mayo. Now, this actually is super duper interesting because both players, of course, have the same hand. This is going to be a chop literally 100% of the time. No backdoor opportunities for either opponent. However, ladies and gentlemen, the power of position. Here it is. Small blind versus big blind. It's a classic scenario. You're going to find yourself in this spot a whole lot, so get used to it. If you want to be good at poker, blind v blind is something you got to learn because you're going to lose a ton of money here or you can make a ton. And King 10 is just not ever giving up on this flop. The King 10, who is first act, is going to be forced to slow down a bunch. And, you know, having position here is just going to give you so many more opportunities to win unless your opponent's really going to go ham. It's got to be like a bang, bang, bang situation. 3 streets. Possibly a turn.
So jack still, okay.
I mean, probably the saving grace for the small blind here, having just said that, is the fact that he did put in a raise and pre, so he should have a little bit more of a stronger range on the ace-queen-9 board. Sometimes 2 streets will do it, but he's got to be thinking my opponent's going to be super sticky with a 9 or a queen here in many cases.
325. 325,000.
And sure enough, it goes check, and King 10 taking the initiative. And that's what I'm talking about, ladies and gents. The power of position.
Denmark?
Some people will do anything to avoid hearing me sing.
Where are you from?
France.
France? Nice. And you?
Brazil.
Brazil? Nice.
No, Belgium.
Oh, Belgium?
Brazil.
Brazil?
Brazil.
Brazil.
You know those Belgians with their over celebrations and their colorful football shirts and dark tans.
Representing the Americans.
Yeah.
Las Vegas.
But you moved there. Are you from
Yeah.
there?
Oh, no, Washington State.
Okay. Yeah. So it's northwest.
Yes, northwest.
Wow,
exactly.
well done. Everyone else in the world good at geography. Americans, not as good.
I grew up in a city very south of that, like right next to Oregon, called Vancouver.
Oh, Vancouver.
Sorry, 130,000. 50 bucks.
I used to date this hot 50-year-old lady from Canada. I called her my Vancouver. Ace 10 for Samoas. Pocket queens for Cervantes.
$325.
325,000.
There's the 3-bet to 325,000, otherwise known as a re-raise. Samoas, let's see how good Samoas is feeling.
Tequila's stuck in everyone's head now.
Good lay down. Good lay down.
Yep. Very nice.
You said you're from there? Or you lived there for a little while?
Yeah, I'm French. I was born in the Caribbean, actually.
Oh, nice. That's crazy.
raise 150,000, 6 cards, 6 cards, 6 4 cards.
Germany.
150, huh?
Is there a lot to do there? Is there stuff to do in Germany? How's the beer? Is the beer good?
Great chat here.
Have you been to the U.S. before?
Yes.
Have you had an IPA in the U.S.?
No.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I drank. Well, do you guys have IPAs out there? No.
Samoas with ace-10 again. Trophimov in the big blind with pocket nines. Not quite the same re-raising hand queens are. Especially with Trofimov's stack, one of those awkward stack sizes, and an ace-king high flop is not going to bode well for the Neeners.
Can confirm they do have IPAs in Germany, for those of you wondering. Absolutely.
IPA is what I call all Canadian beer. Because it makes me an IPA. After you drink it. After I drink it, IPA.
What you guys don't see behind the scenes here is the genuine eye contact between me and Joe while I'm waiting for the punchline to land. And let me tell you.
While I wait for the penny to drop.
You're working with the best guys.
Yeah, the Bahamas, of course. I've done a couple of ships, so a couple of times we went there. But yeah, it's pretty tropical out there.
It's pretty tropical out there.
Yeah, my first time here in Europe, and everybody's so nice.
What a great trip, first trip to Europe.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask my friend. I came here with him. So.
How did you like Monte Carlo, Joe? Well, I won €1 million, so there's that. Everyone was real nice too.
Yeah, it was for this. For sure.
He's won enough to find himself a regular-sized toilet.
Okay, Sonmez here is like, sure, I got the hijack. I got King 10. Let's play this hand. Mr. Pingree, though, Monsieur Pingree, in the cutoff, has position on him, though. Just decides to lay it down. Little delay there. You know, definitely a spot to consider. Probably wants to keep his nose clean, though. See some of those shorter stacks bust before he starts making too many moves.
Speaking of moves, where do you go?
Making a move.
30.
10-8, faring pretty well on this 8-7-6 flop. Sonmez does have a gut shot, though, and backdoor spades. This could get spicy on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
$180. The continuation bet from Sonmez. To the turn, Mez. Oh, that is the spiciest of all spicy cards.
It doesn't get more spicy than that, Joe.
For King 10 with the King of Spades. Both players with a straight now. If the river is a spade, Sonmez is going to steal this. Not a spade.
Not a spade.
So this is a situation where we're probably going to see a chop almost always. You know, with ICM considerations and the size of these stacks, there's no reason for anyone to go crazy. I mean, we may see a bet and a call. Maybe even a bet and a small raise, but the money's never going in.
I think he already.
He said check. Yeah.
Check.
Oh, he's already checked. I mean, with the king of spades blocker, you're always going to bet this river, I think. I don't know. The pot's not so big that you're concerned about getting check raised here for your tournament life or something like that, right? So it's all good. I think you just go ahead and make a little value bet here. 710 in the middle. I don't know. 360 might be kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. You're
400 snap call.
Yeah.
This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone
loves a chop pot.
Pretty good. That wasn't quite the bait. I was going for like a everyone loves a chop pot.
Say again?
I don't know. My falsetto is probably not too strong today, guys. I've been talking for a few days now.
The end of the year in December.
Oh, nice.
This year it was in March because of COVID. But
Yeah.
how many
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called. Christmas markets.
Oh, yeah. We call them Christmas bazaars. yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Really good food.
Yeah.
Nice prices.
Very nice.
Okay, guys, hand at number 132 now for us.
Romania.
This is the FT if you're just joining us. Monte Carlo 2022 main event.
That's almost like C9, I think. He said it's close to Romania.
I feel like table talk is a little bit more lively now. A lot of that pressure is off. I mean, everyone's still obviously vying for that top spot. Still a high-pressure environment, don't get me wrong. But once you've locked up a decent chunk, I think people tend to get a little bit more friendly at the final.
32. Small? Small, that's small.
Okay, so Kalila here when the cutoff with Jack-10 suiting. Really, really pretty hand. Let's not forget Ramona is the shortest stack at the table with 19 bigs. I think this is an opportunity for King-Queen to actually make an aggressive action. The flat, I think, is totally fine as well. That's not going to be a mistake by any means, but if you can put him under pressure here with this hand. Yep, sure enough, I think he made it 330K is what I heard. Sure enough, he's going to put Ramon in a bit of a spot here. Jack-10 suited is a hand that you do want to be defending 3-bets with, right? Connects super duper hard when it does actually hit flops. But he doesn't have many chips left. And it's a very considerable amount of his stack.
You guys got like good croissants.
It's like a quarter of his stack to call the rest now.
Good donuts.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going through his head right now. He's looking down at his chips, trying to figure out exactly how much he's got left.
And you're right, this is a spot.
Yeah. Sure enough, gets the fold. And that's why I prefer the line with King-Queen there, Joe. You just win so many chips at non-showdown, and you make that short stack even shorter at non-showdown. Zero variance. Just take the chips, no variance.
Red line.
Red line, 100% red line there.
Samoa's, with that pot, takes the tournament chip lead. Vom had been top of the heap for most of the day. Certainly since we went 9-handed. And Samoa's cracks the 7 million mark.
Most drinking people.
No kidding. Drinking.
So, yeah. What a nice
I think a lot of countries would say they're good at it, too.
No face without face asks, does the song go, everyone loves a chop pot, or is it chopped pot? I need to know the lyrics, please and thank you. It is everyone loves a chop pot. No ED. Pingree. Pocket eights. The snowmen. Nom noms.
Nom noms. And in position, Samoa's here. Queen Jack off. Let's not forget, though, that the initial opener here started with 88 big blinds. So he's one of the top 3 stacks here at the table. As a general rule, big stacks don't like to mess with big stacks. However, he's on the button, and I think it's a good spot for him to continue. Doesn't cost him much.
Queen 10 off is probably a fold, though, right? Queen Jack?
Yeah, I think that's probably how I would cut it there, Joe, for sure. That's kind of my line if you're looking at sort of offsuit queen combinations. Queen 10 suited, obviously, you're going to want to play this regardless. And it is a queen-high board for the chip leader.
It is the dream. The dream. One major suck-out, cooler situation. Should have been decimated.
Yeah, I mean,
And
as I
now
said,
it's-
kings versus aces, I was like, this is your one time. This is where you really want that river.
You were right about that,
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah. I don't know if maybe he said it in Portuguese. Maybe that's what it was. That's why we missed it. Anybody speak Portuguese in the chat? How do you say one time in Portuguese?
I do it for work.
Tiempo. That's probably more Spanish than anything else. I do apologize.
I don't play it. Actually, I don't play any cash ever, unless I'm like feeling like
Uno tiempo.
money and getting it drunk. But other than that,
Tiempo is
Yeah, it's more like
is time,
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
the passage of time.
Yeah. Here you go. Thank you, chat.
Uma vez.
Uma vez. Yeah, of course. Actually,
That's in Portuguese, though.
Yeah, no, but vez is also the correct in Spanish, isn't it? Yeah, otra vez is another time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to this hand. 3 on the turn. So I was called the C-bet and is going to take over the betting now after Pingree probably waving the very expensive white T-shirt. Well, you've activated Brazil,
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah. That's one way to do it. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate it. I know absolutely no Portuguese, and I realize I know absolutely no Portuguese, and I realize it is very different from the Romantic languages, guys. But I know that there is some crossover, as with most languages. So on the river, Queen Jack has the best hand. It's a really nice board to try and go for some value, obviously, right? You got top 2, not losing to too many hands here that are going to be in that initial opening range. Marcel, much love from Brazil, Nick. Much love to you guys. I love the Brazilians. I just don't like playing poker against them because they're so damn good.
I like dancing with them.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, and it's a bet, and take it down on the river. 500K was the bet, Monsieur Pingree. That means the rich get richer. Another 650K added to Marcelo Simo's stack. Now up to 128 big blinds. How does anyone have 128 big blinds with 7 left on a final table, Joe? It just doesn't make sense.
It really none of this makes sense mathematically.
everything's good in Romania. That's strong.
I do want to address a comment real quick.
Quite the claim.
From Miss Vengnance, who said if you try to tell Stapes how to pronounce it, he'll tell you to F off.
I don't think I've ever met anybody that's like.
No, if you try to tell me how to pronounce something that I've literally spoken to a player about, how to pronounce their name, if you send me a DM to my personal Twitter account to try to tell me that I haven't spoken to the player who I'm talking about and haven't been told by them exactly how to say their name, and then you try to tell me again that I am wrong, it is then that I will tell you to F off and I will block you.
Not to say Romania is not a nice place. I'm sure.
Also, you banned.
That's what we're waiting for. Hey, Joe. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. You're banned.
The people there are not all that great.
I mean, just imagine the mental illness you must have.
You know who I like? Australia. They're cool.
To think it's so important to you to send me multiple DMs after I've said, please leave me alone.
Oh, jeez. Honestly, guys.
I can't
We're
really-
here.
I don't
We're
know
here
about
for you
everywhere
guys. We
else. I
serve
can't
the
tell when I meet a
people.
Canadian.
Keep it polite. You know what I mean?
They'll tell me that.
If I'm pronouncing it wrong, I'd love to sort it out. But just be cool. It's cool. Just everyone,
Like,
just be
you
cool.
sound just like me. I don't even have to tell you guys about Mexico. We got it all. We're all good. We got the tacos, tequila.
No offense to actual mental illnesses.
No, of course not. No. Nothing like that.
Taking it too far.
I think it's okay to reference it if that actually might be the case in this circumstance.
Silent sound guy. I know you told me to leave you alone, but please hear me out in this DM.
Oh man, our qualifier Sonmez is going to be in the small blind. He's going to raise.
Got another guy on Twitter right now is leaving negative comments on my YouTube stand-up because I'm mean to people on chat doing my job.
I mean, you know, I appreciate that. If you're new to the chat, it might seem like that, but it's just, we're just doing a bit, guys. You know, it's all good. We're just keeping it fun. If you are new, you can in fact redeem channel points to be banned by Joe Stapleton. That's how much. That's
so weird.
That's actually how much of a meme the banning is. You guys realize we're just timing people out, right? Except for the ones that we've actually banned for being jerks.
Most of the people I'm actually banning are. I can't read the comments they've said anyway. All right, back to the poker. Pingree, way out in front here. Pocket sixes, one overcard to those sixes, two flush draws out there.
Yeah, I feel like betting twice here if you're in Pingree's shoes. I like two bets here because you are going to get floated by king highs and ace highs and maybe some baby flush draws, that kind of thing. So the backdoor hearts roll off. It's kind of that same spot we saw earlier, Joe. Ace high just thinks I still might have the best hand. Why should I bluff? Sixes still thinks, well, I've got showdown. Why would I increase the size of the pot at this stage? But I feel like a jack or a queen probably would have bet river. So that means sixes might actually find a value bet here. And sure enough, yeah, Pingree's going to do it. Yep. And actually gets a call from ace high. I love to see it. Yeah.
Wow. I mean
finding value in those spots is so cool.
That's me with this guy.
I'm just so impressed by that. That's incredible. I don't think I've value bet a river with anything less than like the fourth nuts. And he just did it with like ninth pair.
Yeah. Yeah. But if, once you get really used to, once you can, confidently predict the way people will play certain combinations, in my opinion, by the time the hand plays that way, especially with the turn check, I think it's such a clear value bet. But, it's hard to find it for sure. It's definitely a difficult one to see.
Smose doesn't feel like it pocket deuces folder from any position.
I mean, not with that stack. He really shouldn't be folding much of anything because, the problem with deuces when everyone has a similar stack at the start of a tournament is that, it's got pretty poor playability, but you're actually going to get even threes and fours and fives to fold from some of the mid stacks here. So you're weeding out a lot of the combos that absolutely crush you, and you're going to get even more folds than you should if you're bluffing with the deuces on the flop or perhaps trying to protect your hand where people might be more likely to float mid-game.
I'm starting to get a little loopy. Every time I see Kalilis' name, I see gorillas now. Gorillas. Kalilis the gorillas. Folds the queen eight. Samoas picks up another pot, extending his chip lead. We announced him crossing over the 7 million mark what feels like moments ago, and he is now more than 3/4 of the way to the 8 million mark. Thank you, David Lynn, who says, I don't think you're getting enough love for all the jokes you're making. I think we're getting about the right amount of love. It's okay. Thank you, though.
No, the overwhelming sentiment from the chat is actually very, very positive, particularly in Twitch, YouTube. You guys got to watch yourselves sometimes. Just kidding. No, it's all good, guys.
Georgie Jacks, who chimes in with, it's Coleus, guys. Well, it's actually your band. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, we're going to have to check on that one.
Can you imagine rolling up to any broadcast anywhere, tuning in for 5 minutes, and then correcting one of the people on something that you actually don't know anything about?
Oh, you know.
I can't imagine that.
There's a certain amount of what should we call it, social capital that you get when you stick around in a stream and you're a reg. You know, you get away with a little bit more. But when you've just arrived and the first thing you do is correct somebody on stream, it's like, oh, come on, bro. You wouldn't show up to the party and be like, excuse me, miss, welcome to your home. Also, you know, the food stinks.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Or just, you know, I just tune into like a StarCraft stream and I'm like, actually, it's Zorg. It's pronounced Zorg.
It's pronounced Zorg.
Pretty sure it's Zorg.
I feel like Italy would be super sick.
I'm pretty sure StarCraft is pronounced Warhammer.
Latabla, who says, you can't ban YouTube, Jat Joe. Yeah, Latabla? Let's see if I end up seeing another one of your comments.
All right, someone has with pocket eights in the hijack. Sure, that sounds good to me. Let's open that one up. He's going to make it 130 Gs. That's 10K more than a min raise at this stage, guys. Sonmez starting from a stack of 64 big blinds for those of you who want some quick maths, which is thankfully done in front of me on a screen, so I don't have to, because you know I suck at that.
It's actually one of the cool things about poker is you don't really have to be good at math. You can just really ballpark things and
there are
round.
tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, especially with, you know, everyone's like, oh, you must know all the odds. I'm like, nope, not really. Just know a lot of tricks to get there.
So pocket eights in the mix again. Samoa's defending king 9 and flops a gut shot. Eight's still good for now, but not a great flop for them. I would never normally read this comment if it wasn't written so hilariously. Tomcat, I don't even know what he's referring to, but says, the color of the curtains does not with the sofa. Do you realize that? Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, buddy. I really like that one.
Jack on the turn, so this board doesn't get any worse for pocket eights. Samoa's checks, is going to get a free river. It's half an 8. Does not help Samoas. This is the king of hearts. Three hearts on board. Was that a bet and a call? Yeah, Samoas did try to rep something there, and Cernmez was not having it.
Oh, man, I love this guy. I really want our very own Team Pro to bring it home here, but if we could see a qualifier, and a qualifier who's got some absolute skills take it down, that would be just as exciting. I mean, this guy has just been so composed throughout this entire tournament, and that's a spot where you just got to be calling with eights a lot, in my opinion. And, yeah, very, very... very strong. Haven't seen him make any mistakes thus far.
Jack M says, I think you'll find 4 as half of 8. Nick, what is ya half of?
Ya band.
You are correct. Thank you, Jack, for your comment. Ya band.
Raise 125.
50 Shades of Pingree. Making it 125 with ace tray. Pocket 4s for Samoas in the small.
Yeah, as Pingree is the third biggest stack, I think we're probably going to see a lot more calls than raises here. And I don't know, 4s isn't really a great spot, great hand to raise in this position either. So with that in mind, Vam is going to come along for somewhere near the min raise. Board is a 6, Jack, Trey. So top pair for Vam.
You get a pair, and you get a pair, and you get a pair.
Yep, pair of trays for Monsieur Pingree. Smos doesn't need to hit the board. He's already got a pair. Everyone's got a pair.
150.
Only one of them is top pair. There goes one. Man, even with one club out there, right? It's a little easier to make this call.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still going to see one. We're going to see a turn.
Happy Van Winkle's got one. Not quite there, but have you had enough poker yet, Nick? Or do you want Simos? I think maybe if you get the pronunciation, if you really warp it, it works.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it, Pappy.
You didn't do him any favors with the delivery.
No, I didn't. You're right. I apologize. But Pappy, you know I love you, so I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy.
So it's not Pingree who improves on the turn, but H-Fam, who didn't need to. River's a heart. And Vam is going to value bet in this here, what is the last hand of the level, the last hand before the dinner break.
Do you need a mic?
Yep, Vam is going, I was in first place. I want to get back there. Just give me 2 pairs so I can value bet.
Coming up during the break,
For you.
as Pingree folds, Vam's going to pick up the last pot of the level and retake the chip lead.
Yeah, you can do it.
Coming up during this break, some key hands from today, as well as the aforementioned interview with Dr. Tom Sambrook, the poker consultant from Casino Royale. We talked to Dr. Tom about that very goofy hand that gets played in Casino Royale. Check it out. Stick around. As mentioned, Morton Vam back on top. Marcelo Samoa is not far behind. Deep stacks for Pingree, Cervantes, and Cernmez. Trophimov treading Kalilius, the short stack. We're taking a 1-hour dinner break. More from EPT Monte Carlo in 1 hour.
And we have got Neil Farrell opening here with queens under the gun. Pingree with 9-6 of clubs. That's a fold. Ace-Jack for Chen.
Lots of queens today, James.
With a 36 big blind stack, I do not see Neil Farrell folding queens pre-flop.
No. There are situations where folding queens pre-flop can be advisable. We've already seen one of those. When you're under 40 big blinds, you are extremely rarely likely to fold queens.
So Chen flatted in the hijack with ace-jack. Vam has flatted from the small blind with jack-8 of diamonds. Action now on Jaime Cervantes in the big blind. He folds, so we are going 3-way to the flop. And that flop is 9-5-3 with 2 diamonds.
Oh, wow, what a flop. I mean, Neil in this situation also having queen of diamonds. That's 1 less diamond for the jack-8 to improve into. if, for example, he had 2 black queens instead. This is a spot where he's going to get a ton of action, James, which is what you want. I mean, when you got queens, when you have the best hand, you want action, right? Unless they improve, and then it's the worst situation of your life.
Yeah. Interestingly, he's checked. And so Chen, who's only got 8% here, is the one doing the betting. 85,000 into 255,000.
You know, this actually reminds me of the situation yesterday where Conan flopped a straight against a flop set and decided to play it as a check raise. And again, in some situations, especially around this really awkward stack depth, it can be better to check raise flop because it allows you to get more chips in faster. And it certainly is a confusing tactic that will put people off the scent of the strength of your hand, too. So in this spot, I think that might be what he's going for. But Vam is coming along here.
What do you do with queens? You've got an overpair to the board, but one of your opponents has bet. And now the chip leader has just check raised to 285,000. Is this a get it in spot?
You know what? This is another really, really tough one for Neil. Both people can have sets here, right? You know, both players are at a stack depth where they will be flatting with pairs, 3s, 5s, 8s, 9s, you know, 7s, all that kind of stuff. And with this kind of aggressive action, I mean, he might be tempted to fold. We were talking about you're rarely going to get away from queens at this stack depth, but there's been so much strength shown here. He is still getting it in, though.
Yeah.
And it is still the best hand, so he's making the right play here.
It's triangle time for the last remaining EPT champion as we see Chen fold. And Vam with the decision. He's actually got solid equity here. It's almost 60-40.
Yeah, this is a great spot, and he's definitely found a cool one. It might be too much for the Jack-8 suited to call. In fact, it's only 1 overcard to the board. If it was King-Queen of diamonds, perhaps, he'd probably just still get it in. Maybe Ace-10 of diamonds.
Well, he's called.
He has called.
And that means Neil Farrell is at risk, but has got it in good. There are 8 cards that Neil Farrell has to fade. Does not want to see a diamond. The turn card is the 3 of clubs pairing the board.
That's fewer outs now. For Vam, 9 of diamonds is no good, sir.
It's the 6 of diamonds. It is the flush for Vam, and that will see Neil Farrell KO'd. The first elimination of the day, a 16th place finisher for the EPT Malta champion from 2015. He cashes out for just over 41,500 euros.
But it will take another hour and a half for you to see it.
Hour and a half or half an hour?
Hour and a half.
That's a huge delay.
No, the break. You don't have a phone before that.
Good game for Aldo.
Good game, well played, sir.
Just had to fade a diamond, but it hit the river, and he knew it was game over. Pocket jacks for Dragos Trophimov has raised the button, and Ramon Kalilas has got 10s in the small blind.
And he's got the chips to wield them, too.
I'm not 30 yet.
Ramon has announced re-raise. Now, the key stack here is Trophimov, who's got fewer than 40 big blinds. So how is he going to respond to this 3-bet of 250,000?
I mean, this is one of the spots we've spoken about a lot, James. Dealer versus small blind, right? The the 3-bets here are going to be a lot wider than if perhaps this was UTG plus versus UTG plus 1. I don't think Dragos can fold this hand. It represents something, it's like 1/5 of his stack at this stage, something like that, once he's raised. And against such an aggressive opponent, you've got to be tempted just to get in. He is all in.
And I believe Ramon has asked for a count.
You can use your time banks.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a virtual all-in. Well, Ramon has now said, all right, let's play for it all. And I don't think Trophimov is folding.
Not really, no. Other than going from the west coast to the east coast, if that's even so far. 3-hour difference.
Now, there is a money jump when we get to 13, so he might take a bit of time before calling it off.
Yep. That's one of the benefits of the virtual in here. You're just sitting here. You can use all of your time banks if you want. Look at the deck he's got in front of him, James. Can you imagine you just burn those time banks and on the other table you hear somebody bust? You're like, yep, I'll take it.
Well, he will get the good news very soon that it is a domination situation and his jacks are going to be a significant favorite against Ramon's 10s. I'm going to highlight the fact that Ramon's been running pretty good during this main event.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's definitely had his fair share.
Two time bank cards played so far.
Come on. I'm trying to get a read here.
That's a great moment.
I'm crushed. Fucking hell. Oh, well. Button versus small blind. What can you do?
You're ahead, dude.
Didn't even look at my stacking or anything. Fucking monster. Two outerino. Need the two outerino.
Just to be fair, I wasn't like completely like serious about like using your time banks.
Yeah, man.
I'm like, you might want to save some like in case
I did save 3, more than enough. Don't really use them usually. Aside from this, but I'm able to make my decisions. Thank you, though.
So a reminder, he's left himself 220,000 behind. Ramon's put him all in. Likely to call it off, but just waiting and hoping that someone else goes out in 14th place from the other table.
Like this or like this? Or like this? This? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, ay, ay, ay. Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, I have fair.
You might be flipping.
I call.
There is the call. And now Trophimov gets the good news.
Oh, not to outerino. Not to outerino. Not to outerino.
4-1 favorite with 5 cards to come. So 4 times out of 5, we see Dragos Trophimov get the double up here. The flop is 8-7 deuce. So far, so good.
King. King.
Dragos, do not call for outs when you are ahead.
It's similar. King.
Okay, now he's calling for him again.
Only 2 cards to fade. The river is a deuce, and Dragos Trophimov will double up through Ramon Kalilas.
Yep, full double there.
Zhang Chen will be first to speak. And his spoke is fold.
You seem to be the most excited here.
Action folds around to Vam.
Really does.
Ace-9 suited.
That's a real pretty hand.
Ace-5 for Dayak. You can get a little freaky with this sometimes in the small blind against a late position open.
Yeah, Ace-5 off is very frequently going to be your 3-bet bluff. You know, you want to be 3-betting with strong stuff here, but also with some weaker hands too. Ace-5 is cool because you can make the wheel much easier, right? Ace-5, Ace-5, Ace-2, 3, 4, 5 is the wheel, or the lowest possible
Ace-9 and Ace-6.
Ace-9 and Ace-6.
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great for making straights.
Yeah, not so good. And sure enough, good call, Joe. Yeah, the 3-bet is here. 3-bet ist da. I'm not sure if Vam wants to fold the hand as strong as Ace-9 suited here, though. It is a real. It is a real powerhouse. It's you're definitely starting to get up into your range here when you've got hands like this that play very nicely post flop. Not even necessarily because you're concerned about having the best hand now, but just because you can flop some very nice draws here. In many cases, flush draw and then one overcard is going to be clean a lot of the time. That gives you a ton of equity.
And not only is Vam ahead of Ace-5, like way ahead, but he'd be ahead of a lot of the Broadway, sort of suited Broadway hands that might also 3-bet in the spot.
Yep. Ooh.
Now, oh my
danger
goodness.
Zone.
Jeez.
Oh no. Not that flop. This is savage.
Dayak is about to Vam it. When this hand shows down, unless some miracle happens, I don't know that Dayak survives this.
When you 3-bet Ace-5, you're like, okay, I'd like a bunch of folds. And then you see this flop, and you're like, no, I'd like a lot of action now, please. Please have Ace-Jack. Please have Ace-Queen. Please have King-Queen of Spades. This is going to be really brutal.
Dayak continues for 100K. Vam playing it cool. Another spade on the turn. Maybe Dayak gets saved by like a 4th spade, potentially?
Potentially. That might be a slowdown card for sure.
You don't even know that you have a spade as an out here.
Yeah, you don't want him to have King Queen of Spades anymore, but on the flop, you definitely want action in this particular setup.
But Dayak is not slowing down. I mean, and really shouldn't be, other than being up against this exact hand. In his mind, he wants to prevent another spade.
I mean, the tricky spot here for Dayak is because you actually have the ace in your hand, there's an ace on the board, it kind of reduces the likelihood that he's actually going to have an ace himself. Therefore, you're kind of like the spade is maybe one of the worst cards I could have seen right now because he's going to have a bunch more flush draws. You're not blocking any of the flush draws either. Ace-5.
Dayak's all in.
Oh, my God.
And this is more than likely going to be the end for Dayak. Vam.
You can't fold.
Putting a little bit of thought into it, makes the call.
Oh, what a setup. Look at his face. Oh, it's sickening, isn't it, mate? Yep, I know.
Disgusting cooler for HVAC. Who is about to evac this tournament. Very few cards will save Ferenc Dayak. Wow, and someone's gone broke out in the field. Now, it's not going to mean a pay jump for Dayak, but we are down to 12. Ferenc Dayak was a lot of fun to watch. Ran super hot on day 2, day 1 of our coverage. Had a huge stack and just really ran into the buzzsaw multiple times today. First with the ace-queen of spades. Into the kings of Vom. Vom got him both times. Things have gotten real serious all of a sudden. And, of course, now that we're down to 12, we're on another pay jump. So 13th and 12th both get 52,000. And you win another 6K if you can somehow not be the next player out.
Cervantes once again, UTG +1, and he has ace-king off this time.
Gotten through the table thus far. Trophimov folds the small blind, and Ramon, he's calling pretty wide.
Yep, no folds for Ramon. My man does not mind playing some pots. So for those of you watching out there, the effective stack here going into the hand was about 69-ish big blinds. Obviously Cervantes with the smallest stack. Effective stack therefore being whatever Jaime started the hand with here. Something around 71 bigs, I suppose. And both players pick up a piece of this board. Jaime Cervantes with top pair. The toppiest of top pairs, Joe, and of course Skolilas with the bottom pair of fives. I imagine we're probably going to see a bet call here, at least on the flop. Should not be giving up pairs in these situations too lightly. But perhaps Ramon has a different different read on the situation. Does he ever have a check raise here? That would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, of course he does.
It's just a call.
We've seen this multiple times from Ramon. My favorite move is to float flop, float turn, and then fold river. Like I'm setting him up for the river bluff and then just don't follow through. Yeah, that's my move.
You set him up for the river and they just lead into you, or you just miss it completely.
I think it'd be interesting to keep track, too, of which players Ramon is doing this against.
Yeah.
And my guess is, no offense to Cervantes, is that Cervantes is higher on the float list than maybe like a Vom.
Yeah, perhaps. We can make that a thing, Joe. Hey, buddy. Hey, I played with you. You're on my float list.
Yeah. I mean, like, I have a feeling I am one of the people that are like, look, you just float Dave's twice. Fire river.
Just bet river. He always puts you on the nuts.
I do think I would have called with the 8 of diamonds in that spot like Cervantes did last time, but that's about it. And here he comes. This is the move. Now, it didn't have to float turn. It went check, check. But if you're Cervantes, this is exactly what you wanted. Now, make no mistake. This is an overbet. This is 450 to 365.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting when he was trying to rep the flush. You can kind of see
got him
another
again.
Call. Yep. It's not the worst run out for Ace King, and sure enough, Cervantes just cleaning up on the bluff catching.
So we've got 10-9 of hearts for Trophimov. King-Queen for Ramon Kalilas. Should point out that Dragos was also a Platinum Pass winner to the first ever PSPC. He's raised to 80,000, and it looks like Ramon is calling here. Hugo Pingree with pocket fours in the big blinds.
Yeah, really no wrong answer, actually, with Kalilas here in the cutoff, playing 31 bigs. You can play this as a, you know, a 3-bet fold, try to get it through and acquire some chips that way. You can play it as sort of a value flat, and you can also even play it as a very tight fold, but playing short-handed, you know, obviously has a lot of information about the kind of range Trophimov was opening with. I like the continue, and the flat is certainly the safe way to go about it.
Well, that is an action board. Top pair for Ramon, and the flush draw for Trophimov.
Going to be very curious to see how Trophimov elects to play this pot. And having used it as a check, might be inclined to play it as a check raise with that gut shot and straight flush. Gut shot and flush draw opportunity. Could also play it as a tricky check call, like you have something like pocket 10s or pocket 9s or ace 8. Kind of under reps that flush draw. The problem with playing it as a check raise, you would be trying to play it 4 stacks against Kalilas's 30 big blinds. And at that stage, if you do get it in, you're getting it in against effectively king, queen plus. You know, king, queen, ace, queen, a trapping aces or kings, even a set of 8s. So does go the passive route with just the call. And I think this is quite nice because it kind of caps your range a bit. Looks more like you're just losing with a value hand against...
Oh my word, the sickest card on the turn. The Queen of Hearts, giving Trophimov the flush and giving Ramon trips.
But you know what? I think Kalilas is good enough to find a check here. And that reason being that, you know, if you do bet here, you might get a continue from, you know, jacks with the jack of hearts. But you might get, you know, you might get in against some better hands, like a flush here.
He's not checking back, Griffin. No. He's betting. We've got 520,000 in the middle, and Ramon has bet 225,000.
And Kalilas is going to be sick facing this shove, but almost certainly will have to call. And I think this goes to show what this check on the flop from Trophimov accomplished. Because it does look like he has something like 10s or 9s.
Red triangle time, and it's all in to call for Ramon Kalilas. And I'll give him credit for not snap calling. My chips would be in the middle and I'd be out the exit by now.
Yeah, well now Kalilas is realizing, like, you know, he's not going to take pocket 9s or pocket 10s with a heart here and shove, is he? So maybe he does have something like king 10 of hearts, king 9 of hearts, 9, 10 of hearts, ace 5 of hearts. And I'm in big trouble. My king of hearts might not even be live. But boy, is a lot of your money already in there? Is there already a lot of money in the pot? You fold here, and you're just down to 20 big blinds.
How is it even possible to find a fold here?
Well, he's thinking about the hands that he is beating. And, you know, there are maybe some queen X's that might play it like this. Something like queen 10 could have raised in this spot and then decided to check shove on the turn, queen jack. But most of the hands that are check shoving would be ahead at this stage. Flushes like this.
You see, the fact, looking at it from Ramon's perspective, the fact that we have the king of hearts means it makes it even harder to fold.
Yeah. Kalilas does know he's not drawing dead, and that is important, you know, when you do get it in against a flush.
Yes.
And has folded. Wow.
Finds a fold. That's incredible. I can't believe he laid that down. That's somehow even more incredible than him folding queens pre earlier on today.
Yeah, but we talked about that, you know, the range breakdown. You think about, what does Trophimov have here? Do I beat any hands? Like I said, maybe queen 10 and queen jack, but that probably just plays as a check call anyway. You know, if you have queen 10 there, do you really want to just shove and get called by better like flushes? And so I think Ramon really broke that down very expertly and found a great fold.
And obviously he's down 2.6 million from the start of the day, but he is still alive with that 20 big blind stack, Griffin. Ramon in the big blind with ace queen. Pingree limped the button. Trophimov called in the small blind, and Ramon announces all in from the big blind.
Good spot here. Really, really nice spot. Nice. I think you should name your kid Nice. That's what people say, right? Nice hand.
650 around that.
Probably a bit too many. Actually, it's going to be too many chips for certainly Pingree, but you know, a bit closer for Trophimov, of course. But you know, when you creep up to that 18 big blind range, certainly Kalilis could be shoving here with something like king queen, king jack, some pocket pairs, but does decide to call it.
Wow, and it is a domination situation in Ramon's favor, and if ace queen holds, he will double up and have close to 40 bigs. Of course, there is the opportunity for some sickness.
Don't worry, I'm rooting for you.
Looks like a man who knows he's going to win this all in.
Yeah.
It is a queen high flop. It's looking good for Ramon. 99% equity. This could be all over on the turn. And it is over. Ramon will get the double up and is now playing a stack of 1.52 million. Listen carefully, Finton, because next time we'll ask you to join in. Follow Ramon.
Follow Ramon.
On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon. Hey!
I don't know if I'm capable of that. You've been trying for 5 years now to get me to do Everyone Loves a Chop Pot, and you think I'm going to be able to do a chant like that in sync?
Nice.
Well, it's quite easy. You follow Ramon twice, and then you say on a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon, hey. So, one more time, James.
I love it.
Follow Ramon, on a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon, hey.
I'm just going to throw it out there, Finton. If he can do it, you can.
Yeah. Romero, pocket tens, D-ace, D-ace.
25 big blinds. Certainly a hand that ordinarily when you have 25 big blinds, you're like, okay, let's go. But when you're on a final table and you're raising.
Oh, boy.
And there's people behind that, yeah, it's going to get. It's going to be a thing, right?
It's going to get very dicey here.
Queens for Cardot. Quick, name a French queen.
Marie Antoinette.
All right, name another one.
Isn't that a Kirsten Dunst movie?
Yeah, that's what it's from. Ramon checking out the clock.
Hey, Sofia Coppola.
Also has a hand reverse.
Don't
from
do
what
it,
we
Kalilis.
saw before.
Don't do it. Roman, you're better than this. We saw you fold queens, man. Queens!
Yeah, and I think here actually having a queen is quite a bad card to have. I think maybe... Oh, no, he's gone for it. He's gone for it. He's gone all in, right?
The cold 4-bet, all in for Ramon.
And this is going to save Romero here. And
It sure is.
We're going to need an ace for our hero. I don't... Yeah.
Need an ace from space.
Yeah.
Romero probably just going to take a second to ground himself.
Yeah.
Before pitching these into the middle. There they go. And I don't think Cardot will be doing the same.
Yeah, look, he's not even that excited, but
Cardot
good news.
Makes the call. Still a huge spot for both players. I mean, you got it in good here, but you do not always feel great about this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money in play here. This is a big, big spot indeed for both players. Obviously,
follow Ramon.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Ramon here.
Follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday.
All right, hold off there, Griffin.
Ramon.
Let's see the run out first.
Don't think any aces were folded. 3 outs, 2 live flush draws on the optimistic side.
Good luck, Roman Kalilis.
Cardot, the big favorite. Ramon could potentially bubble the official final table.
Will be expunged from the history of the EPT.
Wiped clean.
Oh, there it
Ace
is.
in the window. 2 diamonds also.
And now it's Cardot who needs the one queen in the deck or running diamonds, running straight cards.
So sick. A diamond on the turn.
Oh, no.
Well, the good news is that Cardot has got some outs. 9 of them.
It's fair that there's at least a sweat for Cardot, who's got it in so good here pre-flop.
The river is red, but it is not a diamond. Double up, Kolilius.
I did forget.
Follow Ramon. Follow Ramon.
That's you
What?
don't, that's not the tune.
It's not?
No.
What, I got the tune wrong?
Yes.
You just keep going then. Just
How am I supposed to match the tune if you're just making it up?
Okay, go ahead.
Follow Ramon. Follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon. Hey!
Oh, somebody's all in.
Yes, this is Alejandro Romero. He's down to just 6 big blinds, shoving for 305,000 with ace-5 offsuit.
Oh, you never want to get it in with the best hand as a short stack, in my experience.
Wow,
Yeah,
this
you've
is
got
almost
absolutely no chance.
almost
No chance. the ace-5.
Stapleton-esque analysis coming from Vicky here.
Yeah.
What, would you want the ace-5 here?
It's the only way to not be disappointed.
I tell you what, I've got some cash. I'll have a bet with you if you
No,
want.
no.
Yeah,
I know better.
I don't have 25,000 pounds, Vicky.
Well, the chip leader, Morten Vam, calls with Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, why wouldn't he?
Vam with live cards. Romero ahead, just practically a coin flip.
Well, I'll give you even money, the ace-5, if you want to bet it.
Romero needs ace-high to hold, otherwise he will exit in 9th, and we will have our official final table lineup.
Oh, man, I don't want to bet it, but I feel like ace-5 is actually going to hold this time.
Well, you're wrong about that. Oh, poor chap.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I just feel bad for him. He definitely has the look of a redshirt ensign right now.
The flop has at least 1 club on it, but there is a 5.
Oh, it's gonna do it the horrible way.
Yeah. No real change. Queens and 10s still working for Vam, plus, of course, backdoor clubs a possibility.
8 of diamonds, jack of spades kind of thing.
Oh, no, come on. That would be too dirty.
It's a horrible game.
Jack of clubs, deuce of clubs.
Well, that actually takes away some of Vam's outs. Has to be a non-heart queen or 10. And, of course, it's the queen of diamonds.
I thought 10 of diamonds, actually, myself.
And that means Alejandro Romero busts in 9th place and cashes out for 69,990 euros. Let's just round it and call it 70K. It also means we've arrived at our official final table of 8, but we are going to play on. We're going to try and get down to 6 players tonight.
You sure that wasn't Caesar Romero? Because that hand was a joke. Pocket jacks here. Let's focus up for a second. I've got a question loaded up though.
Yeah, it is Dragos Trophimov who's opened here under the gun.
Oh, again, I feel only sympathy for him. You just have to hope everyone folds.
Well, he is officially the shortest stack at the table. Not short stack with 22 bigs, but everyone else has got considerably more. That's Ramon. That's the guy you were playing with on day one.
Oh, yes. Yes, 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 that guy. Yes, charming.
And he is called with King 10 in the big blind. And King 10-7 on the flop. He has been running like this for most of the tournament.
Most of the last 4 years.
Okay. You'd be confident with jacks here, wouldn't you?
As confident as you can be with jacks. Which isn't super confident for most people.
The C-bet of 90,000 is called by Ramon. Oh, jack on the turn. That's a set for Trophimov.
Turns out you can be more confident.
I mean, it's nice of you guys to arrange these sort of action flops for me to see during my visit.
Check, check. And it is always
7.
coming 7. So full house for Trophimov. 3 pair for Kalilas.
Both players trapping on the turn.
Oh, dear.
I don't think Ramon is going for a check raise at this point when the board pairs, but we will see. Trophimov may not even give him the opportunity.
You've got to make a really big bet here.
455,000
150.
in the middle.
Too small. Too small.
Goes for 250K.
No, it's too small, unless he wants him to raise. I mean.
Yeah. Is it small to induce? And is Ramon going to fall into the trap?
But to induce what, though? I just don't... I mean, people aren't... What's he meant to bluff with here?
Ramon moves all in. Trophimov
that's not...
calls it off and gets the double up.
Induce inducted.
That's, I would say, a surprising all-in with King 10.
I was surprised, obviously, once the board paired.
He's hoping Ace-King for his opponent, I guess.
1,025,000.
Oh.
Luckily for Ramon, Trophimov didn't have a ton of chips.
Well, that is going to result in a bit of a switcheroo. Trophimov now playing 50 bigs. Ramon now the low man at the table with 26 bigs. Blinds going up in 14.5 minutes. Action's going to start on online qualifier Erken Sönmetz.
This is in French. Do I toot accept there?
Been folded around to Yannick Cardot. He's going to open from under the gun +2. Cardot with aces.
The hat might be a tell. Oh my goodness.
Samoas with kings. And this is an awesome double up spot for Cardot. He started the hand with 25 bigs, so this is likely to go all in pre. Samoas re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 300,000. And looks like the action is back on Cardo.
Just your classic final table cooler situation, eh?
Absolutely. And interestingly, Cardo just calls. Playing it slow, playing it cool, trying to get max value.
Oh, man. If you're going to use your one time, this is where you want it, guys. For the kings.
Queen 10-9 on the flop. Cardo near enough a 3-1 favorite.
I mean, kings can make a straight. Kings can hit a set. Kings can go running spades.
Yeah, it's not a board where you're going to get away from kings too lightly, Joe. You're absolutely right.
Samoa's the pre-flop aggressor continues into a pot of 750,000 bets, 240K. And at what point does Cardo decide to get it in?
Man, I don't know if he wants to just put the chips in here as a raise. I mean, he's obviously can still be up against pocket nines, pocket tens, pocket queens, pocket aces as well, of course. But it is a wet board, and there's a lot of hands that you could still be getting value from here as well. So it's this is a really, really interesting spot. I'd love to be inside that head to understand exactly how he's weighing this up.
I don't think he can afford to play it slow anymore, can he? I guess he thinks so.
Yeah, he just calls the 240. And we carry on to the turn with a pot of 1.23 million. Cardo with less than pot behind. Turn card is the 4 of clubs. Cardo now an 86% favorite.
And there it is.
Samoas bets enough to put Cardo all in. He calls, tables the aces, and he knows he's a huge favorite to get the double up here.
14% is sadness, though, James. Absolute sadness.
Cardo does have to fade. 4 jacks and 2 kings. Cardo's tournament life on the line. 86% chance he gets the double up here. River card. It's a jack! Oh. A brutal, brutal suck out that will send Cardo to the rail in 8th place. And the Brazilians are loving it.
That river card. Cardo! Smiling through the pain.
Wow, Cardo taking it so well.
The French love a sad ending.
We are down to 7 in the EPT Monte Carlo 2022 main event. Our 8th place finisher, Yannick Cardo, cashes for nearly 90,000 euros. The remaining 7 all guaranteed a 6-figure score, 125,000 for the next player out. And we are now 1 elimination away from being done for day 4.
I saw that.
I'd be a little confused too.
Amanhã vai só vai dar isso tudo.
Just one spot closer to make him. They say
Just maybe. It might be a close tie, you know?
yeah,
Marcello.
they have the six.
Consegue pegar esse
Up
vídeo.
over 6.6 million.
Quando chegar na hora. Entendeu? Não dá pra fazer nada.
How much was he loving that river card? Boom! Makes the straight. High five your buddies,
And obviously the fact that
including FPS winner Scarfini.
That's absolutely terrifying. Slowed down. Pretty scary in real time, but half speed.
Not to say that we weren't.
Nightmare fuel.
yeah.
In the mind of the average punter, that's what Suave Bond would do. We know that that makes him a total schmuck.
So the final hand, and I guess if there are two things I've always had an issue with, it's the cooler hand we just discussed. And I don't have a problem with James Bond having a straight flush versus Le Chiffre's full house. Tom, I'm interested where it came from, and I guess it was probably in the original script. Why are these other two guys still in at the end? Why did they not have it heads up, Bond versus the villain, just as it was in the book, Bond versus Le Chiffre, albeit at the baccarat table?
I don't know. I think for purposes of drama, obviously, it's extremely unusual for four people to be present in the final hand of a tournament. Although, of course, it's less likely if it's a winner takes all. But I think it works dramatically to have the actual hand as a kind of summing up the whole tournament, to have it funnel down from some also-rans down to Bond and his nemesis. And, of course, most of the action is in the side pot, anyway, the big side pot there between Bond and Le Chiffre. So I don't really have a problem with that. It's not representative of the way poker tournaments normally end. And also don't forget that, you know, just poker is going to be boring for a lot of people. So it gives the DOP, the director of photography, something to shoot to. So he can cut away from Bond and Le Chiffre to one of the other players. So it gives a bit of colour there. Gives him a bit more to work with.
Now, Tom, I'm glad that you mentioned, it's the first time the word tournaments come up. And one of the things that I've noticed about these, you know, this last bit here is that it's kind of played like a tournament, referred to as a tournament, but it really feels more like a winner-take-all cash game. Especially that I think they're playing with cash chips even, right?
Well, to me, it's always felt like a single-table tournament where the buy-in has a direct value of the chips. So that they are effectively tournament chips, but 100K actually equates to $100,000.
Yes, it's basically a cash game you can't walk away from. So
yes, because Bond tips with a chip at the end. So
let's not go into that. Because
but that's what I'm saying. Look, in my mind, if it's a winner-take-all cash game, then everything about this works for me.
Yeah, that's very kind of you, Jay. To be honest, I think it should be recognised as a tournament because that's what it was. And a chip at the end is, again, it's one of those things where we could have had Bond, you know, root around his back pocket and gain out some chewing gum.
Can I write you a check?
I would have less of an issue if then Herr Mendel referred to the 114.5 million that Bond had because 500K had gone to the dealer. But Tom, you very kindly have shared the hand history, because I think it's important to say in the film we join the action on the turn. The turn card is dealt, but we don't know how we got to this point with these four players. And I think the stacks are important here. We're talking about 115 million in chips because there were 10 original buy-ins and 5 players decided to rebuy for 5 million. So 115 million in chips. We know because the dealer's already established, or the floor person who sat in the umpire's chair, that the blinds are 500K and $1 million. And we've got 2 short stacks at the table. So we've got Mr. Fukutu, who's got 12 big blinds. We've got Infante, who's got 11 big blinds. But this comes back to the point I was saying earlier. We can sit here and say, well, they should be playing all in or fold hold'em. They should not be just limping. They shouldn't be like calling like 4 million or 5 million bets without shoving. But that assumes that they're playing perfectly. They
might
play
not know
badly. They play badly in this hand, and that's fine. Not everyone plays poker well. I had always assumed that there would have been some kind of pre-flop raise, but interestingly,
everyone just limps. So Bond's in the small blind, Fakutu's in the big blind. That means Infante limps with eights, Le Chiffre limps on the button with ace-6, Bond completes with 7-5 of spades, and Fakutu checks his option with king, queen of spades. I do think it's weird that none of these players decide to raise pre, that Infante and Fakutu don't go with these pretty premium holdings four-handed, but it's not impossible. It's not even improbable. It just means everyone's playing either cautiously or imperfectly, right?
I think the two most questionable players, as you say, are Infanto and Fakutu, is their plays in that hand are probably the least justifiable. But of course, they're supposed to be the weakest players. As you say, there are going to be weaker players there who can get through to the end. Le Chiffre calling with ace-6, I mean, it's not a terrible play. And of course, Bond in the small blind with a big old stack of Le Chiffres, flat calling, or rather completing with, they have 7-5. Again, it's not a terrible play for my money.
So, Tom, I guess my question about this hand is, how did this hand evolve?
Yes.
Did it start with, I want it to end this way? How do we make that happen? Either Martin or the screenwriter saying it. Did it start with them saying, with them coming to you and saying, can you design a hand that has everyone all in by the river? Like, how exactly did this hand get written?
Basically, it was written when I arrived. The actual hands were written as are, and I was pretty happy with what was there. The main difference between what we started with and what we ended with was the bet sizes. So in the previous version of the script, the main pot between all four of them was actually bigger than the side pot between Le Chiffre and Bond. And clearly that just means that the final action, it becomes irrelevant because they're being sucked into the pot anyway, never mind the fact that it's supposed to be all about Le Chiffre versus Bond. So that kind of got worked out on set when Martin Campbell was there, and Le Chiffre was on my side here. He was saying, look, this is crazy. It's me staring at Daniel across his chips, and all the other chips are over there. This is So the shooting stopped then for about 90 minutes, and God knows how much it must have cost to stop, everything for 90 minutes. While we talked about it, we sort of moved chips around in real time just to see what would make sense. And then it sort of made sense, and shooting went back to, everyone sort of basically came back from the canteen and said, okay, they've got it out of their system now. Now can we go on with making a movie?
And so when you say that the hand was written already, was it written start to finish, or just from where we see it in the movie?
So the actual full hand had been written down in sort of a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, so I could see what was happening. But the script, as shown in the movie, started, I think, as you say, on the turn or the
on the turn. It's on the turn.
Yeah, turn.
Yeah.
So Bond has the biggest stack at the start of the hand, 46.5 million. Le Chiffre, only 1 million less, 45.5 million, and we've established that Fakutu and Infante have 12 and 11 million respectively. Everyone limps, and we get to this ace-6-8 flop with two spades. So Bond already has a straight flush draw. Le Chiffre has two pair. Infante has a set, and Fakutu has the flush draw. And again, I should say very quickly, there is that infamous meme of Mads Mikkelsen where it says, calls a raise out of position with ace-6 offsuit, loses $115 million and dies. Number one, he's in position, he's on the button. Number two, no raise. We now know there was no raise pre-flop. This is new information. I don't think this has ever been
we just changed the meme to limps the button instead, and it still works.
He still probably makes a mistake, but that's by the by. So this is interesting, Tom. So in the hand history, everyone checks the action to Le Chiffre on the button, who bets 5 million, who overbets the pot with two pair, and all players call. And again, at this point, it would be very easy to say, what the hell are players like Fakutu and Infante doing, just calling off half their chips? They're committing themselves to the pot. Infante's got a set and should be betting to protect. Fakutu's got a monster draw. He should be going with it. But again, if you establish that these aren't very good poker players, it makes sense.
Yeah, also don't forget Infante might just be hoping that Le Chiffre will do his betting for him. There are other reasons the situation. He might think that Le Chiffre's going to bet this flop, whether he's caught a piece of it or not. So there's a motive there for him to do what he does. So I don't mind that so much.
Yeah. So the 4 of spades is the absolute killer card, because that is now giving Bond the straight flush. It's giving him the winning hand. It also does give for Kutu gives him a flush, a losing flush, and, well, everyone's drawing dead. But regardless of that, everyone now checks, and that's in the movie. Everyone checks the turn. And I get that from everyone's perspective. There's a lot of slow playing going on. I guess there's some caution from Lashif now the spade has come. And then we get the ace of spades on the river. So now, of course, Kutu improves to the nut flush. We see Infante river a full house and Lashif river a better full house. Bond still ahead with the straight flush. This is one of those situations which I guess is highly improbable, but it's not impossible. And, I mean, Joe, we've covered a lot of poker around the world. We've covered a lot of televised tournaments. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that you would have something this ridiculous.
No, not at all. And so when I first saw this movie, I'd been in poker for 1 year. And so my sort of I thought I was an expert, and I thought I had seen a lot of poker. And so this came across to me as very unrealistic. And then 15 years later, having watched tons of poker, thousands and thousands of hands, it's become less and less unrealistic to me over the years. This shit does happen.
Yeah.
There are wild things that happen in poker, and I've really come to realize that, like, I was being way too hard on it. At the time, coolers happen all the time. And in fact, I would contend that tournaments are decided by coolers way more often than someone making a hero call, way more often than someone outplaying someone else. It's almost always, how often, James, are we doing poker tournaments where we're 3 and 4 hand and we're like, when will this end? And we're just waiting for the cooler to happen.
It's true. And we have seen a 4-way all-in to end a final table.
Yes, we have.
It happened 7 years ago at the Canada Cup. But anyway, back to Casino Royale, Tom. And of course, the hand then plays itself because everyone just gets all their chips in, right? I think, you know, we've established that really players like Kutu and Infante should have got their chips in sooner. But the reality is they're all in on the river, playing for the side pot, the big battle between Lashif and Bond. I mean, I get, again, why they did it for dramatic purposes, where everyone reveals their cards in turn. Did you point out that Bond is effectively slow-rolling everyone?
No, because, of course, in the mind of the average punter, that's what suave Bond would do. We know that makes him a total schmuck. we know that. But, you know, most people who walk into a casino for the first time and play a hand of poker and they get a big hand, they think that's what they're supposed to do. And they can't understand why they're getting all the abuse they get when they slow roll it. And never mind the fact that Lashif was slow rolled him so appallingly earlier with his jack. So, you know, it is poetic justice there. So it was always going to be like that, you know. And likewise with the very slow revelation of hands in the wrong order. Obviously, they should sort out the side pot first and then go to the little tiny main pots. But you know, it's just not going to happen because then for Kutu and Infante, all they've done becomes irrelevant. So it's a bit weird to have shown them in the first place is what the sort of moviegoer thinks, and then find out, okay, well, where did they go? What were their hands worth?
Tom, sorry, James. One question I want to get in there because I think we're nearing the end of our time. Is there anything that you begged them not to do?
That's what I was going to ask.
That you were, please don't do this. Please, please, please don't do this. And they did it anyway.
No, not really. The only thing I was super worried about was a clangor of Bond basically going all in when he thought Lashif was bluffing. Once that was in place, I was happy to let the drama roll.
So when you look back at it now, are you generally happy? Is there anything you think now I would suggest differently or have tried to steer them in a different direction?
No, not really. I'm super happy with it. I thought it was great poker. I really do.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Did you enjoy your dinner? We are back from the extended break. 7 players returning to the final table, playing down to the final 6 tonight. Who will be the unlucky individual who doesn't come back for day 5 to compete for the first prize of nearly €1 million? Ramon Kalilas returns from the break as the short stack, just 12 big blinds. Dragos Trophimov also not overly comfortable with 25 bigs. Everyone else very happy indeed, and no one happier than Morten Vam, who's got 91 big blinds. Those blinds currently being 40,000, 80,000 with an 80k big blind ante. I'm James Hartigan, and he is Griffin Benja.
I certainly am, and Ramon, you know, obviously a favorite coming into yesterday and coming into today, really, and still finding a way to survive, only having those 12 big blinds. I wouldn't call that stack safe. I might call it dangerous. Danger zone!
Yes, we are now playing level 28 of the main event. Not sure how many more levels we will need to play today to get down to 6. They are really deep. If you look at the average stack, it's above where it would normally be in an EPT main. We've been saying that throughout this tournament, but whatever happens, wherever we finish tonight, we will pick up the action tomorrow. And a quick reminder that we're on air at 1 p.m. Central European Summertime on Saturday, streaming cards up action from the final table. Ramon not playing ace-8, Griffin.
Yeah, it's really right on the line there at the hijack. I think at the cutoff with 12 bigs as the shortest stack by, you know, about over 2x. You know, the 6th place in chips right now with 25 big blinds. You kind of have to stick in the ace-8, but ace-8 at the hijack, you got to get through, you know, 4 other players. Maybe try to find a better spot, and I think that's some good discipline from Kalilis, not deviating from sort of the one notch. I think ace-9 you might want to put it in too. So I think that's some good folding.
We saw some genuine emotion earlier when this guy busted aces with kings, rivering a straight, and we have got the Brazilian rail in attendance. Pulling for Marcelo Simoes to win this EPT event. Of course, Ramon looking to follow up his PSPC win with a European Poker Tour title. I mean, it's a cliche, Griffin, but all these guys want it. And it isn't just about that first prize. I know poker players are ultimately driven by money, but winning an EPT title, winning a main event, winning that trophy also counts for something.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an incredible prestige with something like that. This is the European Poker Tour. You know, been going on for so many years, so many incredible champions, so much life-changing stuff. You know, you think of propelling Liv Barry's career, all the winners over the course. You know, Vicky Korn's two victories. Everything we've seen from Adrian Mateos out here and Steve O'Dwyer in Monaco. Just pretty amazing stuff. And, you know, going back to that Brazilian rail, don't underestimate a good rail. You know, there's no better feeling than making a big final table, but it's so exciting to be able to share that with the people that you love. And that's where all that excitement comes from. And oftentimes, you know, have a little piece of you, a little swap too, which is really, really fun.
Well, that hand was raise and take it for Jaime Cervantes, a player with 394k in live earnings and a 41st place finish in the FPS main event.
Showed a lot of capability at this final table, that ace-high call early on.
So one more day after this, Griffin, this being the penultimate day of EPT Monte Carlo, we will be back with the European Poker Tour in Barcelona in the summer. Recently, we confirmed 2 extra stops in 2022. Barcelona slightly earlier from where people normally expect it to be, kind of towards the beginning to the middle of the month rather than the end of the month. And then Prague, where it always sits. And granted, the 2021 event was delayed to March, but back in 2022, where it belongs, 7th to the 18th of December, Prague at Christmas time just has that special vibe.
Who won the last Prague back? Was it November? The most recent Prague, or was it like in the, not this one I'm saying, the most previous one? It was recently, right?
What do you mean?
The last Prague winner. Where it was? When was
March.
it? March. Yes, that's what I'm asking. Yes. And who won it?
Who won it? It was Dragos Trophimov.
Shortest EPT Prague winner ever. Finally got there.
When you were saying Prague in November, what was he on about? Of course, Barcelona
Time's been weird the last few years. It's all mud jumbled together.
Birthplace of the EPT. It all began back there in 2004. Prague has been a stop on the tour since 2007. We are going to be streaming both events, but ultimately, if you're interested in playing, I do recommend that you go to PokerStarsLive.com. Details on there about all EPTs and, of course, the regional tours as well, because we'll have the Estrellas in Barcelona and the Eureka when we're in Prague at the end of the year.
Eureka!
We return to the table, picking up the action in a hand between Samoas and Cernmetz. Samoa's opening pre-flop to 160k, called by Cernmetz, and Samoa's continued the flop for 130,000, and we can now see the cards.
You know, I like a good hand in progress at the feature table. It's so rare, but it feels very voyeuristic, like we're just like sneaking in, fly on the wall, you know? You guys started without us?
Well, that jack on the river means that Cernmetz has a lock on this. Had the flush draw, had the straight draw, but ultimately didn't need to improve.
Yeah, now Cernmetz wants to decide, do I want to bet here so I don't lose to a hand like pocket sixes, pocket nines? You know, surely I can have missed hearts here, but I can have a lot of other things. I can have ace jack. I'm flatting from the small blind here. I can have king jack. You know, king queen of hearts certainly going to be calling on the flop. King queen of spades might call as well. Those backdoor spades on the flop. So this is effectively a bluff to try to get a better hand folded, but Samoas, of course, does not even have that.
Okay, thanks for your understanding, thanks for your cooperation.
So I can see that Ramon will be in the big blind in this next hand. So he has posted the ante of 80k. He's posted the big blind of 80k, and he's got 10 bigs behind.
Danger zone.
Action starts with Dragos Trophimov. He folds. Jeffrey asks, how much was the buy-in? This is a €5,000 buy-in event. I think 5,300 to be precise, if you can include the registration fee. Prize pool of 5.2 million. Next player out gets 125 grand. Winner gets 939,840.
Same.
Ace King for Hugo Pingree in the small blind. Knows he has the short stack in the big.
Yeah, two options here, really. You can just shove, try to keep yourself balanced between those really good hands and those bad hands. Or you can limp to induce. But instead gets cheeky with the min raise.
Yeah, 210,000, and Ramon with 10-4 offsuit will fold. Ace-7 offsuit for Marcelo Samoas. Playing seven-handed, is this a bit loose to open with?
I think that you can color a little outside the lines if you're, chip leader, at least one of the two chip leaders at this stage. Those middle stacks aren't really going to attack you so often, and you do have that ace power. But normally, seven-handed, not very well advised to raise something like ace-7 under the gun. I think the worst hand you're really going to want to find yourself raising, maybe ace-9 with a lot of chips.
Ramon with ace-queen all in. I doubt Samoas is going to call this off with a7.
Yeah, it's just a bit too many chips.
Oh, hang on a second.
Oh, yeah.
Dragos Trofimov's woken up with 9s in the big blind.
Got to go for it, Trophimov.
You think he reshoves?
I think he does. Should be aware that Simos is opening pretty wide if this is sort of a standard open. Kalilis doesn't have much fold equity, so the hand strength is definitely increased. But I think if Kalilis looks down at 7s, 8s here, we'll be shoving, and that's why you kind of have to not worry too much about what Simos has and say, okay, I'm doing a little better than even against Kalila's range, and I'm probably going to force out Simos when I shove.
All in.
There's the reshove. We'll get a fold from Marcelo, and we are flipping at the final table. And this is a flip that Ramon Calillas needs to win. He's the at-risk player. And we have seen an ace folded.
You can see how drastically that affects the percentages instead of sort of the standard 54-46. We see a 59% favorite for Trophimov, and Kalilis 59% of the time here going to be our 7th place finisher.
Well, if Ramon loses this flip, he's KO'd, and we are done for the day. If he wins, Trophimov will be the short stack with 13 bigs.
To me, no?
You want me to be honest?
Here comes the flop. There's a queen. Oh, and it is a street flash board, all clubs.
An incredible turn of events with the next two cards exposed. That queen of clubs did not look good for Trophimov.
Ramon now the favorite, but only just. Trofimov's got 44%. And there's the club on the turn, and it's over. Ramon drawing dead. And that will do it for the PSPC champion, Ramon Calillas of Team PokerStars Pro, KO'd in 7th place, cashing out for €125,420, taking us down to the final 6. 6 players who will bag and tag and return for the 5th and final day tomorrow.
Just a great showing from Ramon Calillas. We saw it over many, many days. A couple dips onto the feature table, just so solid. Some really astute, incredible folds to remain in this tournament. Got a little lucky at the beginning of this final table to ladder to get to 7th. Really an incredible ambassador for poker and a great champion.
A huge score for Ramon. He had 111 grand in total EPT cashes before this event. That has now been more than doubled, courtesy of his 6-figure score today. And let's congratulate the 6 players who will be returning to play at the final table tomorrow, playing down to a winner, playing for that trophy and that first prize of more than €939,000.
Chip leader. You.
Tiny.
I think
6, 8, 9, 7, 2. 7, 3. Yeah. The same. Very close.
Same time?
Well, it's going to start at
Congrats,
12.
man.
I'll ask you guys if you can try and get here for 11:30 to get mic'd up and photos and everything, all right?
Sure.
What time?
11:30. Be here at 11:30.
11:30, sorry.
Yeah.
11:30. Ah, okay.
11:30. So a reminder that we stream on delay because we are cards up. So crucially, the time you guys need to know is 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That's when the stream starts tomorrow, half an hour later than today.
11:30 is half 12.
Half 12.
Yeah, we say that. Yeah. So
We say 11. We say 11:30.
Do we get more time tomorrow?
Get yourself a nice breakfast, walk the poker room, listen to some music. Do we get more time, babe?
I love how happy these guys are, Griffin, to have made the final day.
Well, it's a bit of a relief, you know. At the end of every day, I think you're racked with thoughts about like all the hands you played and all these different things and what your table draw is going to be going to the next day and you know, looking up players, all this sort of stuff. And instead, once you get to that actual final table, you know who you're playing against. You know everything about them. I sure do know a lot so far, and it's just a nice little relief. And you can do a little mini celebration. It's like making the finals of a sporting event. You know, even though the job's not done, there's a lot to be really grateful for.
And let's just verify how things finish for the day and what the stacks are going to be coming into play tomorrow. We've still got 76 minutes to play at the 40-80 blind level. We're still looking at a deep average stack. It will be Mort Vam who comes into play as the chip leader, just ahead of Marcello Simos. Hugo Pingree, Erkan Sermet, the online qualifier, pretty close together. Also, just shy of 60 bigs for Jaime Cervantes. And even though he's the shortest stack, Griffin, Dragos Trofimov's got close to 40 big blinds.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of poker to play tomorrow, surely. And it's amazing how quickly this has gone, and that has created these big stacks. So some big boy poker tomorrow. And
some big money up for grabs. Everyone guaranteed 167K. Jumps with every elimination. Huge number up top, plus the EPT trophy. So, of course, if you want a summary of the day's action, go to the PokerStars blog. You'll find updates on the main event and everything else running here at EPT Monte Carlo. And we want to see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, for live coverage of the final table. But
you better
be
here.
From Griffin Bencher, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Monte Carlo.